Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading. It is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been.
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because they know those intuitives, they find things out about you and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy with your guides.
You know, these things came off and they were hard-earned, hard-won things that we learned about life. So be gentle with yourself.
She gave me a little bit of a different perspective, and I realized that by embracing that perspective, it will really change the way I walk in the world.
I'm in heaven right now. Like, I love this so much.
Fulfillment is being at peace with who you are, where you are, and feeling like you've come home to yourself.
I feel joyful, and I feel authentically myself. I would cry because I'm really happy.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV.
Okay.
Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch.
Hello, good day everyone, and welcome to Soul Search, the first speaker of the first day on the first Saturday, and welcome. We're so excited to have you here, and I particularly am excited. By the way, I'm Sunny Chase, and I'm here to be introducing peeps, and I'm quite excited to introduce Marilyn Preble because you know what are we going to find out about? I wrote a few notes because there's just so much cool stuff about her soul support for us. What are the reality of curses and witchcraft? Do they actually exist? And can the spiritual healing untangle it? And can we awaken the soul? And these questions shall be answered by the beautiful redhead and gorgeous and very powerful Marilyn. So let's bring her on with uproarious applause.
Good morning. Thank you everyone for being here so early, bright and early on a Saturday morning. I mean, there's other things you could be doing on a Saturday, and you chose to be here at this incredible event, the Soul Search event, and you know, you're here to hear me talk and hear all the other amazing speakers today and visit the booth. I don't know if you've been in the room yet, but there's such a good vibe, good energy in there today. So my name is Marilyn, and I am a spiritual shamanic healer. I'm working in the consciousness with God on the spiritual level, and I've been doing well. I started my journey, had my first spiritual healing back in 2006, I believe it was 2006, where I was living in Toronto at the time. And I met a healer from Australia, actually. And that healing really was so impactful. It just shifted the trajectory of my life. You know, at that time I was dealing with so much heaviness and negative emotions and had this feeling of there's bad luck, you know, just one bad thing after another happening to me. And certain patterns were already starting to emerge in my life that were similar to, you know, some of like my mother and my grandmother, and starting to see these patterns. And that healing really opened up the door. I ended up, you know, a few years after that, I ended up going through a divorce and moving to California and starting a whole new trajectory. In around 2010, I began training with my teacher, Victor Barron, and learning more. It wasn't so much that I had this desire to be a healer. I really wanted to learn more because it was this work that was really helping me. Like, it really helped me to overcome a lot of the symptoms that I was experiencing at that time that I wasn't resolving through conventional Western medicine, and even some of the other routes that I were taking that were more holistic. I was still really burdened. So for me, it was this spiritual healing, spiritual shamanic healing was like the third pillar of health for me. It was one of those pillars that, okay, yes, this is real. What is unseen, just because we can't see it doesn't mean it's not real, right? So it really began this whole journey of unfolding. And then around 2018 is when I really realized, okay, you know, I know this work. I've done this work before as a healer, and this is really my purpose, is to do this and to help humanity, to bring this work and you know, just be that light for others, to heal and to empower others on their spiritual journey, and to grow closer to God, and to overcome some of these spiritual situations. So for me, you know, I would have never talked about or believed or understood that curses and witchcraft were real. You know, to me, that was just like something in fantasy, right? And it was really cool, you know, to watch movies about witches and witchcraft doing magic and all of that. And, you know, even as a little girl, I was kind of interested in that and, you know, really enjoyed science fiction, but it really is truly real. You know, the more that I understood and more I began to see that, okay, this is a serious situation. So I'm going to start with curses, okay, because this is probably the most common situation that I, as a healer, experience with my clients. And it's so easy to curse somebody, right? There's power in our words, okay? And, you know, you hear it. I mean, if you just listen even to the news, or you hear in social media, you hear people talking, you know, all you have to do is have that negative thought. Someone is having a negative thought about you, or you're having a negative thought about somebody, and, you know, you express it, and it's like a dagger going into the person's energy field. Right? And then that happens enough times, you know, and it's especially important for the female energy. You know, we all can make a curse, but for a female energy, in this present time, in this lifetime, if you're feminine energy, you have the power to do that, for that curse to stick for 5 generations. Okay, so I've seen it with clients, and that was certainly my situation, that one of the many things that I had to be cleared from me is a curse that wasn't directed at me, but it was something probably directed at my great grandmother, or even, you know, before that comes down through the line. So it's very easy to do that. And I say this, and not to use this information in the wrong way, but there is a karmic price that we pay if we are doing the cursing. And sometimes we're doing it not, it's because we're angry, we're having a natural human emotion, and something comes out in a fight. You know, you're angry with somebody that you work with, even the person who cuts you off in traffic, you know, and it's like, if you're doing that and you're doing it with the intention, especially, you have to ask for forgiveness, you know, ask for forgiveness and cut off from that, and please change the language. So just really be aware of that, especially if you're the feminine energy, to not be cursing other people, because we do pay a price when we do that. Okay, it doesn't go unnoticed. So how do you know if you have this situation? Well, I'll say that if you feel, first of all, on a physical level, right? Like I said, the way that I see it as a healer, it's like daggers going into a person's energy field. Or I have felt it where somebody's been angry, like upset, and they've cursed me, and I immediately start to feel it in my gut. And I'm like, okay, I bless that person, I forgive them, and I start to feel that releases, that cord, that energetic cord releases. But I still have to have that removed. Okay, it's still there, especially when there's an intent behind it. If you notice that there's certain patterns in your family history, like I said, with the relationships, that's a big one for a lot of people, that they see, okay, I struggle in the area of relationships. So did my mother, so did my grandmother, my great grandmother. I've always gotten, have this sense of I've chosen the wrong person and this person doesn't treat me well. I see that a lot. There can be other types of situations, that are a pattern, and you're like, oh my gosh, here we go again. Now it's the younger generation is starting to, even though we've done everything, to raise up our children correctly, we're starting to see certain behaviors or actions happening that are similar. That can be an indication that there is a generational curse. Okay, and once you have that removed from you, if you already have children, it does have to be removed from them. But if you are about to have children, now it's cut. Okay, you're not going to pass it on any further, on the spiritual level. So that's the situation of curses. I've also encountered this in home clearings. So that's another aspect of the work that I do, is home and business clearings. The most recent one is this beautiful property up in Northern California, and this property has been in the family for generations, and they're native, they're indigenous to the area, that from the beginning of time the family has lived there. So the burial ground is on the site, and there's just acres and acres that they have. And in that clearing, as I was doing the perimeter and walking, spiritually walking through, I started to feel like there's something buried in the ground, like something that is not good for the family. And it had turned out that the family, they had been trying to construct a longhouse, traditional longhouse where the family used to gather. And they received the funds to do this, but it's not been happening. There's been, disagreements within the family about moving forward with that, or once they would start moving forward with it, something would happen and they had to abandon the project. And it's because a lot of that situation had to do with what was on the land, okay, in the form of a curse. So there's especially in that situation, there's a lot of history, especially in the past 200 years, for that family, having gone through losing connection with their traditions as well, and anger within the family and then from others. So it's not just on the level of the individual, but this can also happen in a physical space. Right? And that leads to the conversation of witchcraft. So that's also something that I'm looking for as a healer, is what is there something done? Has something been done intentionally to a person in the form of witchcraft? So curses, again, they can be they happen very easily, because you just even have to think something about somebody and with that intention, and that is going to affect them energetically, right? And this is very common in workplace situations. I see this, if people are like, they're competing, and they feel a lot of negativity when they go into their workplace because of that, right? They feel drained energetically because they're being cursed. Now, witchcraft is a whole other situation. Like I said, I always thought of witchcraft as, okay, it's Halloween time, and people are dressed as witches, and there's magic, and there's almost sort of a romanticism to it. It's very mystical, and it's actually quite, I get, in my Instagram feed and on TikTok, I see it's very, there's a whole culture around it. And, I even see, people talking about, well, I'm a good witch, I'm a green witch or a white witch doing something positive. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about that you can actually hire somebody who is going to do something to block another person. You have a problem with someone at work, you go, you hire that person. Okay, there's a lot of different ways they can do it, but I'll share, just being in Mexico, for example. Okay, my fiance is Mexican, so we're going to Guadalajara all the time. Okay, and walking around the market, I see it's like a stall that has all the candles, all these candles, to reverse something, to reverse a spell, or make that person be quiet, shut that person up, or I want that man, so like a sexual type of witchcraft. And when you walk by, you think, okay, these are just candles, but they're not. If you take one of those candles and you have someone again with the intention, it can really cause a lot of harm. I mean, I've seen in situations where I have had clients where they've had witchcraft done on their organs. One of my most recent healings, it was revealed that the witchcraft was done to her heart, and it was an African voodoo type of witchcraft. And the situation she came to me with was a situation with her husband, who they were having issues. There was another woman involved. And as I started to work on it, I mean, I felt I was guided to work on the client's heart a lot. And she had shared that she had actually had some physical situation with her heart, like an emergency situation where she had to have surgery on her heart. And it was a condition that hadn't been detected before. And she's healed from that, but the witchcraft was still there. Okay. And it was harming her on the physical heart, but also on the emotional heart, because what it was doing was blocking her from having that connection with her husband. Okay. And when our heart is closed off or blocked, we don't have that magnetism anymore. Okay. So it was such a blessing for her to have that removed. Okay. Because now she's able to release the emotions. She's able to, feel, and more importantly, her husband can now feel her heart, because before it was like it was closed off. He couldn't feel her heart. So it was very serious. I mean, people are doing, another client of mine, I saw the witchcraft was actually in her liver. Okay. And it was causing her, it was, basically on the physical level, causing her a lot of issues. She couldn't sleep. She was maybe sleeping 2 hours a night. She had, very dark circles under her eyes all the time, and just feeling completely drained and not able to find a job. She was doing everything to find a job. She couldn't make that happen. And in a sense, she felt like there was a shadow hanging over her. So it is a serious situation, that in different cultures in the world will do different types of things. So I've seen from as a healer, when I'm removing, some of the effects of some of the voodoo type of witchcraft. I've seen some of the Eastern European, like graveyard witchcraft that has been done on clients, which it can actually attach to your soul, right? And it's like this sense of, you want to move forward in life and you're doing everything to move forward, but you can't. It's almost like you take a step forward, but you get pulled 2 steps back. And it's like everything you're doing. So that's why it's that sense of, I have bad luck following me, and I have experienced this myself. I was like, I'm doing everything. I'm doing all the right things. I'm taking all the right actions, and I just can't seem to move forward. I take one step here and that door closes. Or I take another step here and nope, that's not going to work. So I'm sharing this for you so you can start to understand how you might be experiencing it or how people experience those situations, and why it might not just be about, okay, let's do some affirmations or prayers or have positive thinking. No, it could be somebody who's actually done something. And in the case of witchcraft, what I've seen is that the person will hire someone to do something, but it's not just a one-time deal. It's like, okay, I'm hiring you to do this, and you're committing to next month and the next month and the next month. So you can remove it, but then it might also come back, right? So it's important to really remove it, but then also, have a protection around you so that the negative can't find you. So that's one of the healings that I've done for a lot of my clients, is to hide them on the spiritual level so that the negative cannot find them. Especially in a situation where they feel like, I'm in a really toxic workplace, for example. I feel a lot of negativity coming at me. I think maybe a coworker might be doing something. And it just gives you a little bit of a break. And of course that will expire after a time, but it does really help to remove that. So I've been talking a lot. I've shared a lot right now. I see a lot of you looking at me. I feel like someone has a question at this point that I want to answer, or a comment. Yes, please. Okay, so the question for the Facebook viewers is, how easy is it to remove a generational curse on the family? Okay, so it can be removed. So if there are multiple people in the family that are affected, what I want to say is, we would start with the healing with you or whoever is asking for help. And actually, it would be likely to have to do the healing for everyone else in the family who's affected by that, to break it. Because by doing it for you, any future generations, it will stop. It won't be passed on. But if it's already present in like your siblings, for example, then they would have to receive a healing as well to remove that. So, yes.
You mentioned a lot of feminine generational aspect. This is also for men.
Okay, yes. Okay. The question is, I mentioned about the feminine energy passing down the generational curses and receiving the curses. Does it happen for men as well? Yes. The distinction is that the feminine energy can make a curse and it will carry for 5 generations. It's the same with a blessing. If you bless someone, you're blessing, and you have that intention to bless them, you're blessing them for 5 generations. The male energy, they can curse it, and it's just right now in this present, and their blessing is right now. It's powerful, but it doesn't carry the way the feminine curse or a blessing would. So with that, it affects men and women alike. So it will affect, if let's say you bless someone, all the sons and daughters are going to receive that blessing, and the same with the curse. Yes. Hi, good morning. That's okay. Any other? Someone else? Did you have a question? No? Okay. Yes. Yes.
So I had a first one meeting my business.
Okay.
Like in
Okay.
And it was from an employee that was a medical, and I fired him because of his dream.
Oh.
So we fired one of the medical medicine men who was a curse on the business.
Yes.
A curse on me. They brought an owl and let an owl from the business. I never had that reversed, but soon after that, my wife and children were in and all of the.
Oh my gosh.
And then the curses came through people's work force. One died of cancer, I've seen that.
Oh my gosh, that's terrible.
I never had anybody go after that curse because I was repelling that curse in my own sense and not giving it any credibility or power that it actually the first place. And should I consider having that curse removed now that it's 40 some years later?
Yes. Okay. So for the live viewers, what he shared was that an employee who was disgruntled put a curse on him and the business, and it led to some really tragic events. His wife and daughters being in a car accident, with the daughter being crippled, and another employee having cancer. And the question is, it's been many years now, should he have it removed? And I say yes, absolutely, absolutely, yeah. And I'm so sorry that happened to you. That's terrible. And what you said, because this is also, I hear this a lot. Well, I don't believe in those things. I don't believe in curses. I don't believe in witchcraft. So it cannot affect me because I don't give it power because I don't believe. I'm sorry. It will still affect you. I'm sorry to say, it will still affect you. I have people close to me in my life who are like, well, I don't believe in that, so I'm okay. I'm fine because I'm not. If I surrender and believe, then it will affect me. But you don't have to believe for it to have an impact on you and the people around you that you love. So I'm very sorry about that. Yeah. Did you raise your hand? The lady in the very back there? No? Okay. Thought I saw your hand go up. Okay. Yes.
What do you think about all the evil eyes? You know, the evil eyes that people kind of wear, right? Put them in and whatnot. What is your perspective of that?
Yeah, I think that's a good thing. Yeah, I think that, well, I believe that there are, especially if you bless something, okay, it's really important to bless the object and ask God, please. So the question is about having the evil eye in your home or wearing it. I think all of these things help. So especially if you're blessing it, that, okay, well, this, please protect, give me protection, give my home protection. And you're offering it to God for that purpose. It can help. And there are things, so it's not, I don't want to say it's hopeless, okay? There is hope and you can protect yourself. So that's I feel I need to talk about that, what you can do to protect yourself. So, and even with that protection, I'm a healer, I'm aware of it, and I still feel things coming at me. And when that happens, like a doctor doesn't operate on themselves, I ask another healer to help me to remove that from me. Okay, but there are also things I do that are proactive, like, prayer, and I do healings for myself and for my business, okay, to protect my business. And I do that every month, right? And I feel that really helps to illuminate and repel any darkness that is coming on the spiritual level to me and to my business. for everyone who's here, I would just say, first of all, the number one thing is to recognize the truth, okay, that we are one with God. God is within us, okay? Like that's number one. God is within us, okay? So we have that. We are connected to God. We all at least have a guardian angel that is with us, okay? That God, it's a gift from God at the time of our conception and is with us until the day we die, okay? But we have to have a relationship with our guardian angel, to ask our guardian angel, say good morning or good night, as simple as that, and please guide and protect me. I'm about to go on this road trip. Please guide and protect me, that I get to my destination safely, or I'm about to go into this important meeting. Please be there, by my side. So we all have that protection. And remember that God created everything. God is the creator of everything, that when we have that strength with God, okay, the negative cannot overpower us. So to have, that's a faith and a trust that we have. So not be walking around in fear is really important. So if you're walking with faith, you're walking in trust, in that knowledge that God is within you, you're one with God, you have your guardian angel, you're with the light, and you're choosing that every day, you're going to have more light around you. Just naturally, the closer your guardian angel comes to you, the brighter you become through that illumination. And that is going to repel the negative consciousness that just happens to be, floating around. There's a lot of that right now. We are living in a time right now where there's such a strong fear consciousness, right? It's very, very strong, the fear consciousness. And to not give into that, because fear is false evidence appearing real. It's not real, because we all have that power to create, through what we desire in our heart, because we have God within us, and God is that creation force. So don't give into the negativity, practice it. If you start sensing that you're having negative thoughts or feelings, you cut off from them, and you can literally cut off like this. Okay, it's a very physical action in front of your solar plexus. You cut off. No, I do not accept that thought. I forgive myself for having that thought. And then you choose to be in the positive and to speak the positive language. It's so easy now to speak the negative, right? There's a lot of division. We're talking, bad about this side, that side, in this part of the world. And it's to speak the positive language, and to feel that love, and to realize, okay, I am the love of God. That is the truth. You are that love. That is going to empower you. And everything that I've just been talking about is really tapping into the law of attraction, right? The law of attraction is real. So what we feel, what we say, what we're thinking, that, and what, especially what's in our heart, is sending out that it's a magnetism. We're drawing to us the frequency that's within our energy field. So the more that you can raise your own frequency just by what you're feeling and thinking, and if there's any anger or sadness or any negative emotions that are stored in your heart, let that go. Give it to God and forgive it. That's the most important thing we can do, is to forgive and to bless everyone who's hurt us, including the people who are directing harm at us in the form of witchcraft and curses, right? Because I really want to caution anyone. What I see happen is people feel that they have witchcraft or curses coming at them. And I see, you can even buy it at Walmart. I saw it at Walmart. It's a little kit to reverse curse or witchcraft for $50, $49.99 at Walmart, a little kit with a candle that you light and a little intention. I'm going to send this back, send it back to sender, return to sender. Do not do that, please. Because if you do that, it's going to keep coming back. And I had one client who was doing that. He, travels a lot, has a very high position, and he travels a lot. He does a lot of work actually in Africa. And he had to go and be the bad guy and fire a whole division in Africa. And after that, he felt a lot coming at him. He's very intuitive too. So he sensed, I feel like they're doing some witchcraft on me. So he said, yeah, I went and I did a reversal to reverse it back to them. But in his healing, I could feel him. It was like, I was like, what is going on? What happened? Because it was like his energy field was like collapsed. It was like flat. So he thought he was trying to help himself, but he actually made it much worse for himself by doing that. Because there's karmic consequences. That is the truth. When we do these, when we take actions, everything is being written in the book of God, okay? The book of life, everything we do, including that, it's not a good thing, right? So the best thing is forgive that person, bless that person, seek help from someone who can remove it from you in a way that it's done with God, okay? Not in any other way, because God is the only one who can really remove that, right? You don't want to be working with us. You want to be sure that whatever on the spiritual realm that the person is working with is an alignment with God, right? Because there's another side to the spiritual realm and they're not with God, okay? And then that's going to cause more problems for you too. Karmic consequences that you're going to have to pay, not maybe in this lifetime, but definitely in the next lifetime, that you're going to have to do that. So when I talk about lifetimes, the truth is that we have all lived at least 400 lifetimes already, okay? Our soul we know what our mission is. When we choose to come into this life, we choose our parents, we choose the situations we're going to have for our own spiritual growth and development, okay? So that we can, one day we can pass on and we're going to be with God, okay? And time is running out for us to learn our lessons. Okay, so it's really important to recognize that all those choices, they get recorded in our soul. So that you may have a situation that's happening in this lifetime. It's like, but why does this keep on happening? But actually, it's because of something that happened in a past lifetime. So there may be karma that you're paying now, or these people are coming into your life and these difficult situations are presenting themselves so that you can learn the lesson, so that you can close that circle with that person or that people. I've had that experience myself. It really helped me to understand, some of the family dynamics that I had. Okay, this is, I had difficulties with my mother and, I felt like a victim in certain situations, but okay, I could see now in a past lifetime, I tortured her, so, okay, I have to go through this, and now that's healed, it's forgiven. I love my mother, I always have. And I can truly say that right now, whatever was there in the past, that there's trust, there's love, there's mutual respect between us. But it was not easy to get there. Oh my gosh, no way. But that happens through the forgiveness. So I'm sharing this with you, that anything that you might be holding into your heart, to really look at the bigger picture. It may not make sense in the context of your life right now, but in the bigger picture of 400 lifetimes, there's, if you were able to see everything, there would be an explanation. Why is this happening? And if you just always remember, it's for your spiritual growth and development. Okay, and we can choose. We can choose. Are we gonna? It's not an easy path, to do that, to do the forgiveness. It can be easier sometimes to say, you know what, I'm going to take retribution, and yeah, you know what, I'll do the witchcraft. I'll do the reversal. But some people don't know that there's another way. And that's one of my clients said that to me. She said, I didn't realize, I didn't know that there was another way to help myself out of this situation. And she's doing great now. She has her job. She's growing. She's forgiving that person. And one day it's going to break, because there won't be any energy there. So we have about 5 more minutes. So yes.
Have you ever worked with somebody who, or met anyone who, for instance, they weren't so kind in their younger years, and they feel that they either placed curses or maybe they intentionally went out and did witchcraft, and now they were seeking for that redemption.
Yes.
They were seeking for that. Because I would say that at one point in time, I think we're all humans, the higher gets the best of us, and some things happen. Whether it's for higher or just that in general, what is your recommendation, your advice?
Yes. Okay. So the question is, if let's say in another phase of your life, if you're younger and you were angry and you decided, I'm gonna do something bad, I'm gonna curse, I'm gonna do witchcraft on someone, can you redeem yourself? Yes, of course you can. Yes. You may have some consequences that are in your life because of what you did, and that's part of the I guess just part of what you're paying your karma for that. But the most important thing is you stop it and you ask forgiveness. If you truly ask for forgiveness, I did this wrong. The person might not be there. They might not be there to ask them, or they're not in your life, but you can get down on your knees and ask, God, please, I ask for permission that the spirit, the soul of this person, please forgive me for what I did to hurt you. And ask God, please, I see what I did wrong. I didn't know, I know better now. Please forgive me. You will be forgiven, and you can redeem yourself through that. And then you choose to do differently, right? You change. We all have that. Nobody's bad. Nobody's all good. We're all human, right? And it's the sum of those choices that we make, So, yeah. So I'm here working this weekend. I have a booth just in the other room. I'm actually working with another healer. Jan McCarthy is her name. She's actually local in the Phoenix area. I'm based in California, but we're going to work together. She has a real gift on the physical, she has a real gift with helping people with physical pain. And so we're offering healings in the booth, and we're happy to talk to you if you want to ask any specific questions. Please come by. Nothing's off limits. So we'd love to talk to you, and thank you for this opportunity. Thanks for being here this morning.
So yeah, guys, make sure you go and enjoy the booth and all of the offerings that we have. And we're going to have our next talk in about 10 minutes. And so you can hang out.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited. On Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading. It is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited. On Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections. Wherever
Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. We have some other people popping in. Join us, join us. We are going to be having a beautiful speaker right now. Welcome to Soul Search Saturday, and it is still the morning and so much upcoming all day long, as you guys are already feeling it. I'm hoping you're feeling the energy already. And Miss Nguyen is going to be bringing us quite a show today. We're going to be learning about feeling, letting go perhaps, and just all the bits about emotional pain. And I'm very, very excited. Again, I'm Sunny Chase and I'm here all weekend. And so let us bring on Miss Nguyen with a nice round of applause.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for coming. I also go by Moon. My real name is Duyet, but it means moon in Vietnamese. So today I'm gonna do a talk on instantaneous pain relief because I'm a natural born healer and I'm 100% self-taught. So I was just born with the divine ability and the divine gift to be able to channel source of very high frequency to facilitate not only emotional and physical pain relief, but also most of my sessions are instantaneous. So people feel relief instantly. And I also I also have the gift to infuse any object. I can take the remote control, even this microphone or my cell phone, and I can hand the person the object and tell them that, if they hold it, their pain will go away, or if they touch it. And I'm also able to do it telepathically without objects and without my hands. So I discovered my gift about 8 years ago when I injured my back because I overexerted doing a restaurant job. And then I used a copper bracelet I put intentions in the copper bracelet that my pain will go away, and instantly 80% of my pain went away. Previously, I had gone to a chiropractor, but the pain would go away, but then it would come back a week later. It kept on. When I saw him, my pain would, 100% of it would go away, and a week later, it kept on coming back. So, and I thought it was the copper bracelet until when I went to Sedona, Arizona. I'm going to show my slideshow. When I went to Sedona, Arizona, there is a reconnected healer who told me it's not the copper bracelets, objects don't heal. Basically, the copper is just a battery that holds the source. She says I'm able to channel source, and I have a gift where I have an ability to use any object or no object. I actually did not believe her at all because it just sounded too good to be true. So I just continued to only use copper bracelets. But I didn't do it as a business until about 13 months ago. I told myself I wanted to start a healing business selling copper bracelets. But last year of April, I didn't have a bracelet on me, and the client asked for her pain to go away, so I did it without a bracelet. I used a vocal crystal, and within 2 minutes, 100% of her pain and all areas of her body went away, and she had level 10 pain. And she was in her 70s. And that's when I discovered I don't have to use objects. I can just use my intentions, my words. Back then, I was using other healers' words because I'm 100% self-taught. I transitioned to using my own words back in November because when I was using my own words, it would be instantaneous and it would be more powerful. So now when I do my sessions, I only strictly use my own words. Even when I facilitate the group sessions as well too. I'm using my own words and my own prayers and my own intention. I had a friend that suffered from cancer, and whenever I did a prayer, it would be instantaneous. So I switched over to using prayers, but if I just use statements, it works just as well. I just prefer to use prayers because it could be also instantaneous without prayers as well. And I'm just a conduit and a vessel. I'm not doing the healing. I'm just a channel for source. And I explain to a lot of my clients too that, some healers, they channel spirit guides or they channel different entity or spirit when they're healing. I don't channel a different spirit or a different entity. I'm taking that healing energy that's already within me, because I'm taking angelic energy that I already have within me and the healing energy that's already around me, because I feel like I believe source is everywhere, it's within everyone and all around us, and I'm able to modify it and project it back to the client and to the areas of pain that they need. But it's not just physical or emotional. Like I've also done trauma and like hearing loss and vision loss. So I had clients who've had like at least two who had double vision and their vision went perfect, and I've had at least two who had hearing loss and their vision or not, their hearing went back to, they could hear perfectly fine afterwards. And I don't come from a family lineage of healers. My family actually, like my parents are aware of my gift now, but it scares them because they don't understand. They think I'm doing witchcraft or voodoo. So it's, they're not as accepting of it. So I recently helped my mom because she couldn't even walk. And I told her I'll just do a prayer, and like in under a minute, all her pain went away. She had gone to the ER the day before. So she's more accepting of it, but it still scares her. So because there's, sometimes it scares people because there's no logical explanation for it, and the unknown, I think, scares. None of my clients ever have any negative side effects. So I'm not, to be honest, 2 years ago, or about 4 years ago, I discovered the vocal crystal, and I went to like a massage therapist who told me this will heal my anxiety and stress, because I had a very high stress job, and it caused me to have severe anxiety. And she told me this will get rid of your anxiety, and like it scared me. The vocal crystal actually scared me, and she gave me these prayers from another healer. And I was scared that I was gonna open up a portal, or I was gonna see ghosts or spirits. And even 8 years ago, my friend says, I told her I'm gonna start a copper bracelet business. I have a gift, I can just sell copper bracelets and it'll get rid of people's pain. And she told me, oh no, like you have no credibility, you have to learn Reiki. And I didn't want to learn energy healing, because I didn't want to open up my chakras, and I didn't want to start seeing spirits or ghosts. So it's actually very ironic that I do what I do, because I actually didn't even touch my vocal crystal for 2 years, because I was afraid, what if I start seeing this ghost or a spirit? I don't want to open up any portals. But because of that, people think I'm psychic, because I actually do group sessions where people come out of my sessions. Not everyone, because my sessions, I would say it's not 100% guaranteed. I have an 80 to 90% success rate, but I've had, when I was in Pleasanton, there were 7 different people who came up to me after the talk and said, oh, my pain went away. One lady said her knee pain went away. One lady had digestive issues, her digestive pain went away. And they told me, one of them said, can you do a body scan, or can you check my chakras? And see what other areas do I have to work on. I said, sorry, I'm not psychic. I can't, I'm very intuitive. I don't see auras. I don't know how to do body scans. Then they asked me, how did you know that we had pain? How did you know how to get clear it without knowing? I said, I don't. Source is all knowing. So I'm able to also facilitate instantaneous pain relief, because when I was doing the group session, I always just stand stationary. And I'm not aware. And I've actually done sessions for people where I do 1 minute session where I only do one area of pain, but 100% of their pain is gone in all areas of their body. And that's happened to me. One time, it only took 3 seconds. There's a guy that I did a one-on-one session. This was a private session, and all of his pain was gone. And I was just thinking, do I still have to work on his body? He had severe pain. He was an athlete. He had a torn rotator cuff, a missing rotator cuff, gout, headaches, everything. And I even went down the list. I usually have clients write down the list of all their areas of pain. And when I do a session, I cover, right now, the client can write as many things as possible. And I can, since I do it instantaneously, it doesn't take me more than 15 minutes. I would say almost all the time I can cover all areas. And people have written 30 or 40 things, and I've had someone write 60 things. So I can go through the list really quickly because I'm using my own words. So I'm going to just show you some video testimonials. Does anyone have any questions about what I do and how? Yes?
Physical pain?
No, I do trauma and mental. I had a lady that had, she lost both of her parents, and she had tightness on her chest. She never got over the emotional pain or trauma of losing her parents. So I just said 1 or 2 intentions for her grief to clear, and she was crying for 15 minutes, and the tightness of her chest went away. And she told me she felt and even recently, I had this lady from Japan who had severe trauma. She was crying. I have clients who cry also, and they feel better, they look better, they look, and they tell me that they feel lighter. So I also do trauma as well too, and I also work on pets. I'm going to show a video where I worked on this pet that was neglected, and it was physically and abused by its previous owner. So it growls all the time. So I did a session. Ever since, to this day, the dog doesn't growl when you pick it up. It doesn't let anyone hold it, or doesn't let the owner hold it. It doesn't let most people hold it. If it's being held, it will growl. To this day, it still growls, only now it's seldomly, but it doesn't growl when you hold it anymore. And that was a virtual session. I never did it in person. So virtual sessions are just as powerful as in person. I'm also going to show a video testimonial of a client that had a live virtual session as well. I'm going to so I'm going to go ahead and maybe can someone get the lights? Maybe So this is a client from one of the fairs. I'm actually from the San Francisco Bay Area. I met him back in November, and when I you can turn it off now. When I met him in November, he had level 9, 10 sciatic pain shooting up and down his legs, and he had a cane. And after my 2-minute session, this is when I transitioned to only using my own words. And his wife is like a psychic, so he's very open to energy healing, and he helps out his wife at the psychic fairs. So instantaneously his pain went away, and then I ran into him again. I almost didn't even recognize him. I went to the Reno fair, and in June, 8 months later, he was right next to me, and then he came up to me because he had a different area that he wanted to work on, and he told me ever since my session, he never needed a cane, and his pain never returned in his leg. He's still 100% pain free, and that was a 2-minute session. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this video.
Hi, I visited with New Year, and when I sat down, my pain level was a 10. And after she placed intentions onto me, my pain level is 0. Absolutely amazing. I'm very excited about this. Thank you, New Year. I've been walking with a cane for about 6 months, and now I'm going to try walking without a cane after New Year's healing session. So here goes the cane, and here we go. Oh, it feels really good too. Look at that. I can do it about 2 minutes.
Sorry, am I in the way?
And I did a 2-minute healing session for him. And ever since his 2-minute healing session, 100% of his sciatica leg pain is completely gone and it stayed away. And back then, I didn't touch any clients too. Did you want to demonstrate how you walk now?
Sure, yeah. Yeah.
Do you want to? So what's your pain level now?
Oh, 0.
What was your pain level before 2-minute session?
It was 9, 10, sharp pain shooting up the leg. So yeah, it's been an amazing transformation.
And how long were you walking with the cane for?
Oh, it was probably about 6 months.
Since the session, 100% of your pain was gone and it stayed away, right?
It is, and I haven't had a walk with the cane. And so coming back and seeing you has been kind of a full circle, which is amazing and shows that you have a gift.
Okay, that was Paul, and then I'm going to show you another one where I also, Marilyn, this was actually one of my healing demonstrations.
And I have
With Marilyn, this is a healing demonstration I did, so it was only 1 minute, and she was actually one of the audience members, like how right now you guys are audience members during one of my talks. And she came up and 100% of her pain in all areas went away. Not only did it went away, it stayed away. And she actually reached out to me just like the other day, 2 days ago. She says her vision is still perfect, and her disease caused her to have double vision. She has myasthenia gravis, which causes her muscles to attack her nerves, and she had 10 hours of severe muscle spasms. And now it's gone, and her pain is gone, and actually she's in remission. She went to the doctor, and the doctor was baffled, and he couldn't believe it. He even said, oh, maybe you didn't have the disease, because this is a disease that there's no cure for. So there's no logical explanation on how her pain went away. It was after she saw me, but I don't think, so I'll go ahead and play this video.
Wonderful experience of being healed through Source, through Moon here yesterday. It only took a minute. I am diagnosed with a disease called myasthenia gravis, and that's where your nerves attack your muscles. I have severe pain all the time. I've been diagnosed now for 2.5 years. They don't have a cure for this disease. I am very spiritual as it is, and I heard a voice say, Marilyn, all you need to do is believe. And I said, I believe. All of a sudden, everything just released. And I have no pain.
What level was your
My pain level stays at 10.
It was chronically at 10. And what level was that after the 1-minute session?
0, 0. It was compounded. One of the first symptoms is double vision. So I've had a whole party going on. So when the optometrist said, "Meryl, do you see double?" And I was like, "Oh, that's what that is." I remember driving and having to close one eye to make sure that the lane I was turning in, it was on the right lane. That's how bad it was. When I was sitting there, I turned to my friend and my other friend, and then I started looking around all over. My vision is completely clear.
Did a healing session with Marilyn, which only lasted about 1 minute. Marilyn, did you want to talk about your experience?
My pain has not returned. I used to have like 10 hours of muscle spasms, and I have had none, nor have I took any type of medication for pain since the 3.5 weeks ago.
And then your double vision is completely clear too, right?
Yes.
It hasn't returned.
My double vision has not returned. Also, I went to my doctor today, and the test that he did, the blood work that he's done, shows that I am in remission for the disease that I have, which is myasthenia.
Which you said there was no cure for it, right?
There is no cure. And he was astonished that I was as strong as I was.
Thank you so much for this follow-up testimonial.
This is when I was, actually, I want to show Arlene, because this is when I don't often.
Hi, Arlene. I just worked on.
It was actually in Las Vegas, and I actually did a live. Many of my clients, not all, but there's some who say that their pain is gone, but they still feel soreness. So as I was holding my cell phone, I did a live session for him. I was recording. I don't have to be, some people think I have to be in, I don't have to be in a deep meditative state or be really focused. It's a natural gift I have. I've done it one time while I was driving home, and my friends, 100% of her cold symptoms went away, and it was under a minute. So I don't have to be that focused. But this is when I did a virtual session for him.
Your shoulder virtually through Zoom. I worked on on both of your shoulders, but your right shoulder was hurting more. And I also worked on your nasal congestion. So did you want to talk about your experience?
Yeah, the experience is very calming, and then midway I was breathing through my mouth, but then I don't know what changed, but I was able to breathe through my nose clearly. I stretched my shoulder and felt like it was even here before.
Before you couldn't even breathe through your nose, right? You could barely.
No, yeah, I could not breathe through my nose.
So you had to breathe through your mouth, right? And so 100% of your nasal congestion was cleared through our virtual Zoom session, right?
Yes.
Because you're in Las Vegas and I'm in the San Francisco Bay Area. And then your shoulder, what pain level was it before?
It was like a nice 8. Now it's almost like it was never there.
You don't even feel it, right? You just feel soreness, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm actually going to do intentions right now to clear your soreness. I'm going to see if this one works.
I'm actually doing a session right now for him. I'm doing intentions for his soreness on his shoulder to go away. You can see his reaction and the results. So this is me. I'm recording I'm holding my cell phone and recording this as I'm doing it.
Okay, so do you feel your soreness? Is it still there or is it reduced? Is it gone?
It's gone.
Yeah. Okay, so usually a lot of my clients, that's why I felt that I was able to do that. A lot of my clients in the past, they said the pain is gone, but they just feel the soreness, and I would do an intention and it would usually go away in most cases.
I'm going to do one more. I want to see the animal one for Christine. It's the dog that has a lot of trauma.
This is before the session. Can you see how it crawls? You can see it crawls. This is, you can't really see the date. Oh, yeah. Maybe I'm going to see before Healing with Moon, July 7th, 2025.
Oh, Cootie. Are you happy?
So it growls all the time. But this is after, sorry, I'm going to shift it so you can see it. The date after healing session with Moon, August 11th, 2025. August 12th, 2025. So you can see the difference. She says it's a lot more calm. And I also worked on other ailments too, which she said that helped too, because I had cysts. So, so I'm going to just do the, so does anyone have any questions on my presentation? Okay. Yes?
Do you remember any of what you do during that time, that session, or?
Some people ask for like 20 different things. So I don't, there's like the video testimonials help you remember. I do remember everything. I have a really good memory. Like when people state their pains, I can remember even if it's 20 different ailments and people are shocked. Or even when I'm going over the video testimonials, I said, I worked on this, like tinnitus, back pain, hip pain. I can remember when I see my clients. And then I look down the list. And I also channel an object afterwards too. Today, I also have a gift where I'm able to channel objects too. So I'm fully conscious. I'm still myself when I'm doing the session. You know, even though I'm saying the words, I'm facilitating it, even though I'm not doing the healing, it's not a different spirit that's like, I'm fully present. It's not a different spirit that takes over, you know, but my hands heat up. And I do remember at the moment, but since I've had so many clients, I've had hundreds like the past year, I can't remember. Like some of them come up to me and they said, oh, you know, like I also do intentions where the bones realign. Like, you know, I had one client that said his chiropractor is like, was asking him, how did your bones get back into realignment? His pain is gone and his bones are back in realignment. And he told me that he didn't want to, he was too embarrassed to tell him he went to an energy healer because it's woo-woo. So he, like, it's like unexplained. The chiropractor is just baffled. And he came to me and like months later, he says, my back pain stayed away and it's gone. He's too shy to do a video testimonial, but I worked on his tinnitus because back then I didn't know I could do tinnitus. It's through clients that I discover I can do other, and I also have a client that I met her just this morning and I worked on her elbow and her grief. Did you want to come up and talk about your experience? It's up to you.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I
diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis 8 years ago. And you know what rheumatoid arthritis is you get joint pain in every joint in your body. And you never know when you wake up what joint is going to bother you for that day. And I've had PRP injections. I've had stem cells in both hips, both knees. And it still bothers me, especially my right hip right now. And so I went to Moon and I said, it's so funny because my right elbow has been bothering me for months. That constant ache, no matter what you do, right? And I said, and I'm sitting back there and she healed my elbow because I'm still waiting for the pain to come back, right? It's like, okay, when's it gonna come back? I'm even shocked. I'm like, I've had pain for like 90 days, every single day, all day long. Right now I have absolutely zero pain in my right elbow. And I remember I told her my right hip is bad, but so is my left hip. And even turning down the lights, I always have to be careful when I stand up or if I twist too, it just takes your breath away, right? Because of the pain, I don't want surgery. So I got up to turn the light and I didn't have no pain in my right hip. Swear to God, swear to God. And I'm like, oh my God.
I also work on your face too.
Yes, my mom and dad just recently died together within 59 days. My dad died in April and my mom died in June. So think about it. And absolutely, it's like she put her hands, and it's like that relief, right? I mean, you hold on to it really tight, you know, and I know they're in a good spot, but just the same, you know. And I remember too, when Moon was doing my two hips, she put her hand on there. And it's just like I wanted to bawl nonstop. It's like that release. It's like healing. And if you've ever had healing energy, which, you know, through Reiki or something, but I keep thinking my pain's gonna come back in
Yeah,
my
that's a
elbow.
lot of clients. They say, "Oh, my pain is gone for now."
I know, that's
But
exactly what I'm
I
thinking.
told
Okay,
her
I don't have no
more than
pain right now.
50% of my clients, the pain never returns. I actually never
So-
see most of my clients again. I don't see them
And
one
I just
time.
had just prior, I didn't know she was even doing a lecture. I just had the relief like 15 minutes ago, literally 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was a 15-minute session. Right? And
I
it was
feel amazing.
instantaneous, right?
Yeah, I feel amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for doing.
Thank you.
Presenting.
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
so I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna do a group session now. Do I have permission to connect with everyone's soul? Okay, I'm gonna put bubble of white light protection around each and every one of you, so only white light and positive energy can come through. I always do a prayer of protection, and then because I only work with white light and positive energy, and I'm gonna put a bubble of white light protection around me as well. So you can have your eyes open or you can have your eyes closed. I'm gonna just say, I'm gonna just send. I'm using my own words. I'm gonna just say intentions for overall healing. So I'm gonna start right now. You can go ahead and open your eyes. Does anyone want to share their experience? Does anyone want to share that they felt a difference? Yes, thank you for sharing.
Yeah, I just felt like maybe 30 seconds in, a complete lightness. I literally felt my entire body just relax. I threw in their tension in my shoulders, and it was like seconds later, I just felt a whole different sensation. I just feel this lightness, and it came specifically for lower back pain, but I literally felt that my back eased up when you were speaking on the screen to the guy. I'm like, I think that healed my back. Just listening to you speak on the screen.
Yeah, I've had people who live stream. There's a lady all the way from North Carolina. When I was doing the healing for a lady's eye, like her pain in her eye actually got better. And this lady had scar tissue. She was live streaming all the way. She was watching me on YouTube Live, I think, because this presentation is also live stream. And she says she felt the scar, like the release of like pain in her just by watching me doing and I wasn't even aware she was watching me because I don't know of her. Yeah. But even just like sitting in and watching she was able to feel the energy as well too. And so you said that you felt a release, right?
I literally, my posture, I must have been like this, and I went like that, and I'm like, wow.
You felt a release of tension and calmness?
Yes.
And then
my lower back, I feel like that released from me watching you talk to the man and
so your lower back pain released by just watching me.
Hopefully it's going to be forever, but then with this dose, I'm thinking it will be. It's all about.
Yeah, I have you can watch. I have a lot of videos. I have over 100 now. So you can watch more of my videos.
I'll heal everything before it comes.
Yeah, but does anyone else want to share? Okay, so yes.
Something I don't know if this is meant for everybody, but this is what I was sensing is people were maybe being healed a lot with their voice and then speaking up for themselves. Like I know for me, I have a good voice to speak out my concerns, but that's just what I was kind of feeling in the room.
Yeah.
Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but I felt sure.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. I think people can heal too within themselves as well. Because not everyone's open and receptive. The more faith, I always feel like if they have more faith in it, and and they're receptive to it, it's more likely to work as well. I have some people who are 100% skeptics, and for some reason it still worked. They were like, they even said they thought I was crazy in the beginning. They're like, so I'm gonna actually do healing demonstrations now. Do I have any volunteers of anyone that has chronic pain? I'm gonna try to get through as many people as I can. Okay, where's your pain at?
It's right here.
Can you pick one area where it's the most severe? Your back?
Yeah, that's my
trapezoid, your shoulder blade. Okay. I'm going to clear my energy. Do I have permission to connect with your soul?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to put a bubble white line protector on you, so only white line positive energy can come through. I'm putting a bubble white line protector on you, so only white line positive energy can come through. And I'm going to just put the microphone down. Thank you. Thank you. Do I have permission to touch it? So it's over here?
Yes.
Okay. So do you feel any difference?
Less sore than it has been?
Yeah. So
I saw that tingle there.
Yeah, but I didn't do The tingling in where? In your shoulder?
It's right now. My fingers were pinching.
Okay, the tingling. Okay, I can do intentions for tingling. Okay, so is the tingling reduced?
A little bit.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have another volunteer?
I got like really bad pain, like right here.
In your back?
Well, no, not back. What is it? What is it? Shoulder blade? Yeah.
You can feel my energy. Do I have permission to connect with your soul?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna put bubble white light protection on you. It's only white light and positive energy come through. I'm gonna put bubble white light protection on you. It's only white light, positive energy come through. So it's over here?
Yeah.
Can I touch you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's more like right here.
It's over here?
Yeah.
Do you feel a reduction of pain?
A reduction.
How much of it?
I'd say like 50% or so.
50% of it's gone. Okay. What level was it before?
It's like a 10.
It was a 10 and now it's a level 5. Okay, I forgot to do an object with you. Can I get an object?
Yeah.
Sorry, you can come back afterwards, okay? Or I'll do it afterwards. I have it, whenever I use objects, it amplifies it. So it just speeds up. Like it will probably reduce it further.
Check it on this hand.
Oh yeah, any hand is fine. Okay, so do you feel it reduced?
Well, a little.
What?
A little.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so do I have any other volunteers? Okay. Hi. Right arm. Oh, your right arm. I'm getting permission. Do you have permission to connect with your soul? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna put bubble white light protection on you, so only white light positive energy could come through. I'm putting the bubble white light protection on you, so only white light positive energy could come through. Is your whole right arm? Okay, on the bicep. Okay, so do you feel a reduction? How? What? It's looser? Okay. Okay. So it feels better? Okay, thank you. What? It's not as tight and it's looser. Yeah, try doing it. Or actually, I just have to do an object. So. Is it okay if I use this one? Yeah. So does it feel more reduced now?
Yeah, it's less tight.
It's less tight?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, do I have another volunteer?
Tinnitus.
Oh yeah, I can do tinnitus. The ring in the ear.
I've had it for 30 years.
Oh, you've had it for 30 years. Okay.
Yeah, so this right here.
It doesn't work all the time, but I would say like it's been working 80% of the time for me.
Okay.
But sometimes not 100%. Sometimes it's just like somewhat gone. Like I'm gonna clean my energy. I'm gonna put a bubble white light protector on me, so only white light and positive energy can come through. I'm gonna put a bubble white light protector on me, so only white light and positive energy can come through. Do you have permission to connect with your soul? Do you have permission to touch both of your ears? Yes. You have ringing in the ears?
Yeah, it's ringing.
Do you feel a difference?
I don't really feel the difference, or maybe a little lower on the sound.
A lower on the sound, so the sound is kind of reduced lower. Okay, thank you so
Thanks.
much. You can volunteer. Thank you everyone for volunteering. So what area do you want me to work on?
Tinnitus.
Oh, tinnitus too.
It's abuse.
Do you have permission to connect with your soul? I'm going to clear my energy. I'm going to put a bubble white light protection on me, so only white light and positive energy come through. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to put a bubble white light protection on me. So I have permission to touch your ears, right? Yes. I'll just touch it.
Okay.
So do you feel it ringing less, or
Yeah.
is it, how much of it got reduced?
I'd say about 50%.
About 50% of it's gone. Can I put it on your necklace?
Yes.
Or do you don't have an earring?
No.
One time I used someone, okay, I'm going to put on your necklace. Okay, so I'll just have it touch you. So you feel, is it even lower now, your tinnitus?
I feel it's a little lower, yes.
So it's more of it's gone. Now it's more than 50% cut in both of your ears, right? Okay. So it's like the volume is a lot less. Okay. Okay. But just so you know, even though it's 50%, I have some clients that tell me 5 minutes later, like all of it is gone, or an hour later, gradually, like you might feel it decreased. There's a possibility it could also be completely gone later on, because even though I'm not in front of you, and the source energy is still working, even though I'm not in front of you and actively doing intentions. Yeah, thank you. So, I'm going to check the time. Thank you so much. Sorry, the time is already, my time is up. I appreciate all the volunteers, and I appreciate everyone attending. I have a booth. It's on the right-hand side. It's kind of towards the back. So you can come visit my booth if you have any questions. Well, thank you so much.
And if you want, you can actually be in the back for like a few more minutes if you want, just right back here. While we're setting up here, so if you want to.
Yeah,
so,
if you guys want to stay, I can.
Yeah, as long as this sort of moved out, and then if you just want to be in the back for
the people that I didn't get, I could probably just take two more, then I'm gonna go back to my.
Go for it.
Yeah. So the people who like, I'll just take two more, and then I'm gonna go.
Yeah, so you have 2 or 3 people in the back. We want to get as much healing in as possible today. Why not? Thank you guys, and our next speaker will be Chris Valentine at high noon. So come back for that if you like. Oh, you're done. And I think we need this gets moved out. I'm gonna move that. I thought I could do it myself, but it's too risky.
So this fracture because of my severe bone loss, it's now appearing again. We're all at that stage. Yeah, she made it.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul. blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited. On Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul. Blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters, Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psych.
So feel free to add yourself to that. It is great. I have said 5 times already.
Hello, 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 and welcome to Soul Search Saturday. It is high noon. It is happening. We are here. Yay, fantastic. And the energy is already happening. Feel it. Beautiful faces, lots of people gathering. For the wonderful, fabulous Chris Valentine, who is going to bring us some absolutely magical information and feeling and healing, and let us all just inspire and bring it and feel it, and let's just bring on Chris. So without further ado,
Thank you so much. You guys are going to bring the magic. So we are going to gear this lecture towards what you want to learn. We'll focus a little bit on archangels and we have Mike. Okay, first guy today with the microphone. So it's a big group, so we can do microphone or either, but I think you'll hear me a little bit better with the microphone. And as I was saying, there's a free newsletter going around. There's also brochures in the back. If you feel like you want to take a brochure or take a picture of it, those are the upcoming classes in Burbank, Los Angeles, where we teach psychic self-development courses for you to progress your own skills. And that is every 3 months or so, in person only at the moment. 10 people live in person. Dr. Von Lahr is the teacher. I'll be there assisting. We'll talk about the classes a little bit later as well, and I'll talk about what he's doing here at the Expo. We're going to focus today, though, on archangels, as you see in the title, the difference between them and a guardian angel, teacher guides, master guides, those type of people. We can also talk about soulmates, if you are interested in learning how that works, because there's a very specific way soulmates are drawn in. And it does differ between if you're a female to male, female to female, male to male. We'll pretty much talk about female to male for the most part, unless you have questions on that. And we can also talk about today's path. We can also talk about conspiracy theories. We can also talk about number patterns. If you are seeing lots of number patterns, I'm an expert on numerology as well, so we can go into that. So it's whatever you feel that you want to talk about. It can be off topic completely. Just raise your hand and I'll switch gears and we'll talk about that. That's why I say every lecture is completely different. It's based on what you guys want to learn. So thank you all for being here. My name is Chris Valentine. I am with Dr. Von Lahr in the first booth, as always, in the main ballroom. He is doing clairvoyant psychic mediumship readings this weekend. He is the only one that starts at 8 in the morning and goes till midnight. The show officially closes at 6. We will be here late tonight as well and start early tomorrow morning, probably around 9:30. So if you did want a session with him, I'll talk a little bit about what he does in the one-on-one sessions. You will also see him with lots of couples. You can also bring your entire family and he'll read the whole family. So we have lots of chairs. We always have the biggest booth. Dr. Von Lahr allows you to record the sessions with your phone. We actually encourage you to record the sessions with your phone. If you go in there and watch him and get a feel for his energy, you will see him non-stop talking. I tell people you get so much in the first 2 minutes, he will literally start reading you as you enter the booth. Once your body gets next to his, he starts channeling the information. That is why you do not have to say anything with him. If you are getting a reading with him, though, I do tell you, if he says something correct, say yes, and he'll go much faster. We'll talk a little bit about that as well in regards to mediumship. He's a clairvoyant as well. So the moment you sit down in front of him, he sees your crossed over family standing behind you, your guides, your master guide, and most importantly, your archangel. And the reason I say most importantly is because the archangel is as high as you can go. They are the closest to God. And the higher you go, the more accurate the reading. You can do mediumship. That was, I like to say, very popular in the 80s. Because we saw it on TV, we saw James Van Praagh and John Edward and all the others, Sylvia Brown, lots of fun. He can absolutely do that. I tell people, if you're getting a mediumship reading, it is the only thing that Dr. Von Lahr has zero control over. So he's reading you. You're the one that's bringing them in. And by the way, if you are getting a mediumship reading this weekend, invite them in. We already have a few people that are doing that. Say, invite Grandpa in. He's probably going to already be there. But the thing with mediumship is the first person or persons that come in for you are not necessarily who you want to talk to. You guys know that? You've heard of that? And the reason for that is what? Because they usually did you wrong in some way, and they're trying to clean up what they did on the other side so they can move on. So it's really all about them. So if you get a reading with Dr. Von Lahr, it's better if you just say, I want to talk to Grandma, I want to talk to Grandpa, I want to talk to this old boyfriend. And what he will do is he'll just cut to the chase and go straight to them. And how it works is they will usually tell him first how they crossed over, which you would usually know, which will validate everything that comes after. They will also usually tell him messages that only you would know, which validates everything that comes after. Meaning, if it is correct, say yes, you'll go much faster. We had a lady not too long ago where she sat through the entire mediumship reading like this. Didn't say a word, waited till it was completely over, and then she says, you know, Christian, everything that you said was exactly spot on. He goes, why didn't you say something? Had I known you were getting it, I'd go faster. And that's with anything in the session. If it is correct, say yes. You will get so much more out of the session. Welcome. We can also talk about nature spirits. Dr. Von Lahr is he is the author of the first 4 books channeled from nature spirits. Have you heard of nature people or nature spirits? Anybody? You know what they are? Any ideas? Anyone share? Yes. There you go. I knew fairies was going to be the first word. Yes. Gnomes, elves, leprechauns, fairies. We usually do a show for Sirius XM, Coast to Coast AM, which you may have heard with George Norrie, as well as all the other hosts for St. Patrick's Day, because it ties into leprechauns who we channel, who they can help you so much in your life. Nature spirits, or nature people, as we like to call them, are tied or connected to angels. So they are only good. They only want to help you. Gnomes are a German word for house spirits. So they will come into your home. And the first thing they like you to do is to organize it. So you may be inspired to kind of clean up, get everything, get rid of all the bric-a-brac and all that stuff. Except for the gnome statues, of course, they like those. Fairies tend to be more outside. If you have an apartment and you don't have a balcony, you could bring shrubs and trees inside, you can bring flowers, and they will come in too. They tend to be more outside. All of nature people, though, if you're looking to see them, and you may see them today, they tend to blend into nature. So they're not as dense as us, as a physical form. They're in between, half dimension. They are here on the physical plane with us. You don't have to be a psychic medium clairvoyant to see them. We have gone to almost all 50 states in events just like this, teaching you how to see them live. And they are made of etheric energy. Have you heard of that? Etheric energy? Excellent. Also known as our health aura, That is the world that they reside in, and they want to help us. Each type of nature spirit is different. If you want to go into those things and how to see them, we can do that today. Otherwise, I'm going to continue a little bit with Dr. Wadlar and what he does, in case you did want a session with him. The first thing he does when you sit in front of him is go off to your right shoulder, which is a color that ties directly into your path and your life and purpose. That is why you'll see him working without asking you any questions. He cannot get it out fast enough. There is so much information. And by starting with your path and life and purpose, which is the first thing he sees when you sit in front of him, gives him a well-rounded view of who you are as a person without you needing to say anything. It ties directly into your career. Most of you are on your path in one form or another. But he is very specific. He will tell you what you have done up till now. And this is every single weekend this happens. People come up after like, oh my God, how did he know? And he's very specific. So he'll say things like, you are a psychiatrist, not a psychologist. That is how detailed it will be. And some people are retiring or retired. They want to know what's next. That ties into your path as well. So they'll help you with that. He is, again, connecting directly with your higher self and your guides. Your master guide and your archangel are tied directly into your path. That is the title of this lecture. And the first thing I usually ask you guys is, what do you think the most important thing is to your archangel and your master guide? Anybody? Gave you a huge hint. Your path. Your path. That's all they care about. The only thing that you agreed to before you incarnated was, this is what I came here to do. That's it. If you agree to be on your path, and the archangel's listening to you during your reading, your session, that's one of the reasons you want to say yes if he tells you your path is correct, you're making a contract with your archangel. When they hear you say yes to that, that's all they care about. Everything else in your world changes and gets better. You need a shiny new car? Check. You need a check cut for $50,000? Fine. You need a soulmate? Fine. Whatever it is you need to stay on your path is all they care about, because that's all you agreed to when you came here. So, when Dr. Wadlar tells you your path and purpose, it's very valuable information. One is your master guide and your archangel are with you life after life. They know why you're here this time around. They know what you're trying to accomplish. That is who he's connecting with. He sees 65 million shades of color. Every color tells him very, very specific information, as I was saying. The universe communicates in color, which is frequency. These things do not change. It is not something you can make up. For the first time ever, he is teaching a color class that is coming up in 3 weeks. That's November 1st and 2nd, Saturday, Sunday, 1 weekend only. We are creating colors in the class of the higher realms. That is something that if you're interested in, let me know. We have a few spots left. If you do sign up to any class, by the way, while the expo is going on, you get a huge discount. All class materials are included. We have so many people from Phoenix, I am not kidding, that sign up to the classes more than any other city in the country. If you do so, there's direct flights from Phoenix to Burbank, so you don't need a car if you fly in. The hotels are right there at the airport. You fly in on a Friday, you can fly out on a Sunday, be back to work on Monday if you wanted to do so. So that class is the first time he's ever teaching it. That is phenomenal. The next one after is his wizard class. Now, he was going to do just one. Everybody in the class loved it so much that he said, oh my gosh, can we do a Wizards Part 2? He's going to do a Wizards Part 2. That is very specific. It is extremely aggressive class, very, very advanced. So he will tell you if he feels you're right for the class. Very virtuous, because it is high magic. We don't want this getting out to the masses. Part of what he's teaching in that class ties into the prophets, who are akin to the wizards, who are akin to the ascended masters, like Jesus, Mother Mary, Kuan Yin, Buddha, King David, King Solomon, those type of people did not reincarnate. Even in the Bible, it says, Mother Mary raised up body and soul. What do you guys think that means? She took her body with her. She's not going and wasting time going through that reincarnation process that is so traumatizing, by the way, anyways, right? She and others, like Merlin, who, by the way, picks the king and queen, Arthur, the most virtuous, they do not go through that incarnation process. They, like, have you heard of Saint Germain? Kind of, maybe, some? No one? Raise your hand if you've heard of Saint Germain. There you go. Okay. So Saint Germain is a great example. He is somebody that would go into the forest, come out somebody else. Same person. He's just changing his etheric energy to present to you somebody else, because after a few hundred years, it starts getting suspicious. And you can Google him, by the way, and you will see, it literally says, this guy looks like he lived 200-300 years. And he's associated with kings and queens. They choose them. And he was associated with color. A baron in Germany pretty much was his patron last time. And he was hundreds of years old. So he's helping nobility, he's helping with color wheels and color languages, which what Dr. Von Lahr is doing was also an incarnation of Apollonius of Tyre. You can look that up as well. But these people come back around over and over, and some of them just don't leave. Like Thoth. Thoth is a great example. Who is Mercury? Who is Hermes? It's the same person. It's the same person doing exactly the same thing. So these type of people are who we're going to be covering in the class of the Wizard Part 2 that is coming up December 13, 14. It is to teach you how to do the same thing. The people that have been controlling the planet, that's more conspiracy stuff, if you want to go into that, have been trying to keep us down, so to speak, and not know all these things that we can do. We can create new Earth. We can change timelines. We can make it better in how we like to see the world be. We have been doing that unconsciously, maybe, but now the power is really coming in. You've heard of ascension. I know you've heard of ascension. Good. That's what we're in right now. It's been going on for quite some time. We're actually in War of the Worlds right now. There's a lot going on with aliens. I am sorry, but that A3I Atlas is not a comet. And those other ones that come out of nowhere on the other side of the universe, rushing in, coordinated exactly with going towards Atlas, those aren't comets either. So Earth has been visited for eons. Our DNA has been messed with by aliens for eons. Part of the Wizard Part 2 is called Holy Grail, which ties into our DNA, which ties into our starseed heritage, which ties into getting back our 12-stranded DNA and becoming who we were supposed to be. So that is a fantastic class. We'll also be working with the elves, apothecary with the elves, magical elixirs and potions, so it's very hands-on as well. So it's a lot of fun. Part lecture, part workshop for all our classes. Any questions so far? Oh, I'm so surprised. It's the biggest group and the quietest group. So I will continue. Another speciality of Dr. Von Lahr is, of course, finding or drawing your soulmate to you. The thing with the soulmate reading with him is it is so detailed, so much information, that he typically needs 45 minutes to do that. And the reason, or the good thing about doing a soulmate reading with him is the information is good for life. So it's an investment in yourself, because he will tell you things like your cycle of attraction that repeats every year for life. Even if you're with your soulmate, you'll notice everybody attracted to you during that time of year. Men, women, everybody. It tends to be when you met your prior boyfriends, husbands, whatever. It all ties in. So he will tell you the 2 months leading up to the meeting. It's called the closure period. You definitely want to record this and follow exactly what he says. Because right now, most people are at 2% finding a soulmate. And I don't care how old you are, you could be in your 70s. Everybody has 3 soulmates at any one time. So say your husband got hit by a Guinness truck. That's a joke, yes. You get another one. You don't have to be afraid. Some people wait until they're in their 70s, and then Kristen will bring you all three. Then you need to get rooms for these guys. Okay. But basically, the closure period is when these guys, these horrible guys, come back into your life again. Out of the blue, it happens here at the Expo today, Chris. This just happened. They're texting me, these old boyfriends. We broke up, and out of nowhere, this is the week that they just started texting me. What should I do? When you're in your closure period, that is a very specific time where God Universe is showing you who you picked. In a female to male, it is the female that draws the male. It's just how it works. The males pick up the broadcast, where it be that whole thing. You guys have all the power. Men have only 4 hormones. You guys have 64 hormones. Okay, so there are differences. Sorry, but there are differences. So in the closure period, you're getting your magnet pieces back, which makes you what? A stronger draw to your soulmate. You guys draw your soulmate to you. Krishna, I used to say, Krishna will help you find your soulmate. He says, you know what, you need to correct that. Tell them they're drawing their soulmate, because in the reading he's going to tell you that anyways, but that is how it works. So, these guys from your past come back to you. You don't want to have sex with them. You don't want to reinvigorate the relationship, but you want to be nice. So, yeah, maybe I'll have a cup of coffee with you, or maybe just answer the text. But be nice, you're just getting your magnet pieces back, and you're seeing who you chose. Now, the next month is called the ego person. That's when everything on your list, and I suggest you make a list of everything you want in a guy because it works. When you write it down, it becomes powerful. When you speak it, it becomes even more powerful. So make a list. It really does work. Spirit sees your list too. Every single item on the list the guy meets, he is near perfection. Your mom likes him, your dad likes him, the dog likes him, everybody likes this guy. And he would be a good choice. The only problem with an ego person is they tend not to stay around. They may stay for about 7 years and that's it. And if you wait another month, guess what? What do you guys think that is? The soulmate. Now this is the correct ultimate choice. Because you made an agreement with your soulmate before you incarnated. This is what I will be doing, path, career. This is what I will look like. And that is who they're looking for. And then to top it off, both of you are looking for the same thing. And the reason a soulmate is so special, as opposed to a twin flame, which we can go into, a soulmate or soulmates match each other in that they are both here to see other things in that person that the other person doesn't see in themselves and take them further than they would have gone. Ego is not such a bad thing because it does give us a little bit of drive. And it helps us get further in life and get things done. But even so, you're not really going all as far as you can go without your soulmate. So your soulmate is valuable. Some people just want to be single, and that's fine. But a soulmate is going to take you further. They're going to see attributes in you that are so special and they can help you. And you're going to do the same for them. You're going to see stuff in them that is special and help them go further than they would have gone. So it's a very, very good match. And sometimes as you wait too long, you'll get a younger generation, which is fine. And if you're a lady, what is that called? Cougar. I used to get in trouble when I said that, so I hope I didn't offend anybody. But you guys are open to that. Yeah, it's called a cougar. So you're just attracting a younger generation. The 3 that were available to you are now gone. You're getting a younger generation. They are still your soulmate. And what's wrong with the younger guy, right? No, not too much. So yeah, cougar is what we like to say. Any questions so far? Oh, finally, yeah.
You said twin flame. I don't know what that is.
A twin flame is somebody different from a soulmate. It's almost as if it's a split of you. And the thing about twin flame is you guys are so much alike. You know every detail about that person, and they know every detail because it's you. And the thing about twin flames, they tend to drive each other crazy. Because they just know each other, they know everything about each other. It's just more of a difficult relationship. It can work for years. It can be fabulous. But that is a twin flame, they tend to butt heads after a while. Question?
How many soulmates can you have?
Good question. You can have 3 soulmates at any one time. I don't care if you're 90 years old. I think he goes up to 90, as he likes to say. You could go get a reading with Dr. Mamar, be 90 years old, and he will find you your soulmate. We've had many ladies in their 70s get a reading with him. It's always too late for me. It'll never happen. It's never worked out. And he will tell me, I will say, bring you your soulmate. He will show you, we will draw your soulmate to you. But the reason we want you to record these is because you have to follow the steps though. We had a lady not too long ago, she got a soulmate reading, and she said, you know, Christian, I didn't meet the gentleman on the day you said. I met him 2 years to the day later. And then I always say, did you do the closure period? They go, no, I didn't think I had to do it. But I did it the second year and it worked out really well. So that's why we want you to record it called the steps. Great-grandmother used to be able to do what he's doing. They could tell who was right for you. Now that is almost a lost art. Like I said, it's like 2%. He will bring you up to the 96% again, like great-grandmother used to be able to do. So a soulmate reading is spectacular. And sometimes people aren't ready the first year. They're going through stuff, whatever, they don't want to do the whole 9 yards. He doesn't like me to say that either because he wants to get you your soulmate right away. But basically, if you were to wait next year, everything repeats again. People from your past will come in. Then you'll start meeting the right people. And then it's the soulmate period. If you are with your soulmate, then you just ignore all these people attracted to you. They can still be friends, they can still be in your life, but they aren't going to be the romantic soulmate that you have, because we have 3 at any one time that can happen as well. Question over here? Yes. Yeah.
You're saying like a closure and healing soulmates that come on within a month. Is it ever like 2 months and 2 months, 3 months?
No, he is so specific. It actually ties into your birthday, their birthday. It changes based on a man and a woman. It's not the same. It goes backwards and forwards. He sees time. When you get a reading with him, he's seeing a multimedia movie going on. And it's so much information he cannot talk fast enough. But it follows rules. Same with color, same with frequency. As we ascend and we go up to the higher planes, right now we're on the physical plane. This is about as low as you can go. Extremely difficult. We are ascending though right now, so you should notice things starting to miraculously happen, becoming psychic. Your animals are going to be able to communicate with you like I'm talking right now, if you haven't already noticed. So everything is ascending on Earth at the same time, including Earth herself, the plants, the animals, everybody. The next plane up is called the astral plane. That is where we go to sleep at night. That is where we go when we cross over. The next plane above that is the heavenly plane, where all religions recognize, doesn't matter what religion it is, they all recognize the heavenly plane, which tends to be the colors of light blue, light pink, the pearly gates. That actually matches St. Peter standing at the gates. If you believe that, he will be there for you. If you believe Jesus will be there, he will be there for you. So your beliefs actually tie in, but there are rules. The heavenly plane is also where all the good aliens are communicating. It's also called the cosmic superhighway, if you've heard that term. They all follow these frequency rules. So some, not all, aliens are in a different path. It's called devolution, where they're going from high to low and experiencing that, no judgment. Most of you are ascending and going back up to, at some point the physical plane will dissolve, then the astral, then the heavenly. We were never supposed to go below the heavenly plane. Somebody did that. and his name is Archangel Michael, and he wanted to actually speed it up. Oh, they can get more out of this God if we make it harder. So you can thank him for that. But these are the hardest lessons, and this is one of the hardest planets. Yes.
I was curious if there is negative soulmates and positive soulmates, and you kind of gave an essence of there's different types through your life, but I did been given a reading one time where like you're with your negative soulmate. And it's a terrible thing, but I wanted to know
It's a good question. I've never heard anybody ask that. So I would say, from my standpoint, viewpoint, opinion, there is no negative soulmate, but you brought up something interesting. A lot of you are with a guy right now, and they want to know, is that my soulmate? He will tell you. Maybe that is not, maybe it'll be just fine, maybe it'll work out, you guys can stay together. It's always your choice. Everything is intention, choice, and free will. Always, always, always free will God gave us. So, doesn't mean it's a bad thing, but he will tell you if it is your soulmate one way or the other. Some people are married, they want to know if it's your soulmate. Some people are planning a divorce, and they want to know who's coming down the line. He will tell you that. Some people want to fix the relationship, he will tell you how to fix the relationship if you want to do that. So it's whatever you want to do. It could be all three. Literally, we've had ladies that, I'm with the husband, is that my soulmate? I'm thinking of divorcing him too. Is there other people coming down the line? He will tell you. I want to fix it. He'll tell you how to fix it. With men, the big thing is, and I think John Gray is coming to this event. He taught me this many, 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 many years ago, and it's fabulous. Because if you know this, you'll learn, you know a lot about guys. When a guy comes home from work, what does he want to do? Eat. Yes. He's a caveman. He wants to go to his cave. He wants to be left alone. Do that. Give him an hour or two by himself. He works differently with his hormones than a woman. A woman wants to share her day. Let me tell you what happened. You can do that. Happy hour, though, was invented for you guys. Yes, it's for you guys to share. Have a glass of wine, share your day, get it all out. It's very healing. Your oxytocin goes through the roof. You feel better. Your serotonin goes through the roof. That's for you. If you're going to do it with your guy, let him have his hour or two to eat, take a breath. He just zoned out. He doesn't want to look at the TV. That's it. And he's actually doing something. And it's a good thing. Wait until 90 minutes or 2 hours, then go to him and say, husband, boyfriend, whatever, I just want to share a day. I don't want you to problem solve. I'm just sharing. If you tell him up front that you just want him to listen without having to come up with solutions, he'll do it. He'll just listen. That's all you really want. You just want somebody to listen to you. Right? At least I do. That's the way I just listen to me. Don't have to problem solve. A man's only thing that he can do is problem solve. That is all he's there to do. So when you start talking to him, he's clicked in. How do I solve this problem? I had a problem with the girl at work. He's thinking of how can he solve that. If you tell him up front he doesn't have to solve anything, I'm just sharing my day, how good or bad it was, he can just do that. And you guys are going to have a much better relationship. Okay? Any questions? Yes.
How do you figure out who your archangel is without talking?
Great question. Okay, I love these questions. How do you figure out who your archangel is? A lot of you, surprisingly, know who your archangel is when you get a reading with Dr. Von Lahr and he will validate it. Somehow you just know. Your archangels are tied to a specific color. So when you're sitting in front of him, your archangel will come in and they are huge. Very specific shade of color, which we are going to be teaching you in the color class for the first time. You just told me the colors tie into the archangels, which tie into the path, which ties into the frequency, and a million other things. But basically, they stand in a specific format behind you. No one in the world knows that, but Dr. Von Lahr, which we just taught in mediumship class, we have charts. They follow rules too. They also come in a specific color. During which you started to hit on some of them, she's almost completely accurate. She's a little bit off between Archangel Raphael and Archangel Gabriel. But they do come in very specific colors. So if you learn how to see them, you will know who your archangels is if you face a mirror, you look behind you. Usually the tan wall is really good, helps you see much easier. Or you can get a reading with Dr. Von Lahr, and he will tell you your archangel, and it should make so much sense to you. Because your archangel, like I said, is the same one with you life after life. They don't change. So you chose a specific pathway before you decided to become a human and not an angel. You chose a really hard path of experience. You're on that track for life. You can't get off the roller coaster. No matter how awful it is, you agree that archangel's with you no matter what you're doing in each life. And they do tie directly into the things that you are interested in. So if you're interested in health and healing, you may have, let's just say, Archangel Raphael, even though he's more wisdom. Greenish blue tint. That will be your path life after life. You can alter it, you can try different modalities, you can try holistic healing, you may be a doctor one life, a nurse, or work with the trees one life, or the animals. So there's lots of choices, a psychiatrist, things like that. But you'll notice the things and the hobbies that you're drawn to tie into your archangel. They also, like I said, your master guide is also with you life after life. You know what you're trying to accomplish in this time around. That is who he's communicating with. So he's going to give you messages from them, which I think is better than family members that have crossed over, because your family members are very much the same as they were when you were here. Not much difference. Why would you go to them unless you have serious traumas or you need answers about that or other things you need closure on? Say your dad or your mom abused you and you need to get past that. That would be a good reason for mediumship with them, possibly. But for the most part, if you're getting a reading with Dr. Von Lahr, ask who your archangel is. He's so fast, he will tell you, and he will give you so much information about yourself. Because again, they're with you life after life, tie into everything that you're doing. And that's who you want to hear messages from. You want to know what the future is? Go live. Family members can see a little bit into the future that are crossed over, but the higher you go, the more accurate it is, the further out you can go. Dr. Von Lahr can talk about your past, which you know. He can talk about what's going on right now, and most people want to know what's coming up. And then a lot of you like to know past lives. Those are fantastic, especially if you kind of might have some inklings of past lives and things like that. He has a technique known only to him where he picks up your most important past life or lives that have to do with this life. And I have had 2 past life readings with him. They are phenomenal. They were 3 hours long each. He doesn't do anything for free, so somebody bought those for me. And I had them with him, and they helped explain so much. I understood myself better. I understood trauma that I kind of remember. As he says, you're like, oh my God, I remember that. I remember that happening. So past life readings are very valuable. They're very healing. A lot of you come to the show and have a person with you, and you believe you have past lives together. You are probably right. He will tell you what you guys did in the past. You may have reversed roles. Sometimes you're the mom, and the daughter is sometimes the mom. Sometimes you change sexes. You can be whatever you want when you come back. Sometimes you're the dad. Sometimes you're the boyfriend. Sometimes you're the husband. So we tend to come back with the same people if we really like them and want to experience the differences in the relationship dynamics. So if you come to a past life reading and you guys are like just friends, you may not have been just friends in the past, or you're married now, you may have had different roles. Any questions? Yes. Is there a possibility what? Okay, so that's a pretty serious question. I'm going to repeat it in case you all didn't hear it. If you're getting a mediumship reading and you lost somebody, is there a possibility that they would come back right away to this life while you're still here? I believe that is very unlikely. Dr. Von Lahr would say normally it takes a long, long time before they come back. Usually we spend a lot of time on the other side. The gooder person you are on this life, the longer you get to stay on the other side, and you get to look at all the facets of what you did while you're here, all the people that you affect like a diamond, and then you decide, you have time. Okay, I want to use my mother, use my father, I'm coming into this type of household. Maybe it's financially very stable this time around, something like that. You want to come back and have a different experience, and I want to become a singer. Like Britney Spears kind of said that. They already know at 1 year old why they're here. They remember their past. A lot of children remember their past lives. It's still fresh in their mind for years. They remember, but you have time to put it all together. A lot of times it is the same people, just in different roles. Now, there is a difference with pets. Pets can come back immediately. We do not advertise this, but Dr. Von Lahr can bring your pet back if you want. It is with 2 archangels that do this. It's not him doing it, it's the archangels. And it's very specific. You will get exactly the same animal back, the same personality. We've done it twice. We have 2 dogs that we did it with once, completely different opposite personalities, Cocker Spaniels. Night and day. He brought them both back. And the archangels explained exactly what would happen, the markings on them, and the whole 9 yards. So if you are so distraught, I haven't talked about this in years. If you are so upset that you cannot go on without your pet, call us and we will help you and bring it back. Usually you don't want to wait forever, because even like people, there's timing. Sometimes when somebody crosses over, they do actually need a little bit of time. I don't like to say that because I've never had an instance with Christian where you want to talk to so-and-so and they haven't come in, knock on wood. So, the health scan is something else that he does. That head-to-toe scan, when he gets to the root cause of the health issue, solves it and or heals you, can take 30 minutes. So soulmate, about 45, health scan, about 30. Some people save time on the health scan by just cutting to the chase, like mediumship, saying where it hurts. They have eye problems, digestive problems, and their ankle hurts. We'll go straight to those 3 issues, solve it, and something new since COVID, if you say certain things, he may decide to just heal you as well. But he will usually give you real-world solutions to the physical ailments. And unlike the medical community, which they're very valuable, he does not treat the symptom, he goes and finds the root cause. If you treat the root cause, guess what? Your body conspires to heal everything else. It is so excited that you took care of the problem, like, oh, you got rid of that. I'm going to go ahead and take care of everything else now. So a health scan is spectacular. He's one of 2 people in the world that see inside the body, eyes open, down to the cellular level. He is teaching that class, I think, for the 5th time, the first weekend of January, Burbank Airport area, small class size of 10 people, all class materials included, how to do what he does. These arts are lost. They're actually being wiped out from the internet. He gets psychic information, and he goes to Google, or whatever search engine, to check, just to validate he's getting it correct. He likes 3 different ways to know, even in your reading. He expects to be a yes 3 different ways. That is how psychism is supposed to work. And when they communicate on the other side, like the astral plane's 14 dimensions, when they say one word, it means so much more. So you should get a lot when you're getting a mediumship reading. And he finds lost objects. A lot of people want to know, where is the key to safety house? Where's the will? Where's this? Where's this? We had a lady owner from the New Living Expo, the biggest one in California and San Francisco. She gave you an expo just like this. She told the owner, who's the best here? He said, Dr. Mama. So she got a reading. She said, I want to find a lost object. And to this day, she's watching, she knows, because we see her all the time. But basically, not only did Christians not just say where it was, he said, don't even tell me what the lost object is. I'll tell you what the lost object is and where it was. And he was 100% accurate. So lost items, another thing he can do. But getting back to your question, pets can come back right away. We've done it twice, it works, we've done it for other people, we don't advertise it on the websites. By the way, if you want to check out his 2 websites, they're on the banners when you go in the front door. I think they're in the garden, and then there's one on the back wall. If you take a picture of it, you get the 2 websites, my cell phone number, and email address contact. So feel free to take a picture of that. The newsletter's going around, add yourself to that. You'll get all his digital contact information as well. I don't send out too many newsletters anymore. I did not do one for this show. We will be back in January, so if you are thinking of seeing him, a lot of you today are getting readings that were here last time and didn't get a chance to see them. So I tell you, just call me. We start at 8 in the morning. It is quiet. Come, you don't have to wait 6 or 8 hours to get a reading with him. Just come early in the morning if you're able to. We are set up ready to go. We'll start early. Like tomorrow, we'll be here early before the show opens. And we will stay as long as somebody wants a reading. Tomorrow, he doesn't say too late because I don't know if he's going to be staying tomorrow night. But tonight, we will be here till midnight. Literally, till midnight doing readings. So it'll be very quiet. He's the only one allowed to do that. It's the first booth when you go in. And if I don't cover all your questions today, feel free to come by the booth. I'll answer your questions. If you're interested in the class, let me know. If you do a small deposit while the show's going on, you get a sizable discount. The wizard class is pretty much full. Maybe you'll take one more person. That is a very special class in that we are going to build off of it for Wizards Part 3 in March of 2026. So he is requiring, if you are thinking of doing the wizardry type classes, they are going to be building off each other. They're so advanced that you absolutely cannot take any new people after we go to the next one. So if you're interested in any class, let me know. MIT is the one where we see inside the blood and the body. A lot of the conspiracy classes that we were doing during COVID, we were the only ones doing classes during COVID because we were allowed to. It was all spaced out, and there were reasons, but basically, what was I going to say on that? I forgot. Questions? Yes?
Could you talk more about
the twin flame, I'm not going to go into too much detail except to say it can be a great relationship. It can be everything you ever dreamed of. You guys know each other inside and out. It doesn't tend to last the entire lifetime unless you want it to, because what? You're butting heads all the time if you drive each other crazy, because it's really yourself. You split, and you are dealing with yourself, and you know everything about yourself. You know what irritates you. You know everything that's good. And so you guys know just too much about each other. So you tend to go at it. A soulmate, you guys are taking yourselves further than you would have gone by being single. You go much further in life. There's a question over here. Yeah. No, you cannot choose not to come back, because remember what I said? You're on a roller coaster, you can't get off, you agreed to this. That is probably the number one thing everybody wants to know. They are just over it so hard. On this planet, there are other beings on other planets close by. Venus, Mars, and they are not necessarily as dense as us. They tend to have a torso, we all follow some kind of rules in the universe, things like that, but they can have a triangle head, or a big head, or big eyes, or this or that. But for the most part, you are going to decide that you want to go back. It will be your decision. If you are really done, you're a Pisces, you've gone through the wheel a million times, and you're like, you know, I really got all the lessons, I know it all. Maybe we're coming to that part where sometimes there's not as much karma. If you didn't have children, having children is a big karmic thing. One, you have to be there for them, and it tends to create a line. Did you have children? So that's what I thought. You are kind of finishing possibly. Are you a Pisces? The opposite of Pisces. But basically, I don't want to say no, but Christian would usually say no, you probably aren't done yet.
The numerics.
Numerics. Okay, so we have a numeric question. 777. You guys know what that means? The best. That's God's number. If you see the 777, not just at a casino, that means God's telling you you're doing everything right. You are doing, it's like almost the impossible. Like everything you're doing, God agrees with. You're on the right path. You did the right thing that day. He likes what you're doing. He's clapping. Excellent. 777 to me is the best. Yes.
Does it have to be a part? It can be a friend.
Yes. Okay. So again, twin flame, I'm going to have to get more read up on that. But basically, yes, the twin flame can just be a friend. It can be somebody in your life. And that's what they tend to evolve to be. You guys might not want to live together, but you still communicate. You may have a partnership in the business. You can be a friend in your life. Yes. Yes. Living together probably isn't a good idea as a twin flame. That might be not the best thing for you guys. But being friends, that's fabulous. 111. You guys know what that means? 111. You see 111 on the digital clock, on the license plate, on the billboard, where? Everywhere. You see one. That's God saying, maybe tweak it a little. It's kind of make a wish, starting new, planting seeds. It all goes together. Beginning. So 111 could mean you may need to make a little bit of a change in your life. I like to call it make-a-wish. Starting something new, planting a seed. It's a good beginning point. So you see 111 on the clock, make-a-wish. That's an easy way to remember it. You see 222, that now means your dream is coming true. Did you hear that? 222 would mean more of that. Your dream is starting to come true. The seed is sprouting. Hold on just for a little bit longer. You're going to be amazed only that day. Something is going to happen that is miraculous, wonderful. 222 means it's already happening. It's happening, it's manifesting. Yes. 333? I knew you were going to ask that. I knew it. So 333 is the number for ascended masters. Jesus, Mother Moon, Mother Mary, Kuan Yin, Buddha, King David, King Solomon, Thor, the great gods and goddesses, they would be on that level. That means they are with you, they are happy, you're being helped by them. 555 means you're going to get what you want. But be careful, because it can be a bumpy ride. I never like that part. Like, let's just forget about the bumpy ride part. I'm going to get what I want. So 555 is a very magical number, very good. Just beware that, what I'm saying, this is what you asked for. I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to give it to you. But it's not going to be perfect. You're going to get what you want, but there may be little hang-ups there, here and there, and stuff like that. So just be aware that that can happen. Little blips in the road. I remember we were going to Las Vegas to do an event where I was going to interview celebrities, and I got 555 the whole way there. I thought, that's good, I'm going to get to interview celebrities. But there were issues there too. It didn't go smooth, it wasn't easy. I got the interviews, but it was not easy by any stretch of imagination. Any more questions? Are we okay on time? What's going on? Yeah.
The number 90.
Yeah, 1 minute. 1 minute.
Number 90. I say that a lot.
90, wow. Okay. 90 means endings. 0 means Dios, God, beginnings. So something is ending and falling away in your life. Something is starting new. 0 is the very, very beginning point. That's a good thing. Let go of the past and move forward with it. One more question? Yes. Yes.
And I have my archangel here
Yes.
and he's guarding me. But I wanted to know, guys, about some people in Europe. There is a small community, not community, a small nation of people that has archangels, and every family has a family guardian, archangel, and we're celebrating the once a year, every guardian family angel, and we've got a friends and family and having meals.
And it's like it's encouraging like from the father to son. So when the father is not alive, and the son is like encouraging that part. So like
What's the question?
So that is like that nation is serving people.
Yes.
And my guardian angel is
Excellent. Archangel Michael is who everybody wants. He is the most challenging, as you may have heard me bring up a little bit, because he demands that you demand in all of your relationships complete honesty, virtue, all the virtues. So Lancelot, Queen Guinevere, they open the door for you. They're really, really very important. Honesty is the most important thing. So that could be the hardest path, because if they break that, it's over. There's no coming back. So definitely come by the booth. I'm going to let the next speakers come on because I see them already here. If you have questions on the classes or getting a reading, we do have openings this afternoon and evening, and as well as tomorrow. Add yourself to the newsletter too at the booth if you haven't already. Christian also does crossed over family members, of course, so you have your Archangel and Master Guide, teacher guides, legal questions, relocation questions, starseed heritage, which is something very good to if you don't think you're from here, as well as a million other things. So thank you so much.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading. It is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV, Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch.
Okay, I don't know that I'll be able to channel with that, but I think we'll be okay.
Or we can,
Yeah, I think we're okay.
Teach your body to use your life,
Huh?
Teach your body to use your life. I think they can handle.
So guys, welcome to SoulSearch Saturday. And it is 1 o'clock. It is a beautiful day and more people come in. Join us. There are seats kind of everywhere and a little bit here, there, and everywhere, but they shall be filled because we are so honored and excited, especially in this time in our lives, to be having AJ and Thomas with us today, who will, in the Two Voices, channel one loveliness for us all. And so at some point, there will be the opportunity for you to rise and perhaps ask a question or have a little bit of a moment. And so if that happens, please do. And I will sort of give you a signal and I will sort of give you a melting down signal and that kind of thing. So we'll just float through this experience and let us give AJ and Thomas a welcoming
As we get close to the time we should be ending, to just let the guys know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they usually
want to play with this or not?
Yeah.
Very good.
Hi everybody, I want to make sure you can see us because we're going to sit. You won't be able to see us as well. Thank you so much for being here. This is such an important time. And so I'm so excited to be able to share messages from the guides with you all. Please if you haven't already, set your intentions, what you want to know, because what we've learned is that the guides know exactly who's in the room and what you need. And remember that sometimes if you don't get a chance to get your question answered, because there's so many of you, that chances are your question is going to be answered through somebody else. So don't tune out the others. They may be talking to you as well. All righty.
Absolutely. So for those of you who don't get your questions asked today, we also do a live online channeling every month. So go to our website, speakingfromsource.com, and you can check that out there. And we have a beautiful community called the Circle of Light, and that includes a free monthly online channeling with your membership as well. So we're so grateful for you today. Tom is going to lead us in a little alignment meditation as we bring in the guides and your guides. We do channel a beautiful collective for you today, and we're very excited to bring them forward. They'll answer your questions. Sunny is going to be moderating for us today, so thank you so much. And at the end, they will say that they are complete. Hang tight, because this session today is an energy transmission, as you can see, an energy transmission. It'll bowl you off your feet.
This is why we sit.
This is why we sit, yes. And they will share the unconditional love of Source with you today.
And let me encourage you just to take it in.
Yes.
That's a complete gift for you. And I have to say that because sometimes we have resistance we're not even aware of.
Yes.
And accepting love is one of those.
Yes.
So just take in that energy.
Yes, and one quick reminder, there are two of us here, and just quick hands up in the room who's been to a channeling before with someone, whether it be Bashar or Abraham. Excellent, okay, that's great. Well, there are two of us here, and the reason is that the guides have asked that we share together, sharing one mind simultaneously. And I know it's a big stretch, it's a little unusual for you, but they said that they want us to be a live illustration of the oneness consciousness that is coming to humanity. And so it's quite a unique experience for us as we channel to experience, but you'll experience it yourself as you hear the guides come through each of us. But it is one mind that we share, so it's really quite something.
All right, let's not waste
begin.
another moment. So I'm going to ask you, as always, to join me in this meditation. This is for all of us to align our energies. The energies of the guides are pretty strong, so this will get us all well aligned. So if you would join me in taking 3 deep breaths in and out, in and out, in and out. Allow yourself just to breathe naturally at this slower pace, filling your body with the energy of love that is in every breath of air, feeding every cell of your body a deliciousness that is given to you freely and without thought or effort. Allow yourself to feel the energies of Earth as she comes up through your feet and your seat. And as she brings her energies to your root chakra, a beautiful brownish red light, filling you with a sense of protection and safety. She grounds you, she roots you, and she holds you steady as we go on this etheric journey. Feel now the energies coming into your crown from the divine itself, a beautiful violet silver light that meets with the energies of earth, combining beautifully as above, so below. This is the energy that sustains you. These are the energies that work within your chakra system to make your incarnation complete. Allow them to flow freely from your root chakra to your sacral chakra, a beautiful orange light, your creativity, to your solar plexus, a lovely yellow light, which fosters in the energy of your identity, to your heart chakra, a green light of compassion so critical now for you at this time. To your throat chakra, a beautiful sky blue light, which allows you the energy of expression, the capacity to express your groundedness, available to you at all times, your creativity always there for you, your identity, both as a soul as well as an incarnated being, and your heart, which beams your compassion at all times, always available to you, built in to your energetic system. And now we move to our third eye, right in the middle of our forehead, a beautiful indigo light which projects a door into the etheric realm. This too always available to you, always available to reach out to source, to your guides, to the many dimensions. They are not far from you, and you have access to them at all times. As we peer out through this light, we see the very light of source in the distance. Allow yourself to see this bright light in the distance and feel as it reflects the light of your soul within, for it is the same light. These two always available to you, source always accessible to you. It's from this place that we call out to our beautiful guides and invite them to come and join us here around this etheric table to join with your guides who are also present, and to ask that they deliver messages that are of greatest and highest good for those who are listening. We ask, please, that you enable AJ and I to communicate clearly and concisely for the greatest good of those who are present here today. And we thank you for all that you will provide for us during this time.
Indeed, dear ones, we are grateful for the opportunity to be with you today and share in this transmission. We must say that we are aware of the energies on the planet at this time and the great level of apprehension that many of you are feeling. And we come, dear ones, with many reassurances, for we wish to advise you that indeed all is well for you. This is a time for you to step back from those things that you actively engage in, that take your attention away from your energies, from your energy centers, from your own remembering and your own knowing of your I am. And this is a time for you, dear ones, to take a breath, as it were. Simply allow yourselves to do nothing. This aspect of always being involved in something, having something to do, someone to impress, an opinion to share, perhaps. And yet this is a time of introspection.
Things have been riled up, yes. Things have been activated that create for you at times aggravation, at times fear, at times worry. This riling up, the question is what to do with it, and what is the purpose. As humans, you are often looking for the thing to do, and we are suggesting to you today that there is nothing for you to do. There is only for you to reflect and for you to transmit, for you are much more powerful beings than you know, more powerful than your actions, more powerful than the things that you think you are able to do. We are not saying you may not do them if they give you pleasure. We are saying they are not the thing that shall create the change, for all of the universe is working with you towards this change. You all are aware. This is an end of time. This is a time of endings. This is a time of conclusions. And as this year continues to grow to a close, though we are not aware of years or months or days or hours, we are conscious that you have marked your time as such. This is a time of conclusion, and therefore we shall ask you, what shall you release? What is it for you that needs to finally be let go of? And let us again remind you that though you think in terms of action, I must quit this food, or I must quit this behavior, Spirit is far more interested for you in what it is in your heart you shall release. What anger, what resentment, what feelings of being cheated or receiving unfairness must you release? For you realize you are well protected, and you have great energies of compassion, of love, that are working far greater than your actions. These things are part of your spirit, part of your soul, and therefore part of your mission in being. What we are suggesting is that all those emotions and their thoughts beneath them can be released and replaced. And in your doing so, you are transforming your world. The riling up that you are seeing is an indicator itself that we in our thoughts are heating up the planet and enabling the changes to occur. We encourage you to think in the same way.
Indeed, dear ones. And so as you shift into this new consciousness, this new state of being rather than doing, you shall be able to reflect and see those things that are naturally dissolving before you, those structures that you felt were so permanent and important, beginning to fade and lose their importance, lose their significance. And in your beingness and in your allowing, allow this process to occur. For it is a natural process as new things rise up to take their place.
Thinking too often about what it is you do not want does not serve you well. Yes? Thinking instead of what it is from what you do not want is showing you what it is that you want. This we would focus your attention upon. We shall tell you from our perspective that though your news is filled with all the worst of humanity, there are greatness that is occurring around you. From your fellow humans, there is great love, there is great compassion. Therefore, do not devote much time to the attention that is given to these stories of negativity, of anguish, of anxiety. And instead remember that there is love around you, in fact, coming from many of you. This is not futile. It is a part of what shall create the change that you are after. We remind you that you are sentinels. You are already set apart, for you are here. You are a part of asking questions that many of your fellow humans are not asking. And therefore, know that as sentinels, you have the ability to stand ahead. You are leading the way. You are shining the light. You are the way showers. And we encourage you to fully embrace this role with all the love and compassion that you have. Where does this love and compassion come from? It does not come from will. It comes from an understanding that you yourselves are adored by Source. You yourselves are a critical part of the universe, made not by accident, but on purpose. You are a part of the gift that completes the universe, and therefore you are not only gratefully powerful, but you are adored and loved. This is perhaps the hardest for you to adopt, for you have been trained and taught that there is something wrong with you, that there is something broken, that there is something incomplete. We hear you regularly in your thoughts. Find the fault before you find the ability to see only what is missing versus what is in your capacity. And so we encourage you to remember how Source sees you. The easiest way to do this, of course, is to spend time aligning to Source. For the more time you spend in quiet reflection, the easier it shall be for you to hear Source's voice sing to you its love songs, sing to you of all that you are and all that you bring, for you are critical to all that is happening in the universe now.
This is what we speak of when we speak of your beingness. So much for you to consider, and dear ones, so much for you to take in at this time. And we remind you that we see you, we acknowledge you, we feel you, we are with you, and you are carried. You are never alone. You are great lights, and we see the light that is present with us here in this room. And we are eager to engage now in your questions.
Someone have.
Yes, indeed.
Many blessings. My question is, how do I send energy, or how do we keep our loved ones in the San Francisco Bay Area safe in the coming changes that we've heard about coming very soon?
Dear
Are they
ones,
indeed coming soon?
you must understand that everything is in accord, and that each and every spirit has its own experience to fulfill. Some you may see as positive, some you may see as negative, and yet to the spirit there is only the experience which allows for the expansion and the evolution of a soul. For dear ones, you are immortal beings. This idea of life and death, as you call it, there is this aspect of your soul which is always conscious, always present, and always appreciative of each and every condition and circumstance. And so, dear one, we suggest that you simply allow that the greatest and the highest good is there for each and every individual in each and every choice and circumstance that they make and that they experience.
Now is the time to think of a term you call vulnerability. For many of you hold a vulnerability as a belief in your heart. I am vulnerable to, either through genetics, some disease that carries across your family line, or I am vulnerable to the violence that surrounds me. I am vulnerable to whatever it is that I do not want. You also carry such vulnerability in your attitudes towards those you love, and wish to protect them. One of the things you have mislearned, if you will, about the nature of the universe, that we think I must recognize your vulnerability to assist you. And we will say to you now, you must instead recognize their strength, recognize the love that the universe has for them as well, recognize their protection, recognize the divine that is always at work with them, not always in a happy ending, as you understand it, but always in the best and greatest good for them and for all around them. Dear ones, your loved ones are not vulnerable, and we would encourage you to no longer see them in this light. Difficult during these times again, for it is easy to see vulnerability in front of you, to see individuals who are open to threat, and yet we encourage you to send them light, to send them love, and to remind them energetically that they are protected, that they are adored, and they are not vulnerable.
I have a question about obsession and doing too much, like you started at the beginning of this conversation. I find myself doing too much of one thing, and I'll end up going for weeks on one task in my business, and then I'll move to a different area of my life and then do a whole bunch of that. And I find myself to be overworking to the point where my arms now becoming numb, and I'm just driving around just doing any old day things. And I'm trying to figure out how can I balance my life a little bit better and know when to stop and take time to maybe do something else and find time to read or do some yoga. Stop being so obsessive about certain things.
There is an outcome that you are striving toward and perhaps are not yet even aware of. and yet not convinced that you are able to complete it. This is the source of all obsession, that there is this desire to complete something, a voice or a mother, if you will, a enemy that is telling you, you must complete this, you must finish this, you must work harder at this. This is the voice for you to silence. And the way to do so is to recognize what is it trying to say to you. And is what it is saying to you serving you? In other words, what is it that is compelling me to complete whatever it is that I am completing? To clean more than I would normally clean, to finish a project, to work arduously and endlessly towards this thing, whatever is driving you. We are not saying that that drive itself is anything but wonderful. We are saying that that drive oftentimes becomes a compulsion. It becomes more than it need be. And so it is important to stop and ask it. What is it that you want? What is it that I believe must happen in order for me to be whole, truly, in order for me to be loved, in order for me to be fully accepted by my very creator, or co-creator, we should say. It is important then to look right in the eye of that which is compelling you and to ask it what it is that it needs and to remind it that perhaps it is not necessary. Perhaps what it needs is more of that meditation time, is more of the relaxation time, is perhaps even taking a good nap, petting an animal that you love. That these two serve you in very good ways. So as you challenge this thing that is nagging at the back of your head, that you quiet it by reminding it that nothing is necessary, that all of it is for the greatest good, and therefore you shall find balance.
Indeed, dear one, a matter of self-love in the understanding that there is time enough for all. We remind you, each and every one of you, of your own ability to choose. For, dear one, compulsion is not external to you. You are always in the driver's seat. You always turn the ignition and choose to drive the car to the destinations you choose. And so in doing so, we return to this aspect of beingness, this aspect of finding grounding and focus, this aspect of allowing for breath and new inspiration, this aspect of appreciation and gratitude for all that you have at this present moment. And therein, in this space, from the aspect of a higher vibration, you are then able to make new choices, set new practices, routines, as it were, and decide what is more important for you, as it were, in your choices, in creating balance, and in loving yourself, that there is time and space and nurturing for all that you desire to manifest.
We hear often humans who believe that it is in this lifetime, this incarnation, that all must get done, and we remind you, you have an eternity, for you are eternal beings. This is just one incarnation among many along your journey. And important to remember when you feel you must get it all done, when it all must be perfect this lifetime. The things that we hear you say at each other's funerals, when you say they accomplished all these things or they lived this certain life, and we think, yes, for this period, but there are so very many more. And so we would encourage you when you are feeling stressed that it all must be done now. that you remember, I have an eternity, and I have all the time in the universe available to me. We must remind the channels of this often, for they want to do far more than they need to do. And they often then make choices of action rather than intentions, as we have discussed today.
I want to ask, how is my daughter Claire, and where might she be?
We have not heard your question.
I'm looking for my daughter Claire. I want to know how she is and how she might be.
She is well. She is well. I say this as I say you are all well. As we say, all is well. For it is easy for you to go lost into details. She is on her path, we shall say it this way. She is receiving what it is that she needs to make her decisions, yet these live with her. These are for her to make. These are for her to decide, yet all is well, all is working carefully in her life, for she is loved as well. Trust and send the intention that she is receiving all that she needs in the moment.
Indeed, dear one, and so we remind you of this aspect and this frequency of love, that it serves unconditionally, and that you visualize in, again, all of the circumstances and all of the conditions of your loved ones, that they are for the greatest and the highest good, for the evolution of that soul, of that being, for their advancement, as it were. See your loved ones as whole, as happy, as complete in all of their choices, in all of their decisions.
Hi, thank you and blessings to both of you.
Greetings.
I am curious. I was laid off in November, and I had prayed for a specific type of job. The job that I'm in currently does not bring me enough income, and I'm wondering if I will be at this job, or will there be another job that will provide me with income and really be there for a long period of time, like grow old and make a shitload of money.
Dear one, this is up to you. This is not an external activity, but this comes straight from your intention. And so we encourage you to maintain the intention of what it is that you want. And this is what we speak of. Many of you know what it is that you want, but you dare not say it. For you are afraid that source will say, well, that's ridiculous. You may not have that. Who do you think you are? Source is saying you are magnificent. You may have whatever you want, for it is a full universe that has endless resources for you. And so, what is it that you want? Set your intention and set your belief that you may have what you wish. And then we encourage you to keep your eyes open, for signs shall occur around you at all times, with doors that are opening. Yet listen carefully to what happens in your mind when you argue with a sign. What happens when you see a sign and say, oh, that cannot be. That's too easy. It cannot happen that quickly or that easily. And we shall say to you, yes, it can. It does. What is holding you back is you, your own beliefs that it is not possible for you. And this is the very purpose of your wish to begin with. The universe can easily give you whatever you want, but it wants most importantly to give you a heart that allows, a heart that is clear from those barriers that are keeping you from getting what you want, that are saying to you, you are not worthy enough, you are not deserving enough. These are subtle voices. They are not so clear. They hide, if you will. And so you must listen carefully to whenever you disagree with your own desires. Set your intention then and watch the universe do what it shall do. You may have what you wish. You may get what you want. It may not look as you want to, so do not spend too much time telling the universe how it must be. For the universe knows what is best, what is greatest and highest. This is the business of the universe. And so therefore, knowing that you are able to receive what is greatest and highest, then you can simply allow, through your intentions, to let the universe open itself fully to you.
Dearest one, we remind you that this is a time of individual mastery for you. And this is why we suggest a return to a practice of being, a practice of allowing, as you open for yourselves new ways of self-care, as it were, to allow for contemplation, for inspiration, for you to identify those things that bring you joy, that excite you, and for those things to manifest clearly for you. For each and every one of you, the task before you is to move toward those things that bring you your greatest joy in your relationships to one another, in the foods that you eat, in the expressions that you create in each and every one of your endeavors. This is the path forward for you, not the money, not the status, not the hours, not the location. We hope you understand.
But all of these things are available to you. They are just not as critical to you. What is critical to you is your understanding of your power, your release of a sense of vulnerability, your belief that you cannot have what it is that you wish, your belief that you are not worthy. These are the things that manifestation is teaching you. These are the things that Source is most interested in you finding. For there, when you are able to feel such things, to know such things, to think such things, then you are an unlimited power, able to change the planet itself. What holds you back is always your disbeliefs, your belief in vulnerability. This is the word for the day, yes? This is the word for you to remember that you are not vulnerable towards anything. There is nothing standing apart from you. There is nothing out to oppose you. And therefore, the first to release is this belief.
Hello, blessings to both of you. I want guidance and help how to heal my heart and let go.
Dearest one, again, we return to your practices and your beliefs. Many of you believing that you cannot be healed. Many of you believing that you are less than or undeserving of love, of joy, of health, of success, and so on and so forth. Dearest one, your heart, your happiness, your joy is indeed your birthright. And so we suggest to you to reclaim your power, that aspect of you that is the very essence of the divine. For there is no separation, dear one. You are of the divine in your very beingness. And so we suggest for you a return to your I am presence, a return to your practices of worthiness, a return to seeing yourself as whole and as complete, and as a being that is capable of creation, expression, and manifestation, that embodies a whole heart, that embodies whole health, and that embodies joy and love.
Realize, of course, dear one, that it is always best to start small, to start with a single thought. Today I will seek the healing of my heart. Today I shall feel a difference in my body, if it is my body, or in my soul, if it is my soul, my consciousness. Today I shall feel just a slight difference. I may not even know why or how. I may not have the answers. Again, you wish so much to move to action. We would say to simply allow the divine to heal inch by inch, to take just a small piece for some of you, and use this. Today I shall feel this. And we would encourage you at the end of this day that you have committed in the beginning with this intention to reflect upon how that difference was felt for you, inch by inch, piece by piece, step by step. For some of you is easiest than to wait for full transformation at once. This is more difficult. Harder for you to do, requires a great amount of faith, a great amount of belief. And so we would suggest you start small. You start with, today I shall feel better about this. Many of you know the game we encourage you to play. The game where you find 3 things that show the universe's love for you. Begin the day by intending, I shall see 3 things that I appreciate. 3 things that show me that Source adores me. Set this intention. And then at the end of the day, allow yourself to reflect, what did I see? What did I experience? Soon you will be able to see it in the moment. You shall be able to recognize, there it is in front of me. One of those signs, one of those symbols for me. One of the ways the guides are speaking in my ear to remind me how loved I am. At the end of the day, as you collect these like treasures, they are all there to help transform you. So begin small and take one thing at a time. For there are so very many more than 3. Many more than 3 for you to find.
Notice how the divine always supports you, always carries you. It may be in the allowing of the receipt of the gentle and nourishing rays of the sun upon your back, the flowering of a tree, or the purring of a cat, or the joyous bounds of a dog leaping forward to greet you, excited by your presence. There are so many ways in which the divine shows its love and appreciation of you and for your very being.
But notice that it is your attention to these things that you must refocus toward. For it is easy to miss all of them, to become preoccupied with what it is that you are doing, to become preoccupied with what is that needs to be done or what is happening around you, that it is easy to miss these things. Source is trying often, as are your guides, to capture your attention towards these things, and this becomes easier as you set the intention in the beginning of the day towards this. We would encourage you not to get out of bed until you have set this intention. We promise what you shall see will delight you. The beloved moderator, do we have time for more questions?
Yes, we have time for 2 quick questions because we have eager beavers who want to come forward. I feel it anyway. So first, eager beaver.
Thank you to the guides. I decided I'm getting a t-shirt that says, I am F-bombing my way to ascension. I would like to know how more ideas about letting emotion pass. Thank you.
I wish to say something first. We want to remind each of you that you were gifted with personalities. By the way, these personalities are things like shoes that you try on with each lifetime. They are a part of your learning in each incarnation. We always encourage you to never apologize for tenaciousness. Dear one, that tenaciousness has served you well in difficult times, yes? And therefore, we would say to you that the issues of what your thought pattern is simply a part of who you are. And yet the question always, to all of you, is how does this serve me best? This is an easy question to answer, for you know the answer to this question by how you feel. When you feel depleted, when you feel exhausted, when you feel disgusted, when you feel as if you wish to give up, then it is not serving you well, for these are not the feelings that this source wishes for you. Wishes for you vitality, wishes for you vibrancy, wishes for you joy. When there is not joy, then it is time to question where your thought patterns, where the stories you tell, where the things that have captured your attention are not serving you well. You have the ability to change them immediately, for you also know what does give you joy, what does give you energy, what does lift you up. We would suggest more of the same. Some of you have a tenaciousness which drives you, gives you joy. We would say you do not need to release this, but note when it depletes you. Note when it does not serve you well, for there is another choice for you. The choice, we shall say, always is love. It is what is transforming your planet now, and we would encourage all of you now to enable yourselves to love as you never have before. This does not mean having to go out and buy lunch for everyone. It simply means that you send out the feelings of love, the thoughts of love, the thoughts of appreciation. Appreciate those who irritate you, for they are there to irritate you. They are there to show you what you do not want. They are there to show you what you need, perhaps. And therefore, you may appreciate them. Send out as much love as possible now, for it is a critical time. You are coming to a completion, as we have said, which means you are coming to a new beginning, for nothing ends without a new beginning. Now is the time to wish for what it is that you desire, what world you wish to live in, what systems you wish to have. Do not focus on what you do not want, focus on what you want. Carrying your love now will assist in great ways.
And so we remind you, your emotions serve a valuable purpose for you. They are not there to stick you in the mire and keep you down and stuck. They are there for you to simply transcend and to pass through. For there is nothing you cannot transcend. There is nothing you cannot overcome. This is part of your soul's agreement, as it were. Even the most dire of circumstances, or the most intense of feelings or emotions, are there for you to move past, to decide to make new choices. You are never here to fail or to succumb.
We will take one more question.
Thank you very much. I am 75 years old.
Bless you.
And at the age of 11, on my father's deathbed, he made me promise to take care of my mother and my younger brother for 7 decades. I never felt like I was enough to do what I needed to do. Last month, I was able to release, and I was able to find a way that I was released of this promise. So what I would like to ask of both of you is to send thank you to my mother, my father, and my brother for our past. I feel that I have done my job. Thank you very much.
Dearest one, we are so grateful for your sharing, for you have illustrated everything that we have talked about today. We are grateful that you have found this. We would only add one other thing, and that is none of this was by accident. This a life you chose. This a lesson you wish to learn. You know you all have this ability to set the course of where and how you shall incarnate. And you do so, not for the easiest ride. You do so for the most fruitful knowledge that it shall yield. Not knowledge of the universe, though you shall gain this as well. Knowledge of your own soul's capacity, what your soul has learned about love, and about sacrifice and about service was exactly what you wished for it to have. And yet the gift that is most important is your recognizing the need to release the feelings of being inadequate. For none of you are inadequate, and yet you hold these thoughts. Know that as you have heard in this story, and we appreciate some of you could not hear, but in this story, this human spent decades and decades caring for her parents and feeling inadequate. It is the feeling of inadequacy that you came to this planet to conquer, to overcome. Each of you have these pathways, and we are so grateful that you are able to find the light to conquer them. But we remind you, you have eternity. You need not conquer it all in this lifetime, for it shall return for you. It shall work with you again. You shall make a choice again, and you shall at times take on something new. For this is your eternal pathway, and it is one that is designed for joy. For it all results in a self-realization of your divinity, of your superiorness, of your beauty, of your magnificence. We wish to tell you all how we can feel your energies and your love. We are excited for all that you shall do for the planet with these intentions. We are grateful for the opportunity to spend time with you and to share with you our knowing from our location to source. But we trust you. We believe in you. We know your capacities. We know what new beginnings you shall create, sentinels. We know what is coming for you, and it is divine.
Indeed, dear one, we must add, importantly, that many of you experience feelings and emotions from others, not knowing in this present time, in this incarnation, how your own actions have been received with others at the soul level. And we should advise you, dear one, that each of your actions, your thoughts, your intentions that are created and manifested in love are always enough. Deeply resonate on the soul level with those you care about, whether they are present with you, whether they are afar, or whether they are in spirit, as it were. Your thoughts, your energies, your vibration of love has a tremendous impact on the growth of your own soul and on the growth and expansion of the other beings around you, whether they tell you of this or not, whether they are aware of it or not, or whether you are even present to it or not. This is where you are the sentinels. This is where you are the change makers. And this is how the new energy of ascension comes forward to you. Dear ones, we remind you how loved you are unconditionally at this time. We feel your hearts and your intention, your compassionate words, we see you in your quiet moments, and we look upon you with great care for the important journey that you are making in your own self-awareness and self-realization.
Therefore, let us share the love of Source with you and take in all that is available to you. And with this, we are complete.
Thank you for that. Wow, thank you for that. Thank you. Golly, I know we've got to go. I just want to say, if you'd like to have a deep dive with the guides, we are available for private sessions. Go to our website, speakingfromsource.com. And who here would like a free gift today? Yes. Go over to speakingfromsource.com, enter your email there, and you'll be part of our Wisdom Wednesdays. And every Wednesday, we'll send you some beautiful inspiration and insights exclusively from the guides to uplift you each and every week. With that, we send our love.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Sonny.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit.
I know you're good for it.
Hello, hello, everyone. My name is Sunny Chase. It is Soul Search Saturday, and we are really, really grateful that all you guys are in these seats. You brought your butts to these seats. We're pretty happy about that. And you're also online, so we've got it all going on here. And how much do we want to feel organized? How much do we need that in so many ways? And so right now we are going to bring on our lovely next speaker who's going to make it all make sense. And so come on down, girl. I'm going to hand you this mic and I'm going to let you go for it. Here you go. And let us bring a round of applause.
Microphone or not, it's super not me because you know me, I'm a hands flailing kind of gal, but I'll try. My name is Julianne Wilford. I'm a psychic home and land healer. I also clear businesses as well. I cleared a hair salon a minute ago. The reason why I do this speaking engagement is I run into the same types of things over and over in people's homes. And so I thought it was very organic to speak to all of you about what you can do to try to keep your home more high vibrational on your own as well. And then at the end of this, you'll have to forgive me because I was a middle school teacher, so I'm really comfortable speaking a lot. So I try very hard to stop at a certain point to allow plenty of times for questioning. That is my favorite. I was talking to Jen a little bit ago. That is my favorite part of the session because I love to have a question and answer part of things. And then I get to shut up a little bit too, which I'm totally fine with. Okay? Here we go. A house should be your sanctuary. Bottom line. Okay? Now, we know that things happen in our lives and in our homes, and it can't always be that perfect place of peace. But in a general scope, your home should be something that you look forward to walking in the front door because you know it's going to give you a nice warm hug. It's going to feel comfortable. It's going to feel safe. That's a big one for me. It's very important to me that people feel safe in their homes. When I do my heavy lifting clearings, as I call them, when I'm clearing an actual haunting or, you know, demons in a house or the big gun stuff, that's my favorite part of doing that work is that people, after I leave, feel safe again. So that should be a thing. It should feel as neutral and soft to you at all times. The most important takeaway really from this whole discussion is that I would like for you from this point on, if you don't already, to think of your home as a sentient being, as a being that is genuinely alive, okay, and is a part of your life. It lives, it breathes, it throws fits, it does all the things. And we'll talk more about how it shows you that it's not happy. But that's, you know, the general scope is it really helps if you think of it from those terms. You can think of your home as a being that if it gets upset with you, it's going to start literally throwing fits. I kind of think of it as a child. When the child is happy, everybody's happy. When the child is not so happy, it's going to make sure you're not happy either. Okay, it will throw little tantrums. Keep in mind that any energy that's brought in by people, by experiences, emotions, anything like that is going to remain trapped in the space until it's released. It's just a simple energy situation. For example, have you ever noticed that when life gets a little, let's just call it challenging, shall we, that like let's say something yucky happens at work, or you know your child does something extra special, whatever the case may be, or you know you and your spouse or partner have been fighting a bit, any of that stuff, that all of a sudden things in the house seem to break too, where you just like, you feel like, you know, it's just adding on to the pile. And there's actually a reason for that. What happens is once the house is holding that much negative energy, it doesn't know what to do with it. Usually the first thing to go will be electrical type things, and then following right behind it, plants will die. Yes, you'll have animals start to act up, kids will start to act up. But as far as electrical will go first, but then the bigger appliances will start going as well, by the way. And then it can get really dicey where you end up with the floods and fires. So it is all energy. So that's kind of a big one to keep in mind. The most common trap spots for negative energy that I find when I'm in homes, children do a beautiful job of letting us know. There's a reason kids are scared of closets, okay? I close portals and closets every day I go for a clearing. Almost every house I end up in, I'm closing a portal somewhere. The energy that the veil is so thin right now, it's nobody's fault, it just is, that it's really common for dark portals to open, and if they're gonna be opened up, they're almost always in a closet. It's almost textbook. Under beds, I get a lot of dark energy out from under beds. You can kind of just think of it as anywhere that isn't getting natural light is going to be where you're gonna run into some darker energy spots. And even the big guys will hide out. Shower drains, like anywhere that it's dark is where the dark is gonna hang out. But you can think of it as just dark energy too, even emotional pockets of dark energy. That's where things tend to linger. Let's see, what else? This is the thing with the microphone, I'm not looking already, but I'm playing along. I kind of said this, but a great litmus test if you have little children in your life to wondering where some of your dark energy pockets are is pay attention to where they don't want to go. That's actually a very good clue for you. You have kids, grandkids, and they're like, oh, I'm not walking down that hallway. That's something to pay attention to. They know. Something that people often don't realize is that a house that has a lot of negative energy going will actually block the flow of abundance as well. It is all tied together. Here are the symptoms. I already discussed the little plants dying. You will have animals act up, and you'll also have them staring off into certain corners of the house. Now, a little animal, particularly, as we know, our cats are very tuned in. Dogs too, though. If they're staring into a corner and it tends to be the same corner all the time, you don't need to be scared of anything. It doesn't necessarily mean there's a ghost. It often, I'm not scared of those, but you know what I'm saying. But it can even just be a pocket of energy they're seeing, or just a heaviness. They will see that in ways that other humans don't normally see it. Instead of feeling, as far as the human side of life, instead of feeling revived after you come home for the weekend, if you realize that you actually feel kind of more run down or tired, assuming there isn't human stuff going on, you feel me? But if you feel a little more pulled down, that's a sign that the home needs to get cleared out. Household members playing the blame game out of nowhere or criticizing each other, that can mean the space is holding too much heavy energy. Same kind of thing, excessive complaining from people, that sort of thing. All those are signs and symptoms. I think the most common symptom is things breaking, personally. But, here are the things that create negative energy. Clutter. Clutter is a big one. If you think about it, every single item carries with it energy, carries with it an energetic signature. So when things start getting too cluttery, the home really doesn't know what to do with it. I wrote this down a while ago. I found this and it really resonated with me. Clutter is the physical manifestation of unmade decisions fueled by procrastination. I read that and I was like, oh yeah, so my garage.
Can you say that again?
Right? Clutter is the physical manifestation of unmade decisions fueled by procrastination. Yeah.
Thank you.
And trust me, I'm not saying that with a shred of judgment. If you saw my garage, you'd understand. We're still working on it. Another sign that the house hates is unfinished projects. You're giving the home the whole vibration that there's something unfinished. The house doesn't like that feel. Broken items symbolize, as far as tying in the abundance piece, broken items symbolize broke in feng shui, meaning lack of abundance. So if you have something broken in the home, if you know kind of in your gut level you're not really gonna fix it, let it go. trash it, donate it, whatever you want to do. But broken items actually really bring a vibration down quickly. Any form of filth. Now, here's the part that really stinks. With the veil being so thin, drinking is a big one right now. You may have realized, some of you, that you used to be able to have a cocktail now and then, and all of a sudden now you can't. That is a vibrational thing. It's happening. There's a lot of portals open. There's a lot of things. We're in a spiritual war right now. We just are. I hate to sound melodramatic, which is true. And I don't mean alcoholism drinking. I mean even just normal drinking. I hate the word normal, but you feel me. Even like a couple glasses of wine, a few margaritas, whatever. It really, these days, instantly creates a punch in the auric field, and anything can come in. I do a lot of clearings because people had a party, like a fun party. I don't mean like even something, bad going down, but just a party, and then I get the phone call, and I've literally got some serious stuff to clear out. So just a heads up, and like I said, not a shred of judgment. I brought my drinking down to a glass of wine on Friday night when we go out to dinner, and maybe a margarita on Saturday night, and I mean one. And I go to a gal that I go to clearings for. She clears other psychics. And she made it very clear to me that they said no alcohol for you anymore. And I'm like, stop it. I'm like, not one. And she's like, sorry, not one. And yeah, right, I threw a fit. Like, I really didn't think I was dependent on it until someone was like, no. So, I'm just saying, I'm not saying with any judgment at all, but if there's any kind of normal level of drinking, weed, any of it, it definitely makes you a lot more vulnerable. So at the very least, put a lot of white light around you. And if you want, in our question and answer, I can show you how to put up shields if you're not sure how to do that, but protect the space, because I do a lot of clearings because of that. It's weird, and it's not cool, but it is. Illness will bring in negative energy. If people have been sick in the home, you definitely want to clear it. What else do we have here? See, microphone, book. Believe it or not, I've run into this many times. I've come in and needed to do clearings because some previous items of the previous owners were in the house. Especially if they've deceased, that tends to be an energetic signature, and they tend to claim the space still. So if you have anything like that, if you're not attached to it, I would send that on its way. Okay, a little bit of feng shui coming in now, some things to do for instance, your bedroom. No trash bins should be inside your bedroom, carries turbid or working energy. No medicines or medicinal records of any kind, it symbolizes illness. Bathroom is fine, but not in the bedroom. No metal shops, no scissors, toenail clippers, anything like that. Sharp metal pieces, symbolically punches a hole in your energetic field, especially if you sleep. Well, it's better, duh, but you feel me. Believe it or not, no flowers unless you're single. They invite third-party involvement. Here's a big one that I believe in more than anything I just read, like by 1,000. I would never have a mirror in my bedroom in a million years. When you're sleeping, mirrors in the bedrooms are a big no-no. I clear those, well, when I go through all my bless, clear, cleanse, and seal every mirror anyway, but they're only gonna stay closed so long when you're, dreaming, traveling on that, fun-filled astral plane. Anything can come through a mirror all day long. Yes?
For the rooms that actually have those mirror closets.
Fun game, right?
Yeah.
I had that in my old house, and what I ended up doing is Lowe's, Home Depot, you name it, have that plastic film. It's if you come by my booth after this, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. You just put it on with water. It's not adhesive. It's actually just like this vinyl stuff. And it has like a million different cool little designs. So you can pick something super neutral or do something a little funky. It is kind of a pain in the butt to put up, I'm not gonna lie to you, but I'm not really that handy at all when I did it, so that's saying a lot. Yeah, and that's exactly what I did. And I had the old mirrored closet doors with the mirror against it. So I was like, yay. Anytime anyone came in there in my room, they were like, what's going on? I'm like, I know, just join the party. Like, I just gave up. Yes. Yeah, you can cover it with anything. Yep, totally fine. Like, for instance, if you're in love with it, thank you for saying that. If you are in love with your bedroom mirror, just throw something over it at night. When you're sleeping. Thank you for saying that. That's a very, it just helps. I saw several heads go, oh yay. Thank you. If you've gone through a breakup, anything heavy emotional, obviously if you're a new owner, you've got all the past occupants' energy in there. I do obviously a lot of clearings for new home owners. Believe it or not, video games can be a little tricky. There's quite a bit of low vibration that comes through some of the video games. Even the unearthly visitors kind of thing, if you feel me. Some real low level stuff can come through video games. Low vibrational music, believe it or not, can do it. A lot of cursing and rap, that kind of thing. And trust me, I love my Tupac. It's nothing against rap. You just have to kind of be careful about what you're putting out into the house. For example, I'm not a classical music fan. When I leave the house, I play it while I'm gone. Just get the vibe back up. The obvious things, stress at work. Here's one that I like to talk about because I think people tend to forget. If someone comes over who's going through something and you're loving on them and hugging them and helping them through their thing, they have just left all that energy in your house. So I recommend when you have someone you love who's going through something, maybe you go give them a hug over at their house. Just saying. Do you, but I'm just saying. Or, weather permitting finally, take them outside on your patio. Just walk them right through the house and be like, let's talk out there. I used to do personal clearings, and that's what I would do, is I'd have them come to the house and we sit on the patio, and that way Mother Nature can take care of that for you. Passing of a loved one, any of the emotional stuff, gossip, negative, judgmental energy. You've got a teenager in the house who's a little zippy, that can create it. Oh, the 3 big lies of the ego: guilt, shame, and regret. If anyone in the household tends to swim in the guilt, shame, and regret party, that's going to bring in some low-level energy. Keep in mind, by the way, that those are all not real. Stuff us cute little humans made up. It's all trappings of the ego. Every single little human does the very best they know how to do every moment of every day, period. There are no exceptions. It's a human experience. Yay, growth opportunities. Okay. Obviously, if there's a fire, flood, septic problems, anything like that, I had one of my favorite things is I was getting ready for a home clearing. I do a lot of meditative work in the morning and go to other dimensions and such when I'm going to do a home clearing and channel in what they want me to work on specifically, or what I call the sources or the hot spots. And one morning they were very clear with me to wear my boots, and I just laughed and I was like, okay. And then I just kept going on with my morning, and I heard again, Julianne, wear your boots. And I was like, cool. And I just thought to myself, and I even said out loud, okay, so why do you guys care about my outfit though, really? Like, I feel like this is kind of funny. And I'm like, I'm playing along, I'm gonna wear them, but I'm still kind of curious. And I get to the property, and they had a massive septic tank back up. And yeah, you can't make this stuff up, right? And I was like, oh, the boots, got it. They didn't say to wear my crappy boots, but that's a whole other story. Whatever. But yeah, so I needed to do some land work. So the point is lots of things can cause it. And then my very favorite topic is antiques. Right? Yeah. My sister plays a game. She and my now husband, was boyfriend at the time, bought a cabin together in Lund's Park. It's not as weird as it sounds. They trade off weeks. So her boyfriend will go up, and then we get to come up. And she plays my favorite game called I'm Gonna Haunt My Sister's Cabin. So what she does is she goes and finds her favorite new cute little antique and brings it in, And what'll happen is I'll clear it, and I mean a full 2.5, 3 hour clearing. I'll clear that baby up, I'll get the vibration so high, and I'll walk into the cabin and I'll hear somebody go, "Hi." And I'm like, "Who are you?" You know, endless. One was just, and this, the reason I'm telling you this is how easy a place can get haunted up by one item. She had a freaking green metal box. Actually, that was a gas can, that's another one. Green metal box, and the workman who was carrying that box to work was attached to it. So he came on into the cabin, was hanging out with us. Another one, my favorite one, this is a repeat, is when she bought this cute little Victorian chair. I was sitting, I tell this story, so forgive me to my people who've been through my talk before. It's a favorite though. I have a bright green Walmart onesie with pictures of Will Ferrell all over it, the big furry hood. It's that cool. And it says, "OMG, Santa, I love him." And I was sitting in my onesie and just watching television, probably eating a caramel, watching the Hallmark Channel, doing what I do at the cabin. And I heard clear as day, "What are you wearing?" in a female voice. And I was like, "Now what, Nikki? Like, who you brought in here?" And I look, and she's sitting in the Victorian chair, just looking at me like, "What's going on with fashion these days, girl?" And it was an 1800s cute little lady attached to that chair who was trying to figure out what I was doing. Kind of judgy, right? But and I did say to her, I'm like, "Don't be judgy, you know, like whatever." But that's how quickly you can haunt a space. A clearing I did. For some reason, I end up getting called out to Mesa all the time. That's probably 80% of my work. One of my clearings in Mesa, there was what I can see energy, feel it and see it, but one of the things they'll do if they want me to hone in on an object is they'll make it jump. And they told me to go to the garage. I always clear garages as part of things. And there was just a little nondescript cigar box in there. And they said, "Get rid of that." They said, "Clear it or get rid of it." And so I held it to the owner and I said, "Do you want to keep this?" And she's like, "Well, it was from my, sister-in-law or, my daughter-in-law." And she's like, "But I don't know where she got it. So let me just decide what I want to do with it." And I was like, "Okay." And so she found out that it was from a thrift store or something, and she decided to just go ahead and burn it. And she sent me a video of it, and this big red snake came out of the fire flames, and I was like, "What?" And I then reminded her that you don't really want a video when you're burning something, by the way. Don't do that. But it's cool to see for some reason. But again, that's one object, right? Yeah, I'm gonna move faster to make sure I get through everything. Okay, let's talk about creating your sanctuary. Let's start with, let's say you're moving into a new space, what you can do. You can do the basics. You can use sound cleansing, ring bells, singing bowls, classical music. Sounds corny, but it works. You can go around and clap your hands into all the dark corners of the room. Focusing on where stagnant energy would end up. I love any of the megahertz music. Get your TV on YouTube, whatever, it's all free. 432 megahertz is perfect, 528s, any of them. Just Google what sounds good to you and blast that through the house. You can prepare an herbal wash with cleansing herbs like rosemary or lavender. I'm a huge fan of Florida water. Very high level psychics believe in it too. Like the highest of the high are all about it. I used to just use it to cleanse, clear, and seal mirrors. I also have a specific clear quartz wand that's, I'm an earth angel, so I work with the angelic realm more than anything. But it's programmed for me to do what I need to do with mirrors by the angelic realm. And I used to only use Florida water for clearing mirrors. And all of a sudden, I'm clairsentient, so all of a sudden I just knew that I was supposed to be blasting it through the whole house, like after the clearing, to like raise everything up. And when I asked my gal that I do clearings for, am I just being kooky, or am I supposed to be, really using a lot of Florida water? She's like, "Oh yeah." She's like, it literally changes the ions in the air. So it's a big one. And it used to be something that was kind of tricky to get. You had to go to that spiritual store. Now you can get it on Amazon or whatever all day long. It's like so common. It's called Florida water. It's sold as a cologne, by the way. They just market it that way. Florida, like the state, Florida water. If you get on Amazon, literally, and just put in Florida water, it'll look like a cologne. And I just have a mister that just gently sprays it, and I always end the house clearing using it, as long as they like the smell, of course. But.
You get on Amazon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, any of the spiritual stores will carry it. It'll just be a bit of a markup. Depending, you know how that rolls.
You go in every room, right?
Oh, yeah.
You go in the garage?
I always clear garages when I do it. I go next level though, because someone's paying me, so I want to make sure they get everything out of there that could ever be hiding. And I've had demons hide in lazy Susans in kitchens. I've had them hiding in shower drains. I've had, you know. Oh, yeah. And anymore, most of the time now, no, that's not true. Probably 50-50. They tend to want me, one of my guides is Native American. So he tends to be picky about man, which is good. It's, you know, why, you know, I have a specific team that's been assembled for the work that I do. And he has me clear land all the time. All the, a lot of burial ground stuff here.
No problem. That's about sage and the door frame for the
Say that again?
What are your thoughts about using sage to burn in the doorways of the home to clear?
White sage is a great antimicrobial.
Okay.
It's kind of more for getting like illness energy out.
Yeah.
It does shift the vibration. You're not going to get the real low vibrational fellas out with that, but you certainly can boost. It's kind of like giving you a little boost.
White sage?
Any sage. Texas sage tends to be something low vibrations don't like as much, so you're right into that. Yeah, counterclockwise, whole house, every little. And I throw some lavender on top of that too while you're burning. You put some positive in there right away. No problem. What's that? Florida water, white doorknobs, by the way, with the Florida water, windowsills, floors. What else do we have here? What I like is some of the stuff I don't do. I should. I'm just looking at some of the stuff like, oh yeah, that's right. And this did come from me, I swear. Place a basket of, well, research. Place a basket of fresh fruits, citrus fruits or lemon at the center of your home. This symbolizes abundance and uplifts the vibration. That's feng shui. That's where I got this. Depending on your spiritual belief system, prayers over the home are very powerful, meaning your intention, any of that, whatever your belief system is. Current homes, what I would love to see more homes have, okay, every home have, is an altar. Here's the fun part about altars. You cannot do it wrong, as long as it makes you feel good, okay? It can't be a memorial that you walk by and you get tears in your eyes and your heart becomes heavy. Very different. An altar is absolutely about raising your mood. You see it, you smile, okay, you can have a happy tear. You can do religious symbols, crystals, pictures of loved ones that are still around, or if they've passed, you still have warm feelings and it doesn't make you sad. Anything that makes you happy is an altar. It's supposed to be at the entrance of your home, preferably. Mine is in my bedroom. I cheat. Okay, I have an armoire and I have my altar in my bedroom because there's too much stuff for me to put if it was in the front of the house. So there's that. Bells on the front door. I'm getting into some of the witchy stuff. Bells on the front door, salt on the ground at the doorway. Rich's broom by the front door is actually, if you're into that thing, as I am, pretty powerful. And you can energetically do the motion of sweeping any negative energy out the front door. Selenite, I can't speak enough to selenite. Selenite is a fantastic crystal to have in the home. Selenite, the four corners of the home, inside or out, or in the four corners of rooms. Salt and lavender bags in the four corners of the house of any room. Helps bump it up a bit. Wrong way. I obviously, when I do a home clearing, part of my package is that I leave a home with these crystals. So rose quartz for the four corners of the bed, citrine in the kitchen, that's the heart of the home, amethyst near the tub or anywhere you want to relax. Smoky quartz or shungite will absorb EMF, so anywhere near Wi-Fi routers. Clear quartz is the great healer, so that keeps people a little healthier, if not a lot in the home. It's also an amplifier, amplifies the abilities of other crystals. All the darks are protective, the tourmalines, the shungites, all of those. Northeast corner is the spiritual entry point of a house. Keep it clean, tidy. Make sure you don't have any expired food in the home. Also, that actually lowers things really fast. I'm a big fan of selenite lamps, Himalayan salt lamps. Little disco balls in the closets. You can get them Amazon or anywhere else again. If you literally think 70s disco ball, but just a little guy is all you need, or go big, I mean by all means. Hang it with a little string or whatnot, and that actually will keep the vibration of closets higher. Keep you from having, have someone like me need to come. White candles, really any fragrance that makes you happy. I'm a big fan also of fountains. I have an indoor fountain. It's copper cup that I got at Costco. That's phenomenal. If you're into the fairy element, into elementals, any of that, belief system, they love fountains. It's their favorite little thing. And you'll have your little hummingbird and all that good stuff. It's very fun. If you can, have mirrors face outside. Anytime you can do that is great. It's a great way to bump up the energetics of the room. I tend to, a lot of times when I come into a home clearing, I'm surprised at how many people have all the draperies and everything's so shut and the house is so dark. I get it's hot here, trust me, but I'm just telling you, that's a great way for the house to get low vibrational very quickly. That natural sunlight is one of the best natural clearing systems we have. And it's fall now, so by all means, open up all those windows and let lots of nice fresh sunlight in. Play whatever music makes you happy. That alone will do wonders. With your house plants, keep the leaves clean so they can do their job of keeping things clear for you. After a stressful, I had my gal teach me this. Actually, it was another one. Anyway, if you've had a stressful day at work, now that things are getting nicer outside, it's a great idea to go, depending on your belief system again, to go outside before you go home and be a dork and hug a tree, or sit in the grass, take your shoes off, or walk barefoot in a little park for a minute. Do all those things that people like to make fun of us about that we do anyway. Yeah, I'm totally that gal. People can stare at me all day long. I'm like, yeah, it's middle school again, knock yourself out. Right? So do all those things. And you can, depending again on your belief system, ask God and your angels, whatever works for you, the universe, whatever your belief system is, just ask for that energy to get, to please ask Mother Earth to ground that energy back down. And then you're not taking it into your house, getting everybody all sticky. And, calming yourself down in the process. Question?
Yeah, you mentioned about letting sunlight in. Most of my work is done outside, so I'm outside all the time.
Nice.
And when I come inside, not so nice in Arizona summer, but
fair point.
I haven't opened my shades in 10 years. My windows are my curtains. So I love the cocoon feeling. Now, you're saying that's really bad?
I'm saying I would 100% open that baby up. I wouldn't use the word bad. But do you feel genuinely revived after you've had your little nesting? Or more tired at times?
I don't know.
You feel more tired at times. That's what I just heard. So see what I'm saying? So what you can do is there's nothing wrong with creating the space the way you want it, but how about we go with once a month? You open it way up and let everything shift back, and then go ahead and close it down.
Okay, thank you.
And crystals will help that situation.
Okay.
Like house full of selenite, all the things. Yeah.
Yeah, just
so-
got a fountain, so I'm gonna try
Oh,
that.
nice. Yeah. So you can still create a nice little cozy dark space. Just go ahead and lighten it up so that it can get cleared out.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. A little feng shui, make sure the bed is placed in the command position of your bedroom, facing towards a door or exit point. Okay. Little thing about decluttering, then I'm about done. Am I talking too long? How's the time going?
You're good.
Okay, good. My videos must look so fun. Go ahead.
I was given the master bedroom furniture and a divorce. Do I need to get rid of that?
100%.
What is it?
Yeah.
Because right next was a big mirror. Okay. So I need to get rid of the mirror and also the furniture.
You don't love that furniture, do you?
It's English and it's very nice, but maybe I should get rid of it.
If you don't love it, I would say part with it. If you love it, that's different.
I'm ready to do my whole place again.
You're giving me a whole start over vibe anyway, right?
Yes.
And by the way, been there several times. Just saying, in case you're judging yourself for this one divorce. I could write a book. But I feel like you're in a kind of a purge place anyway, and why not just go with the flow?
And also I got
Create something fun for yourself.
boxes from my parents are deceased now. And they got some big boxes of, they were just young. I don't know if I feel like they're in the garage. And I don't have the heart to go through them yet.
Meaning it's too heavy on your heart to go through them yet?
Well, it's like, it's a big box of things that they had when they were growing up. And I was given that when they died, which was a couple of years ago.
Oh yeah, the famous move.
And so I'm just kind of like related with this stuff.
Yay, right?
Yeah, what am I gonna do with it? You know, it's like.
Do you want it?
Some of it I want just for like the ancestors coming from away. Some of that and some ready to look at it and go.
Okay.
I gotta get rid of it.
Yeah, that whole guilt, shame, and regret thing, lose any guilt attached to it, and pick out the pieces you want. I feel like it would be good for you to have a neutral party come help you, like a friend. You know, they have organizers that you can hire, but you'd be fine with even just a close girlfriend or somebody. Somebody that you get along with very well that will also spit you the truth. It can't be a fluff ball. It's got to be like, go. I have my sister come over and help me go through my closet because she's like, ew. Right? You need that person in your life. Like, what's that? I'm like, oh, okay. Right? So you need that person to come and just, yeah. It's perch time, sister.
I know.
You're ready.
I'm ready.
Oh, yeah. Right? Okay, decluttering. I totally found this online and I love it. They pointed out to me to share at this class. Everything carries an energetic tone. Everything carries some type of vibration. If you think about how many things you have in a room and all of those things are carrying a tone, the question is, how loud is the choir? So your energy is running in the background and it can hear these things. Not the way that we're hearing ourselves and each other right now, but your energy can actually hear things in tones. So now what's happening is all this is running in the background, and how much noise is it? How much stuff do you have or not have? Set the intention for your home. Peace, serenity, joy, love, quiet. The choice is yours. How cool is that? I stole it. But I knew they were pointing it out to me for a reason. It was to share this and to talk to me a little too. I'm pretty good about getting rid of things, but my husband is more a little clutter monkey. So I'm always kind of a little push and pull there, but you know. All right, question time. Yes?
So, like you said, with every item carries energy, would you like recommend a more minimalistic approach in your household?
A more what?
A more minimalistic approach in your household, like less items that would carry less energy?
I was actually told, it depends on the human, but sort of. I was told that as an earth angel, this incarnation, that I'm supposed to have a more minimalist style, but that doesn't work for me because I think things are cute. Right? So my girlfriend who lives out in Manhattan Beach is super minimalist, and I walk into her house and I want to put something warm and fuzzy in it. So it just doesn't work for my psyche. It's all about really what your feeling is as you walk into your home. And granted, you might be getting feedback too. If you get, a loved one or a friend who's like, whoa, buddy, then it might be, you have to think of it as you're bringing that feedback into your experience, right? Into your vortex. That's just a reflection, right? So kind of, you want to look at the feedback you're getting too.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And then one more question.
No problem.
You said if someone gets ill, right, to cleanse after the illness, right?
Yeah, a sage burn will usually take care of illness energy.
Okay.
Sage and lavender.
What if one or more people have like chronic mental illness in the house, such as depression, anxiety?
Then you want to get the house cleared very often, or you could also fall in love with frankincense resin. You can get that from, name please, Mountain Rose Herbs.
Okay.
And it comes in just like little, it's just a bag this big. It's kind of spendy, but it goes really far.
Okay.
I can't remember how much the bag is. 80? It's spendy, but you can literally, it's like little pellets this big. You can literally put it, you got to burn it in something that can handle the heat. It burns hot, so get a little cauldron guy. Watch out, because the ones on Amazon look like they're big and they're this tall. Like Missy's Mysteries, that's on Scottsdale Road and Shea, essentially has them. They're like $30. And get some of that, and if you get the little charcoal burners too, again, you can find it on Amazon, just put a couple in them there, or just light them up. That's what I've done for years, is I'm a bit of a pyro. I like a fire, so I'll light them up from my house. Other homes is where I'm more mellow. But that, anything low vibrational hates that stuff. It's biblical.
Okay. So you said frankincense?
Resin.
Resin.
Okay. Be an incense? Frankincense incense?
I have frankincense incense, and I can't tell you why, but there's something about the resin that I feel like in the big guns hate it more. Like the bratty energy. Like I had a gal that I knew, I was wondering, she's a good friend of mine. I was clearing a space, and I was pretty sure she had something pretty low vibrational attached to her. And I lit that stuff up, clearing the space, and she got sick right away. I was like, and then I sent her to my gal, and she got cleared. I was like, there it is. So, and I think I could light incense all day long, and she'd be like, what's up? Yeah, the resin is, there's something about it. Yes?
What are your thoughts about incense? What's the purpose, goal? I just do it in this house and I'm good.
No, it's all about your intention. We're so freaking powerful, we can create anything we want with our intention. You can literally say, this is going to do this, and it's like, got it. That's my 2 cents on that. Yes?
Colors in the house. I just recently did a whole shift change, furniture, everything. I just felt so much better. I've been able to do everything. Completely changed my color palette too. I have more lights and natural colors in my house. Does that have an effect as well? One natural color bringing into your home?
I have no clue. Wrong answer, right? You're out of my wheelhouse. What I will say is, without any question, it's all about how it makes you feel. But as far as what color it does or doesn't do, I apologize, I don't know. That's why Spirit told me to finish the feng shui book that I haven't finished yet. Yeah, that was their way of slapping me on the wrist. Take that, Jules. Okay, 100%. I know that's what that was. Thank you. You bet, sorry. Yes,
You said don't put flowers unless you're single.
in the bedroom. Just
So is that to attract?
the idea is under feng shui practice, flowers in a bedroom mean you're opening it up to a third party, which is weird.
But if you're single, does that mean you're attracting that energy?
Oh, yeah. Mhm.
Okay, is there other things to attract that energy?
I'm not sure, but that was worth a Google. I've never not been able to answer questions, so this is kind of fun and challenging. Can I take them or? Sure. One more question. Okay, yes.
How does Palo Santo compare to sage for energy?
Palo Santo is more of a, sage is kind of more of a purifier and antimicrobial, and Palo Santo is holy wood. It's kind of a bigger gun as far as clearing negative energy. And it smells good. I like Palo Santo. When my sister, well, one of the things Spirit does, fun game, is not only do they have my sister bring crap into the cabin, but the Spirit world uses the cabin for me to practice on. So you wouldn't believe the experiences they brought into the cabin at this point. It's a fun game. My husband, I don't know how he deals with it. It's kind of working his last nerve. But where was I going with that crap? Oh, if I don't have time for a full clearing, or I'm frankly not in the mood because I've been working all week and I'm like, really, like, you know, I want to eat caramels and watch the Hallmark Channel, what I'll do is go ahead and just do a Palo Santo run, so at least I know, you know, they know I'm there, and then I know that, you know, they know I don't like them. I'm kind of like, okay, go away for tonight and I'll deal with you tomorrow kind of thing. So yeah, it's at least a good initial burn. Okay, thank you so much for attending. Anyone who's been in my class, my offering is that I will clear any spacing size for $275 total, including the crystal gift package. I'm normally 10 cents a square foot, but the base rate is $275. So anyone who takes my class, I'll clear anything for the base rate, $275 total, regardless of how long I need to be on property. So come on by and say hello, and thank you for taking my class because it makes it way more fun for me when you're here. Thank you so much.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been.
But somebody said to me, my family was like, I mean, either you need to move or you need to find friends. You're gonna lose your mind.
I love that.
Do you live in this area or?
It's in Altoona.
Where is that?
Like South Phoenix.
Oh.
They just don't like to be called South Phoenix.
Nice.
I think don't. I don't care what anybody says. I want to be called that.
We are in the middle of Soul Search Saturday, and we're so excited that you guys are here today, and we're having a wonderful time here in Scottsdale at the Hilton and having an amazing, amazing experience with so many cool speakers. And right now, we have an incredible speaker. I love that her name's Barbara, but she likes to be called Babs. That's like such a cool, unique, and kind of old-fashioned name in a way. It's so groovy. Babs Trotter is going to be up to really talk about acknowledging that there are seekers in this room, there are sages in this room, and there are people who may not know they're seekers or sages, right, Babs?
Yes,
so we're going to be bringing it. Actually, I'm not. Babs is going to. So let us give a round of applause for Babs Trotter.
Testing. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. How's everybody doing? We have a couple people coming in. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you guys so much for coming. So, I'm gonna take a deep breath really quick. Speak through me. So, each of us carries a story, right? Each of the story of who we've been, the story of who we've hidden, and story of who we're becoming. Some of that story we share proudly. Some of the story we bury deeply. We don't want anybody else to know. We're a little embarrassed. And some of it is just waiting to be remembered. But here's the challenge. In the noise of everything in society, the demands, the options, the endless pressure to be more, do more, prove more, we can lose sight of that story, of our story. Sometimes we even lose people along the way. I know I have. And it hurts. It leaves a mark. But in losing what isn't aligned, we begin to gain something even greater. Our peace, looking right at you, yep. Our purpose and our truth. That is why I wrote Wisdom Wired, The Journey Back to Remembrance. It's not a self-help book. It's not about fixing you or making you into something that you're not. It's an anchor. A first step, kind of, right? It's a mirror that reflects back to the truth that you've always carried. Because the light that you carry is the light that you lead. So, my own journey of remembering began in stillness in 2020 in a car accident that stopped me. I was hit head on, and it forced me to pause, to reflect and to finally face what I was keeping divided. For years, I actually lived as two women. Barbara, well actually, Barbara. The achiever, the professional, the strategist who knew how to get everything done in the professional realm. And Babs, the intuitive, playful, spirit-led dreamer who felt everything deeply and heard whispers of spirit, even before I knew what they were. I thought I had to choose between them, that Barbara was the one that the world respected, and Babs was the one that just needed to quiet down. But then Spirit showed me something different. Remembering, it's not about choosing, it's about merging. It's about letting Barbara and Babs walk side by side as one person, as one self. And when I allowed that, I began to remember my gifts. As a child, I could sense the energy in a room before words were even spoken. Probably a lot of you feel the same. I knew things before I could explain them. I imagined words that nobody else could see. Like many of you, I silenced those gifts thinking they were too much. But the truth is they were never too much. They were my blueprint, and then honestly, they might be yours too. And here's the other truth. Some people won't come to you when you step into your gifts. They won't come with you either. Some will fall away when you choose peace over chaos, purpose over performance. And honestly, that's the hardest part. Because in losing what doesn't align, honestly, it makes space for what does. So, everybody close your eyes just for a moment. Everybody's eyes closed. Think back to your childhood. What was the gift that you carried? Was it imagination, sensitivity, intuition, maybe even compassion? Whisper to yourself, that gift is still alive in me, and that gift is sacred. Take one deep breath in and let it go. This book was a long time running, and it became my anchor. It unfolds 10 chapters, but really it's 10 thresholds of remembrance. Bless you. It begins with, I was never too much, I was just misunderstood. It moves into from why me to thank you. And it becomes integration, authentic alignment, sacred strategy, purpose-led presence. And it closes with the wisdom wired way forward. Honestly, these are not just titles. These are lived truths. Each chapter is a mirror to you, a reflection of what you may already be walking through. The book doesn't give you answers, but it does draw you into the journey. It's the first step. We all have to take that first step, even when we don't want to. It's where the remembering begins. I want you to know something. Gifts are not just for a chosen few. If anybody did not know that, I'm gonna say it again. What I want you to know is gifts are not for a chosen few. Every one of us carries them. Intuition is not something outside of you, it's inside of you. Even when you don't know it, it's still there. It grows when you listen, it expands when you trust. It becomes stronger when you choose peace over noise, alignment over pressure, and authenticity, again, over performance. Every time you pause, every time you honor the whisper, every time you trust your knowing, you grow your gift. This is why remembrance matters, because it's not just about healing your past, it's about living your future differently. I need to repeat repeat that one more time. I apologize. This is why remembrance matters, because it's not about healing your past, it's about living your future differently. And when you do, you stop toggling, stop going back and forth. You stop hiding one part of yourself to survive. How many of you guys have tried to hide yourself to survive? Raise your hand. Yeah, been there, done that. You stop apologizing for your light. You stop dimming to make people feel comfortable. You begin to live as the one person that you remember. Not the person that people want you to become or think you need to become, but the one that you remember, the one that you actually are. All right, close your eyes again. Sorry, I have a lot of these eyes closing. Imagine holding a key in your hand. It can be whatever type of key you want. This key represents your intuition, your gift. What door is it unlocking for you right now? Courage, clarity, wholeness, maybe even some healing. Whisper to yourself, I already carry the key. I am remembering now. My why has never been about selling books or sharing products. It's always been about this. Remembrance is not just healing, it's awakening. Purposeful Transformations is not a brand, it's a movement. A movement that says you don't have to live split anymore. You don't have to hide anymore. You don't have to be the one person at work and another at home and try to figure out everything. You don't have to choose between your soul and your strategy, your softness and your strength. Integration is when you stop hiding and you become that one person. Embodiment is when you start living whole, and that changes everything. Yes, you again, I'm gonna repeat this. You may lose people when you begin to live whole, but you gain yourself, you gain your peace, you gain your purpose. And honestly, that is everything. That is priceless. In a world that demands that we compartmentalize just to survive, this is a call to fuse, to stop toggling between your intuitive self and your professional self. I call them Babs and Barbara. Between your softness and your strength, between your soul and your strategy, it's an invitation to finally live as the one you remember. This is why my book was always meant to be an anchor and a beginning, a reminder that you don't need to become anyone new. You're invited to honor who you've always been before the roles, the masks, the burnout, even the spiritual bypassing. When remembrance becomes embodiment, again, everything changes because you can no longer lead from a mask, you lead from light. You no longer silence your intuition, you grow it. You allow it to be free. You allow people to see it. You allow people to try to understand it. You no longer split yourself into two. You merge and you live whole. This is more than a talk. It's a transmission, it's a return. It's a soul invitation from me to you. So whether you're a seeker, a leader, or simply someone ready to stop hiding, know this. This is where fusion begins. You're not late, you're not behind. You're right on time, and you're not too much. You may remember your gifts that you were born with, and I really hope that you do. I really hope that you trust the intuition that has never, ever left you. And may you grow those gifts day by day into the light that you leave. Now, when I wrote this, all I wanted to explain to you was the difference between living your whole life and living the life that everybody else thought you should lead. And it's fearful. It's scary. Believe me. All transparency, I understand. I'm living life experience, y'all. I get it. My husband is he's a contractor and brilliant at what he does. And I got off of LinkedIn. This is what I mean by lived experience. I was on LinkedIn and he wanted me to be a consultant with him, help his business, be a part of everything. You're gonna be great, you're gonna talk, you're great with this, you're wonderful with this, you're so professional. And I'm like, yes, but wait, on LinkedIn, I have purposeful transformations and I have all this about intuition and I have all of this about, nothing about strategy, nothing about anything that you're talking about. How can I be the face of your business? And they go to my LinkedIn and they see this woo-woo person and say, I don't want to work with her. I don't want to work with him. That's crazy. And he said, well, the fact that you are quote unquote woo-woo, if that's what you want to call it, and you have the intuition, they're getting the best of both worlds. Now, even though he said that, I didn't believe it. I will be honest, I didn't believe it. And it still took me a while to get the strength to put my LinkedIn profile up with my business and not have anything to do with his and still stand by him when I am talking to his clients or even at my job. And I work with the public. And for the first time, I have actually shown people who I truly am. And it's so freeing. It is so amazing for people to know, not that you can read them. Please understand, that part kind of scares people, so just be careful with that part. But that you understand them, you see them. That's another thing about intuition and really understanding yourself. You are then able to see other people. You are able to see other people to their soul. You're able to understand people and shine your light on those people and want to make them shine their light on other people. Do you know how much power that is? That is so much power that all of us in this room have. Honestly, all of us in this expo have. And we all forgot that we even have a light sometimes. And that's unfortunate. So back to the whole LinkedIn thing. I'm back on LinkedIn. I put my book on there, and I did have one of his clients look at my profile and say, why do I want her? And I'm gonna say I wrote a long response, but it was a truthful response, and I let them know because I'm real, because I'm not fake, I'm authentic. Do you want the fake Barbara, or do you want Babs, or do you want both? And believe it or not, he said, I want both. He said, I get it. I didn't understand it. And a lot of people don't understand it. And that's another thing that we're fearful of. We are so, people say well, I'm gonna say we, because I'm gonna say everybody in this room, I'm gonna say me. We're misunderstood. We're so misunderstood. People say we're too much. Oh, you're too much because you read me. You're too much because you know this. You're too much because you say what you want to say. You're too much because you're a messenger. You're too much because you read tarot. You're just too much. No, we're misunderstood. We are absolutely misunderstood. And a lot of people do not understand the fear that we go through on a daily basis just to be ourselves. But I really want to stress how powerful it is to be your authentic self by merging your two together. As fearful as it is, people are gonna be a lot more curious Answer the questions. Well, how do you do that? Now, if they want logical questions, it's like, or logical answers, that's a whole other thing. But if they just want to know, tell them. I've had this since I was a child. And you know what? I went back to my childhood. Why don't you? Why don't you want to go back to your childhood? Why don't you want to know, about intuition? You too have intuition. Okay, so I'm going to kind of bring my hair into it. People tell me sometimes when I have a weave or something in, they're like, oh my gosh, your hair is so pretty. You too can have hair like this. I will give you where I got the hair. You too can have intuition like this. I will tell you how I did it. Is it easy? No. Is it hard? Yes. Is it worth it? Yes. How many people in this room have been in a meeting or been with a group of people and you knew something and you kept quiet because you thought you were going to be looked at as too much? Did you ever think about the amazing changes that your light would have brought if you would have actually said what you were informed or guided to say? Just think about that really quick. What changes would have been made? What amazing changes probably would have been made? When you don't share your story, when you don't share your journey, when you are not given or getting into spirit and what spirit says, what your angels say, what God says, whatever the light is that you follow, understand you're stopping somebody else's progression. You're stopping somebody else's story. You're the messenger. Help people understand their light, just like somebody helps you understand yours. That's a part of having the light. That's a part of all of us having the light and understanding how powerful it is and how meaningful it is. And especially at times within the world and in future, we need light. All of us need to remember our light, remember who we are, remember the kindness that we bring, with the intuition. Hey, you know what? I mean, it's something as simple as, you know what, Spirit is telling me I need to just tell this person, I see you. I see you. You have a great day. And their whole, just from saying, I see you, have a great day. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. That's so wonderful, I appreciate you. Just from that little spread of light. And that's all that we want, is to help people. That's it. That's not hard, right? So, I'm gonna say some things, and I want you to kind of follow me real quick, okay? I say something, you say something. I say something, you say something. Okay. So I say, I release the noise. Okay. I choose peace. I grow my gifts. I trust my intuition. I live with purpose. Raise the hands of how many people feel a shift just saying that to themselves and believing it. Those are the type of things that you bring other people when you share your intuition and you're not fearful of it. The same way you just felt is the same way other people can feel, and you can make other people feel. So, like I said, there's a lot of noise out there, and there's a lot of voices of doubt, expectation, distraction. They're everywhere. They really are. But when we speak truth out loud, all together, we quiet the noise. We do the noise, right? We make space for peace. We invite our purpose forward. And I just really hope that you see the power in the intuition that each of you have. And you grow it day by day. No matter how hard it gets, no matter how fearful you are, you remember it. You remember that inner child. You remember the sunshine. You remember the joy. You remember, I think I've told a couple people in here, you remember putting on, Wonder Woman underoos. I'm not saying this really happened, but putting on Wonder Woman underoos when your mom said, okay, we're gonna go to the store and you put on your clothes for today. You get to pick out your clothes. Oh, cool, yeah. Go downstairs, she's like, no, you're not wearing that. What are you doing? And you're just like, wah, wah. Remember those times, because that's what brings that intuition back. That's where we tap back into the intuition. When we have the imagination, when we protect our peace, when we trust it. When we were kids, we trusted it like no other. We remembered our imaginary friends. We knew things that nobody else knew. Did everybody listen to us? No, because we're little kids. They just, again, we're too much. No, we were just misunderstood. I'm gonna keep saying that because that's just what it is. But remember that little kid. Please remember the power that you have. Remember the light that you have. And never, ever stop sharing it. So, does anybody have any questions? Yeah. Did you have a question?
No, I just, so heartfelt. I just felt it.
Yeah.
Not really a question, but talking with you earlier, kind of what she said. Would love to know if you have an audiobook to feel your words and your guidance and your energy. It's just amazing. Do you have an audiobook or thought about that?
I have not thought about that. I'm going to be really honest. I can be transparent with everybody in here, right? That almost made me, I'm literally fighting tears right now. Because this whole journey that I've gone on has been hard. And I'm not saying this lightly to you guys when I say, you need to do this and you need to do that. And all I'm saying is remember who you are. It's always been there, right? It's still there. Just remember it. I don't have it. I haven't thought about it. But it might be something I actually think about in the future. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
For somebody who's starting that journey, it's just very powerful right now in my life. So thank you.
I appreciate that. Again, transparency. I typed up a whole speech. I went through it real fast. I didn't know I was gonna go through it so fast. I thought it was gonna be a lot longer. And a lot of it, I literally just told you, I followed my own intuition. See, I'm practicing what I'm preaching, y'all. I'm just gonna say that.
That's how I was gonna say to her, is like, why do you need to listen to her speak when you can tap into your own higher self?
You're fine. For me, I'm finding my own.
Yes.
And it's nice to have that positive motivation when you feel so alone.
Yes.
And wondering and having that question, just to have the feel of your emotion, and it is there, just to have that something to know you're heading in that right direction, because you battled yourself a lot.
Yes.
And I know I've battled myself for years, and I'm in that crossroad.
Yes.
And just that little motivation, and you feel it.
I absolutely appreciate that to what you were saying. In 2020, when I was really going through my awakening, my sister-in-law had spoke to an individual, a medium, actually, or a psychic, and she was like, you know what? I think my sister doesn't even live in Arizona, lives in a whole other state. She's like, I think my sister needs to talk to you. She said, yep, I do need to talk to your sister. And she was like, yeah, but your sister's not ready to talk to me yet. And my sister-in-law, she told me this. And I said, yeah, no, not ready yet. No, mm-mm. But I knew I needed it, just like you. There were questions because I was going crazy in my mind of why am I seeing the things that I'm seeing? Why am I knowing? I know that through my childhood, through my teenage years, I knew certain things, but people would always tell me I'm crazy. My parents, my friends, no, that's crazy. You don't know this. No, that's crazy. You're just making things up. You know what I mean? And it continued to dim me, and I dimmed myself to make myself feel, or to make them feel comfortable. So I was really, like you, second guessing every single thing. Like, oh my gosh, I'm going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs here. And when I finally connected with her, it was maybe about a month later. She got back in touch with my sister-in-law. She said, Barbara's ready, and I need to talk to her. And I was terrified. I don't know this woman from Adam, and I was terrified. And I called her, and she said, yeah, I've been waiting for you. And I was like, I know. And I asked her, I said, so do I have gifts, or am I just going crazy? She said, first of all, don't say you're going crazy, because you're not. Yes, you do have gifts. She said we all have gifts. And yes, you are tapping into your gifts. And this is what I need to help you with. And that was the first person that helped me put some type of sense or logic or anything towards the fact of I'm not crazy. Don't say the word crazy. You can say wild. Oh, that's wild. But don't say crazy because you're not crazy, right? So she gave me some type of validation of you're gonna be okay. I'm gonna help you through this. The second person, one of my moms, I have a lot of moms, you'll hear about it in the book. I have 5 moms, 3 dads, long story. But my second stepmother, she had somebody that she went to as well, named Bobby Joe. And I woke up one day and I'm like, I need to talk to Bobby Joe. I called my mother and I was like, I need to talk to Bobby Joe. She was like, why? You've never even talked to this person. You never even asked about this person, nothing. I was like, I don't know. My spirit is telling me I need to talk to her. I don't know why. And when I talked to Bobby Joe, she helped me protect and learn how to protect my energy. Like each person that's coming into your life, especially when you start your journey, it helps you understand they help you understand your journey better. Because when you tap into yourself, you deal with your ego a lot. And your ego gets in the way sometimes of your intuition, right? Especially when it's for yourself. For other people, it's kind of easier to, put them to the side, or your ego to the side, but when it's for yourself, you're like, well, I know what's best for me. Spirit doesn't know what's best for me. And you go through this little toggle, again, like I was talking about the toggle of spirit, me, and 9 times out of 10, you choose you because you think you know best. But you have people that come into your life, and I appreciate that. You have people that come into your life that even if there's one sentence that they say, it resonates so much that you're like, I needed to hear that. I don't even know why, but I needed to hear that. So I understand what you're talking about because I went through the same thing on my journey. When I met my husband, I would read people in front of him, and he never looked at me like I was crazy or anything. He was just in awe. He was like, wow, that's interesting. He said, do you remember anything that you say to these people? I said, nope. I said, I'm not supposed to. And I asked him afterwards, I'm like, what did I say to them? Nope. You're not supposed to know. just know that they received it. Wait a minute, you're supposed to be on my side. But it was interesting, again, going back to second guessing, when you tell somebody something and they come back, because a lot of times you don't get to know, you don't get to see the aftermath, right? You tell somebody something and they go on their merry way. You do what you're supposed to do, the messenger, that's it. You don't really get to see what they do with it. And so it's interesting when somebody comes back and says, you know what, you were right about what you said. And I look at them and I'm like, first of all, I don't remember what I said. Let's start there. Second of all, wow, I was right? Really? And my husband was like, okay, first of all, you don't need to sound so excited that you were correct. You need to just be like, oh, that's really interesting. Thank you for letting me know that. But I was like, oh my gosh, what was I right about? I don't even know what I was right about. And they're like, well, you told me this. Okay. And I don't remember. And I had to be okay with that, right? But it's these different lessons that I'm learning and that a lot of individuals that are really becoming one with their, with their gifts and really tapping back into them, where as adults, we've been silenced and confused with so much noise of what's right and what's wrong, where, well, this is wrong. You're not supposed to think this way. You're supposed to think this way. You're supposed to do this. No. So it's literally kind of like going against the grain. And that's scary. Is that that was a really long-waited, way of, I'm sorry.
Well, I was raised first summer Baptist in Yale. So yeah, no, I've been at a freaking spiritual training myself.
Yeah. No, I definitely understand that. I definitely understand that. Yes.
So in your first experiment, with closing your eyes and taking a deep breath, and trying to kind of remember your childhood, right, and the gift. What if that gift, or what if when you close your eyes and do that experiment, it is so clouded by trauma, and it is so clouded by negative experiences that you can't necessarily see that gift or what it might have been when it was so broken down and full of trauma that you can't really connect with that child.
Okay, so, and I definitely understand what you mean. When I had to look for my child, I had to look for my inner child because of the different things that I have encountered. So I definitely understand what you mean by that. And I had to deal with some things. I'm not gonna say I went through a therapist, because there's certain things that you do need to do. Like, I'm not a therapist, I'm not gonna be out here saying, you need to do this. But that's certain things that you do need to heal from. Because your inner child wants to bring you joy, wants to not dim their light, right? I mean, that's where it starts, of the dimming the light and the parents saying, no, you don't need to do this, or you need to act this way. And us just sort of like, okay. And those are things that we have to deal with in real life as adults in the way of healing. And we need to heal those. But at the same time, know that I would ask that while you're doing that, talk to your child. Because you can still see your child, even if they are bruised and, there is trauma, right? Start talking to your child and saying, you know what, I got you. I'm a man now, and I got you. You're safe. And little by little, the inner child will trust you and will help you through the other, because you'll be doing it together. They will understand, and I'm saying this from lived experience of how I did it, okay? They will understand that it wasn't them. It wasn't their faults. It wasn't, like I said, they were never too much. They were just misunderstood. or I was never too much. I was just misunderstood. You know, I was the rebellious one. I was this, I was that. No. I was showing different things as a child should, right? But again, you think about a child, when you're born, you are born and you are innocent and you have intuition and all is good. And then the noise starts, right? Even if you hear me when I say, even if you brought it back to that. But I would say with the trauma and all of that, I always say, I did counseling, I did therapy for that part of it. But I always talk to my younger, I call her my little girl. And I always told her, you're safe now. It's okay. I'll protect, I now can protect you. I couldn't protect you when I was younger, right? I couldn't protect you when I was a teenager, unfortunately. And honestly, I couldn't protect you in my early adulthood. I didn't know how. I didn't even think that you existed anymore because I thought I was broken. I thought I was broken as an adult, as a teenager, as all these different things. And I realized I wasn't. I was never actually broken, but the noise made me feel that way. Does that answer? Okay. Yes?
Because it's not situational, it's the feeling that takes you back to the feeling. And it's called being, and it's amazing.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Hearing tips. So I recently became a level 2 Reiki attuned. It is loud. It is really loud during meditations and just loud and it's a ton of noise. And I don't kind of write it down to start to listen to intuition. So I'm wondering if you have any tips for that.
You said you just started?
Yeah, I mean, I've been on a journey of discovering like myself for quite some time. And meditation and quietness has never been like a problem, and even like intuition. And now it's so loud that it's just kind of hard to hear like what is what, if that makes any sense.
Can I ask a personal question?
Absolutely.
Are you sure that's what you're supposed to be doing?
On which part?
The Reiki. Is that how you are guided to connect with people? Or is that your choice?
It was a little of both.
Okay.
I felt pushed in that direction.
Okay.
So that made me start seeking it out, not seeking it. I was doing Reiki and I kind of felt like a nudge. And since then, it's just kind of hard to sit with. I mean, I can sit there. It's kind of loud.
It's noisy. Yeah.
It's noisy.
It's not silent. Like when you're with somebody, you want it to be, and not to say that.
It's only when I'm with myself. When I'm with others, I can totally zone in and focus. When I'm trying to focus on myself is where I'm really struggling. And that's one of the reasons I started this was to focus on myself first.
And you said meditation is not a problem.
Meditation is a problem now.
Okay.
It didn't used to be.
Okay.
So now even if I'm doing, I do nidra at least once a week, and I don't realize how zen my body is because my mind is so loud. But when it's over, I'm like, oh crap! Like I'm still laying on the floor and everybody is sitting up. But in my head, like I never reached that level. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I can't decipher what is being said. I'm not obsessively thinking about the situation or life on life's terms or anything like that. It was just a lot. I don't quite.
Okay, really weird question. Do you like water? Do you I'm sorry, this is just what's coming. Do you float in the water? Do you like to float? You know, like the back, like going like this and just staring up at the sky. I need you to keep doing that.
I do
Try
take
to-
a lot of salt baths, I, try to do that. It's just, I know it's temporary, so
Mhm.
it's kind of like a person who died, like, it is a lonely journey, this whole thing is a lonely journey.
It
I
is.
don't know who to ask what, I don't know, much at all, but it's just one thing that is new, I can't sit it down.
I will say, when you are guided to ask somebody, ask them. As fearful, as scary as it is, ask them, because everybody's brought into our lives for a reason. Every single person is brought into the people that you need will be brought into your life. Now, granted, you might not want to see it, but they're there for that. But the other thing, keep doing the water. That's gonna that water will quiet things down for you. That's gonna be huge for you, because it relaxes, but how do I say this? It relaxes up to even your veins. Like, I literally see it like seep into your skin to like your vein, like it relaxes you. And so I would honestly say, continue doing that in water. And, okay, really weird in Arizona, because there's not a lot, waterfalls. If you have, how like they have the waterfalls, the desk waterfalls and stuff like that? Waterfalls. You like the sound of water, and it actually, it zones things out. That's what I would do for you. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I would say. Because, yeah, I think I don't know if you have, sorry, I'm reading out. I don't know if you have great memories with water, but it literally relaxes you. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
It does, I like the sound of the water coming in the pool.
Yep.
I sit outside by it, I like to see the back, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, not a problem. I know I have like a couple more questions. Am I done?
You have 5.
5? Okay.
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 Not a question, more of a compliment, I guess. And it's one of those, I know she needs to hear it, so maybe someone else does. So obviously, I know she is older than me, I don't know about you, but being younger, she gets surprised at the things I go through. Or my thought process, I should say.
Okay.
Because I'm the younger one. But I can honestly say, for anyone who may or may, I don't know if anyone here has never heard of me, so if there's an example. Everything you spoke of today is basically where I've been there, done it, that's why I'm better now. And so it's more of you served as a confirmation for myself, where you served as a light for her.
I appreciate that. Thank you. It's always a good feeling to see the aftermath, because I promise you, y'all, I know this is being recorded, but that is the one main thing that absolutely stinks about being the messenger, is you are not able to see the aftermath. And you just want to see, did I make an impact? Did this person actually see my light? Like, you want to be seen too, right? But again, that's ego. I know that's ego. I'm trying to work on that. Again, transparency. I'm trying to work on that. I'm still working. But thank you. I absolutely appreciate it. Because, yeah.
And for me, it was always one of those, like, okay, maybe I need to calm down, because I'm like, they're taking it the wrong way as I'm being too much, but I'm just trying to help.
Yeah.
So like, everything that they serve more as a, no, I'm gonna keep doing me, because obviously I'm good. So, like, at least I know, like, no wonder why I feel, because she'll ask me, like, I don't understand how you got to this point.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a kid at heart. If you don't like it,
yep.
Sorry, not sorry. I'm gonna keep doing me because I'm happy with my life.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
And so you can wrap it up, but I can also come up and.
Oh, okay. I was like, yes, Erica.
And thank you. Yeah.
No, you're good.
And, yeah, and you have a booth booth here, so as you let people know where your
It's
booth is, it's
literally right across.
So if you want to continue the conversation, or tomorrow, you'll be here all weekend, right? Oh, you won't be here tomorrow? Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
But you'll be here till 6.
Yes.
So if you guys have any questions.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited. On Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading. It is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections.
So, hello everyone, I'm Sunny Chase, and we are very excited to be doing our fabulous Soul Search Saturday. We're coming to the end of it. We've had quite a day, and I'm just really excited to be talking about sacred geometry because I think it's so cool, and it's of course been around for ancient millennia, and we're kind of finding out so much more about it and how we can use it in our lives and how effective it is and just how cool it is. So we're going to bring on Jeffrey Carpenter, and he is going to chat extraneously for the next hour about sacred geometry and many other things. So let's give him take your lovely spot.
Well, thank everybody for coming. This is really near and dear to my heart because most of you, well, if you come to my booth, I'm probably 75% sure I've told you that I'm a rocket scientist. You guys wanted to actually be here today. I went to my first class because I lost a bet on a basketball game where I was the 20-point favorites. The next thing I know, I'm sitting in, as a rocket scientist, I'm sitting in a healing class. I can't tell you how often I tried to call BS, but the interesting thing for sacred geometry, are you familiar with Yasui Reiki? Any Reiki practitioners? Yeah. What's the first symbol? The chakra. The chakra is Japanese. It's okay. See, now that there it goes. I know they're going to be great. Like, see, why don't you answer the question? It looks exactly like a big symbol when, honestly, it's magnetism. We have this big spiritual definition of the first symbol. Who's heard of righty-tighty, lefty-loosey? That is absolutely what that symbol means. It's telling you if you wish, and that's why the word chakra is not translated as energy. It's translated as wheel. If you can make a bigger wheel of magnetism, you get a larger energy. If you can shrink it, like we were talking about, if you get out of everyone else's Wi-Fi range, you get peace, you get calm, and you don't feel bad about not receiving the vibe. The definition of how we receive energy is almost more important than how big we can go. Empowerment, based on the solar plexus chakra, is all about can you grow and can you master yourself? That's going to be a silly question. Who has a cell phone? Who gets really upset for 3 full days when an app crashes or reboots the phone? That's what we need to be doing. The answer is not, oh my God, this person is sending me all this negativity. It's like, well, don't receive it. How do I change my range? How do I shrink down my Wi-Fi? All based on why the geometry of energy flows. It's not a side thing, it's how it works. We're going to start with crystals. I can say a lot of people haven't fully mastered every piece of the crystal. You know what it does, you hear stories about it, but is it even a crystal? How many minerals? And I pick on them all day long. I'm going to keep doing it because it's great. Lapis lazuli. Who's a fan of lapis lazuli? 99% of lapis is not a crystal. It's a rock. It's a mineral. When was the last time you took your sponge and plugged it into the wall? That's its job. But how hard is it to do this spiritual work if you're using the tooling correctly? You can keep pushing the pull door, you might break it, it'll eventually work, or let's tune in to why the crystal itself has the shapes that define how it works. Is it a crystal is the first question. We have gemstones, pearls. We use them for all sorts of abundance. It's organic. Obsidian. I will argue that black tourmaline is going to be better than any obsidian you can want. Why? Because obsidian's glass. Black tourmaline has a specific, we're going to talk about some crystals too and what they look like. They have a specific structure. Its entire purpose is to conduct energy through it. Not sit on the surface, not bounce around. Opals, it's amorphous. Rocks, yeah, they absorb heat, they do their job. Where does the sacred geometry kick in? Inside the lattice, the structure of a crystal. Why? Because that just becomes a much larger expansion of how that's going to then work with buildings. I'm going to start a question, and I'm probably hopefully get to make sure I answer it. Think about why the pyramids are shaped as triangles. And why are they made of granite?
Well, the first one, because it's the most efficient 3D object you can make, basically.
What does it do?
Channels energy.
In two directions. We'll get to the triclinic shape. See, you answered that one. See, there you go.
But pyramids are also like their position is in sacred geometry.
That's when you go from how do you build the structure to where do you put it? How do you align with the magnetic fields of the planet? How do you decide what rivers are there? Why do you have underground limestone that changes? Why are you looking for sacred places to charge up the building? There's no point in making this working harder, work smarter. Use the pieces we have. The crystals are called crystals specifically because they have an internal lattice, an internal structure, a known shape. They grow. If you look at lapis, it's a stone, you can carve it out. If you look at an amethyst crystal, you actually watch the crystals grow from bottom up on purpose. Some can be manufactured, some can be changed, but in essence, you're using the crystal. Why do you have quartz in almost every watch we have these days?
And it conducts electricity, basically.
All of that's right. That's the point. Plus, all you got to do is go like this, and you charge your watch. You don't need a battery. The crystal itself turns into a magnet. If you look at the behavior, you want to know how you feel energy, you want to know how you can, why a crystal, a citrine calls out to you, it's because it's literally overlapping with your magnetic field. No one's going to sit here, by the way, and argue with me over an aura. By default, you have electricity from the top of your head going to your feet, going to your heart, going to the tips of your hands. When you stub your toe and it takes 2 seconds for the pain to get to your head, you're sending signals back. So you have not only one, but two opposite flowing directional electricities, and every electricity creates a magnetic field. By definition, the aura. There is no answer not, because you have so much electricity in the body, you can run a lot. If you're a fan of the Matrix movies, that was the entire premise. You stick a body in a pot and you use the electricity, all the body's energy and heat. Well, why aren't we using our own tools to understand how the changes go? When it overlaps with your energy field, that's the key. Or even sometimes more importantly, when it doesn't. When you, instead of sitting in all the Wi-Fi of everyone around you, you step out of the Wi-Fi and you don't get the signal. Or you go into your Zen space where no one's allowed to come in until you're done grounding. Don't come in here. The change in energy, why aren't we using the tools that will change that faster? Use the definition of what's there, because crystal basics. And on your sheet, you'll see a lot. There's a sheet in the back of the back row. There's only a certain number of shapes that these crystals are being formed with. They have a couple of different subcategories, but in general, if you know how a shape works, you know exactly how energy flows through. I want you to imagine this. In fact, on the sheet itself, you're going to see a cube Imagine that square with mirrors. Imagine there's a mirror kind of on every wall, and you beam a flashlight in. What does it do?
Reflects everywhere.
According to the shape.
Right.
Does it bounce in? Does it bounce out? Does it bounce around? So the cube, because it's sitting in the exact sizes that has, if you look at that diagram, the cube amplifies. Sodalite, the great for the third eye. The reason why you want sodalite for the third eye is because instead of trying to get crazy on all these new systems, it amplifies what you put in there. It overwrites and overwrites, it gets bigger and bigger. That's literally what the cube mirrors are going to do every single time. The hexagon. Many of your favorite crystals are going to be the hexagon. Citrine, amethyst. All of that is manifesting. And when I say manifesting, if you think about the same shape with mirrors, when you beam a flashlight in, you get 50 streams out. It's not one. Because the way it bounces in, it's not the same angles. It overwrites and creates more and more and more and more and more. So that's why we sit there in the crown and try to use the amethyst to amplify and create manifestation, because now my one intention is mapped out into many, many other streams. Question, that's kind of rhetorical. Does that amethyst turn off when you go to sleep? Please keep that in mind. I find so many people sleeping on their amethysts, wondering why they're having out-of-body experiences. Why are they not sleeping? Why are they buzzing like speakers? I went into a home for a house cleansing once. I said, you know what, no charge. Like, what? My bedroom's always so bad. They had a giant geode, like a speaker, one direction facing the bed. You know what I did? Turn around. Why? Because then it's not beaming at you. This is light. What do? You turn it off. We have to remember that the jobs of these crystals don't change until you change the structure. Yes, you can dim some of the amount of energy, but the hexagons, the citrines, the amethyst, the entire approach, why do you think people like those so much? Because the citrine starts to add on top of what you're doing. The amethyst increases the work until you're done. I really don't recommend sleeping with the thing under your pillow. But I've actually had 2 people say, I want that, because it's still giving you the highest violet frequency of light that we have. And if you're looking to rest and you're beaming it literally right into your head, the amount of additional frequency and wavelength changes in the mind during dreaming starts to create a lot of lucid dreams, even out-of-body experiences.
You want to do that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They're not really complaining when that's happening. They're going, oh, that's great. They're complaining, why can't I sleep? I said, I didn't tell you to use that as a pillow. Now, on the flip side, we also have symbols, shapes, that we call attracting. If you think about a rectangle, the rectangle is actually going to have that light bounce in and stay inside for much, much longer, because it's going to bounce off. Wait, no, going to bounce turn a direction, turn the other direction. You're going to get almost an infinity symbol bouncing. This is not, and I am a rocket scientist, this is not rocket science. This is how do we then follow the trail of light to tell us how the energy of any device is going to be. Think about semiconductors. Semiconductors are only supposed to trigger beyond certain limits. So you design it accordingly. You have a shape where as you go more pressure and more pressure and more pressure, then suddenly it starts to trigger. Lower amounts of energy, you don't have the flow. This is the definition of, I would say half, if not more, of the technology we own. We are technology just like that. I try to step out of discussion of science versus spirituality, and I call it alchemy. I'm really disappointed that we kind of got greedy and as people, okay, you take your magic, you take your crystals, you take your stone. When we designed everything to focus into the one spot for the greatest amount of change we could make, that was alchemy. Why are we not looking at that? Think about the parallelogram. Think about protecting, insulating. It keeps all that stuff in, it bounces around, it drops it to the bottom. Things like selenite. That's going to be one of your pretty well absorbing parallelogram sites. And then, of course, the pyramid. See, the pyramid discussion, part of the reason why I asked the question is the pyramid has a unique function that says, if I send energy in, it bounces around inside. I can also reflect energy off on the outside. It either contains or repels according to how you send it in there. Now, if I were to design, let's say, the Great Pyramid of Giza, and put in the King's Chamber at the focal point of where everything bounces off inside, I'm going to charge the location, aren't I? And then when I want none of the other impacting energies from the other pyramids, I'm going to reflect them off. But remember that also we're talking about granite. Granite, especially there with all of that quartz in it, does its job. It heats up. All the sun beats down on the pyramid, it heats up and gets to the quartz, and the quartz magnetically charges. Then you actually have your own barrier to insulate what you want to keep inside and what you want to send outside. It's all part of why it's shaped that way. So the colors of the chakras then start talking to really what we want to send out. Remember with the crystal, as we approach anything else, it's not what the crystal is absorbing, it's what it's sending to you. When you're seeing a citrine, or you're seeing the yellow, or you're seeing the red, that's what's coming back out. That's why it's feeding you. That's why it's very important to understand what the crystal's doing, because if you want it absorbing, and all it's doing is charging, we need to change that. We need to find those tools that are going to be the greatest or most effective for what we want to do with them. And that means, especially the citrine, because the citrine is sending out light and it's an amplifier. It's actually a manifester. So you send in one beam of all the white light, what comes out is 50 beams of yellow. Yes, it's a great charger. Do you want to be in it 24 hours a day? Some people do. Understanding that, yes, you get to switch crystals. Those of you who are wearing necklaces or charms and wear the same crystal, try others. Try to create a program that tells you when you want to be calm, change the crystal. Some of the, not a lot of people like them, but some of them, some of the necklaces actually just have a little ball at the end, and you put in the crystal you want for whatever function you want to use. Use it. Remember that these are all going to do their job, but it's for you. The change is for you. So selenite. Selenite is that parallelogram. Selenite is that diamond-looking shape. Please don't put it in water. Yes, we talk about cleansing crystals. Selenite's part of gypsum. It's already ashy enough. But how many people have seen a selenite pendulum? Good. What is selenite's job? To transmute energy out and never store it. It never has to be cleaned out, right? How is it going to sit and swing in a magnetic field when technically it's not supposed to have one? My pendulum doesn't work. No, it's doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing. Clearing. That's its job. It has a crystal structure of lattices in the center that drains all that stuff out the sides. But you'll notice as you start to research where it says cleansing the aura. Okay. Clearing negative energies, I will debate that every single time. Interference doesn't have the intention of negative, necessarily. If just because you don't like it, look at 5G. How many people feel 5G? A few more people, I'm not sure yet. When you feel the signal of 5G, is it intentionally bad? No. It might be sickening, you might get rashes, headaches, nausea, but it's interfering with your standard vibe. That's what we call it vibe, it's vibrations. So as we are looking at what we want to use, as we're defining our, especially if we're looking at crystal grids, which we'll talk about in a minute, you know how many people sabotage themselves? They build this entire beautiful grid and they stick a tourmaline in the middle of it. Tourmaline's job is to literally absorb all energy that goes near it. So your grid goes into a big sink. My grid doesn't work. It's actually doing exactly what you made it to. The tools need to be changing on that. And tourmaline, because it's such an absorber, it's actually a hexagon. So imagine a hexagon whose entire job is to shove everything in the center as an absorber. It's an amplifier. It literally takes all of the energy away from everything. But we talk about it as being cleansing negative emotions. That's a result. But when you're numbing everything, when everything's getting quiet, please understand that's what its job is. Its job is to absorb. It's better than obsidian, it's better than onyx, because neither of those are actually crystals. They're not conducting energy through them. They're not doing the job that a crystal with an actual lattice of layers will conduct from layer to layer to layer, energy away for the function you want. Tourmaline's the granddaddy of negative removal, and I will sit there and argue every single time. No, it's the granddaddy of sucking everything out of the air. That's all you want. That's why you put in a crystal grid. Leave everything on the outside, walk through my tourmaline, let it drain everything, because you don't need it anymore. Clear quartz is probably the most versatile, but it's still a transmuter. It's a prism. When you send a light into clear quartz, what comes out? A rainbow. It splits out all seven, well, more, but all seven major frequencies of light into the rainbow. That's why it's so powerful for people using it, because it absorbs everything. It transmutes all of your chakra energy. It transmutes all those pieces. Yet if you think about it turning into a bed of crystals, you can eventually dilute. Okay, yeah, it is emptying after a while. But it's also associated with all the chakras. Why? Because it sends every single color into where you want it to go, anywhere you want it to go. It's a really good tool, by the way, for my first pendulum. Sometimes you get some of those pendulums, like you'll see a lapis lazuli pendulum. Remember, just about every lapis is not a crystal. When was the last time you magnetically charged your rock? When the entire purpose of especially the center we built, the entire purpose is to say, why aren't we using the tools that help us? Let us learn how they work so that I don't feel like I'm banging my head against the wall. I'm no good at this. No, it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Let's get the right tool. Let's find out why. Why is it not working in conjunction with everything else? Amethyst almost, because it's such a high frequency, it almost takes over anything you put into it. And it magnifies, so it adds on top of and creates all new sorts of streams, which is one of the reasons why people love it so much. But I'm telling you, you're going to see on, let's say, TikTok, on Facebook, whatever, psychic protection. Funny how everybody forgets that first word when they're using it, the psychic part. It's psychic protection because it's one beam tuning in, drowning out all the rest of the stuff like a radio. But the secret to a radio, when you're done listening to it, what do? Your greatest gift in this entire spiritual experience is self-mastery. The trick to all this stuff with the radio is, do the radio stations stop sending when you turn off the radio?
No.
You stop receiving. How many people have you asked, can you please stop sending your negativity? Can you please understand how sensitive I am? Someone raise a hand where that's ever actually worked. Let the record show nobody is relying on someone else to change your energy. That's what this is all about. Knowing what is going to change, how it's going to change, and when you're done, go to the grounding. Go to the release. Quicken the absorption that you don't want. Empowerment in the solar plexus chakra is not just how big you can go. I promise you, it's how much you can master nothing. When you are done, if you have a cell phone, like I said, do you spend 3 days worried about it, or do you reboot the thing? That's the process of learning how do we reboot. The crown is all about how am I going to send all the signals I can get out to find something. Sodalite for the third eye is no, it's you. It's one signal. We're going to amplify it, stronger and stronger and stronger. I don't want some strange signal. You want some random stuff you don't manage in your own third eye. You want to create it manifest it, amplify it. See, this stuff makes sense when you're saying, well, what does it do? Why does it do it? I've already picked on lapis lazuli enough, but to give it a good purpose, think about performers. Think about speakers. They're not really caring too much about what the problem is during a performance, right? It's all about the beginning. Am I going to stink? Are they going to like me today? Am I going to mess up? They're prepared. The lapis lazuli is the purpose is to be a sponge. How do you then release the stuff that changes speaking your truth? Then go perform. They love that stuff because they can go yell at it and it changes your communication by purifying what you're receiving. Remember, you pull the door, you're going to push a door. You can push the pull door all you want. Let's get the right tool and say, well, I need to go consider, you'll break it eventually. It'll work, you get out there. Or let's get the tuned crystals or rocks according to what they're already built to do. The heart, green aventurine. Funny how the green aventurine talks about, I'm going to release anxiety. But it's a hexagon. And what is the hexagon doing? Amplifying everything that comes near it, creating 7 streams, 50 streams versus 1. Remember what you're looking to do with it, and you're going to find the tool that serves that. What do you want to do? I want less. I want to create more. I want to, well, then do both. It's kind of like sage. How many people smudge their homes? Spaces, office, whatever. When you have a pot of soup, do you just keep filling up the pot of soup with water, or you dump the soup out and then clean the pot? Remember the difference between diluting until it changes and clearing. So if you're looking at a good combination, we talk about smudge, let's say white sage first to break up, and then we talk about things like Palo Santo, holy wood, to fill the space faster. When I would do home cleansings with realtors, what's the first thing in a new home that people notice? It doesn't feel right. Imagine 20 years of arguments sitting in the home you're trying to sell. Or let's clear all that stuff out so it's flat. I don't need to put me into it. I need to empty what's there so that people walk in and say, wow, this home is ready for me to move in. Listen to the words, ready to move in. I didn't say it feels good. It's empty and flat. Remember the function you're looking for. I mean, I was just talking earlier about IKEA. If you've ever built some of this furniture from IKEA, half the directions aren't missing or whatever. And so you look at the picture and you build backwards. Think about it. What is my goal and what tools do I need to get to my goal? That's where the tools come in. What do they do? How do they work? Citrine is a big one with empaths. But remember, citrine is sending out in all directions. Citrine's job is to infuse with positivity, infuse with power. Take that one yellow light and beam it in every direction I can get to purify. The difference between, let's say, a tiger's eye and a citrine is what it's supposed to do for you, because the citrine is just a big sun and the tiger's eye is almost a layered set of boundaries, isn't it? Look at what the function's doing and then you see what you're doing. But a lot of things you'll read online enhances assertiveness. Well, okay, why? It's giving you a pure signal. Then you can, so you can send it out. That's how this changes. That's what this means. Carnelian. As much as we talk, and by the way, many of these are quartz-based. They're different layers of quartz. Carnelian as a root chakra and sacral chakra, because they're red and the orange, also is a hexagon. It looks at the definition of creativity. And I would argue, just as an aside, if you are looking for how strong and wide and big and powerful you can get in your spiritual journey, look at your sacral chakra before looking at your crown, your third eye. If you're nice and balanced and you have a nice flat foundation ready to go, And if the first statement you make is, I'm not wasting my time on that, you don't climb the ladder at all, do you? You've already said it's not worth it to invest your energy. You're either not creating or not imagining the fact that it's even going to work. Some people will say no. I was talking with some people today. As a Reiki healer, I've worked with people and had some pretty good results with cancer. Reducing what they have, shaving that off. That same person forgave me for not being able to help them with diabetes. Wait a minute. Say it again. I forgive you that you can't help me with diabetes. Well, rocket scientist. So I said, let's break this down. What is diabetes?
Sugar.
And what's the main organ having the problem? What's cancer?
Cells basically just detect from the network.
Everything from parasites to mutations to trying to take over your body cells, right? Which do you think would be easier to work with? Seems pretty logical to me. Her eyes went, but remember that people that have these preconceived notions often need to change those boundaries to understand the different tools and how they work. That's quite all right. I mean, as a rocket scientist, I never did that until I walked into my first class, looked on the wall and said, this Yasui Reiki symbol of the Chakra is not spiritual. That's righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. That's magnetism. Well, yeah. But that's what alchemy becomes. How does energy behave in the physical, in the mental, in the spiritual? The same, different frequencies. Once we know how it behaves, why aren't we changing it? One of the things about red jasper as a grounding agent is the fact that it is the parallelogram, the diamond, because it absorbs. This is one of those things that said, take away all the rest of that crap and I don't want it. Let me give it, and I'll give you the calm. Remember, we're not talking about tourmaline, which is entirely a vacuum, a void, a black hole. We're talking about jasper. It says, give me all your garbage. I'll give you this nice calming red, soft, soothing, balancing. You are receiving it. And that's why we talk about how it works with disorders. Because instead of saying, let me give away all your crap, it's let me calm what you're doing and give you a new reset. Everything we're talking about is how do you amplify and how do you reset. Every phone, every computer, we own the battery. We own the system. When was the last time you let your phone run you? All right, anytime we do. But look at what the difference is. A lot of the spiritual questions come in when we're allowing the outside to run us. Doing spirit, I'm also a spirit rescue medium. Don't remember signing up for that, but looking to help spirits cross over, remove them from people. If you think about it from a science perspective, what is a spirit in our dimension? With magnetism. Why do you think all the ghost shows use EMF detectors? Those are electricians' tools, right? They go and find the wiring in the wall and say, oh, there's too much electromagnetic field. When you have an electricity flow, you have a magnetic field behind it. They're just capturing the residual stuff, which may be a spirit, may be radiant. I can tell you I've gone into houses when they went from, I think they added 50% of the power from the street and didn't change the wiring.
Whoa.
Why would the son get headaches playing PS4? Because he's sitting in a microwave. It's radiating out of his wall. No, it's got to be spirit. We went upstairs. I'm sitting upstairs and I'm looking because I'm a seer instead of a feeler. I'm like, no, we're fine. No, it's got to be spirit. I said, okay. Why are you having a good time? Why is everything more balanced in your bedroom? I made them lay on the floor because there were no lights in the ceiling and all the power was sitting in the floor. They lay on the floor and almost threw up. Get out of the floor, get in your bed. Oh, yes, not in the Wi-Fi. That's the answer. How are you now defining all the old homes with poor shielding. Why aren't we changing our understanding of how this actually works so that we can find the right tools that work? As we started, well, I say back in the day, but this has been going on for generations. As we started looking at why oils, why herbs, why crystals, why specific shapes of buildings are creating the energy changes we want, both adding and subtracting, we started to realize that it was the geometry, wasn't it? How am I putting this together to create that? But with probably, I'd say 7, I mean, there's some subcategories, but about 7 specific shapes, you know exactly what this stuff is meant to do. You know exactly what it's going to do, and almost every manifestation of energy into matter comes together in specific ways. The oxygen and hydrogen combination of water has to come together in a specific way, or else they don't attract, they push it. None of that is by accident. It's how the different magnetic energies in those bonds work. So as we look at the behavior of magnetism, how do we think about healing for a second? So if you're looking at healing from a ground up perspective, who's aware that atoms are not actually solid? They are vortexes of energy. That's what the wave particle duality of light means. It has the properties of particles, it's the property of waves, but you can't necessarily guess where it is because it's in a field in a specific approach. Now, if atoms are just a bunch of vortexes, and I add 1 hertz, 1 degree, 1 temperature change, I change that vortex, don't I? Mm-hmm. I introduce something new. Doesn't that change the atom? Doesn't that change the molecule? Doesn't that change the DNA? Doesn't that change the cells? Aren't you triggering cellular regeneration by changing the behavior of the energy in it? You're telling the body to do exactly what it's supposed to do. I've done college experiments. In a college lab, in a squid meter, which is a low-level frequency meter, watching the energy coming out of my hands. If you don't believe in healing, remember, rocket scientist, if you don't believe in the healing process, there's studies out there like crazy. So I stuck my hands in the squid meter, and between 0.8 hertz and 30 hertz in a 10-minute healing session is what they captured. Okay. But if I told you that for cellular regeneration, for a cell to split, heal itself, create new ones, skin is 2, hair is 4, nerves are 8, bone is 12. Didn't I just hit them all? 0.8 to 30. The entire process is triggering how the cells change. And do the cells care where you get the energy? No. Why do you think we have chemicals, medicine, ultraviolet, infrared? Why do you wear copper bands on your wrists? Well, iron is magnetic. Copper creates a magnetic field. You draw more blood and oxygen into that spot because the copper attracts magnetism throughout. As we go through the sacred part of the geometry, the blueprints and the geometries of the universe, which, by the way, we'll talk a little bit about that. It fascinates me that you can create every single sacred geometry representation with 1 circle. That's why it was so easy. That's why they built the pyramids. The pyramids, in fact, the Giza pyramid, its side and its base are all based on circles. The golden ratio, if you've heard of the Fibonacci sequence, the golden ratio, times pi. The sides on the bottom are 2 pi. Come on. This is not an accident. This is literally someone saying, well, all I need to know is the radius of that circle. I can draw a circle, and how I draw them creates the flower of life, Metatron's cube, all because I now define how the interconnectedness of a circle grows. I mean, look at the nautilus shells. Look at, even out here, look at the way plants grow with the most effective seed coverage you can get. Nah, it's an accident. Or they've learned way better than us. I want to shed the seed. I want to get the biggest amount of coverage. I want to, it's almost always a spiral, isn't it? Why is our galaxy a spiral? It's the lowest common denominator of energy to keep together and to keep separate. Kind of like saying, or like righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. That's the entire galaxy, righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. Now, as we look at shapes, think about the standing zones. One of my favorites is Stonehenge. Well, but look at Stonehenge. With all of the pieces of Stonehenge, just about every shape is there. It started with the center of a hexagon. And what do hexagons do? They amplify and create manifestation. By the way, who's been to Sedona? Who knows the history of Sedona with the Native Americans going there for their rituals? Well, it's really needed. That too. You beat me to it. We were getting there. You know the Native Americans didn't live there, right? It was too energetic. They brought all their stuff, they did their ritual, and they went home. There wasn't a let me go sit in this vibe. If you've been there, some people love it because it lifts them up. It's a very root chakra. Some people hate it. I have to face myself. That's what the root chakra's foundation is meant to be. Sitting in that vibe. I mean, we can even talk about the measurements where the East Coast probably runs about 100 to 500 hertz. Here in Scottsdale and Phoenix, you're running about 1,000 to 1,500 hertz. With all the iron, all that rust sitting on those mountains and all the crystals, it's 15,000 hertz as a background noise. It works great when you want to use it. When you don't want to use it, what do you do? What do you think? They get out of it, just like they did all their rituals and left. Stonehenge was a similar approach, where its entire purpose was, let me get the focus of the sun, the solstice, whatever, and have the hexagon amplify it all, magnify it, create multiple streams where we didn't have to do all the work. And then they created the outside pegs, if you want to look at them, to say, where am I going to send the energy in? They created markers. These are literal markers that say, I'm going to send light in here, and it's going to create this square. I'm going to send light in here, and create this circle. Right? Light in here, I want this hexagon. Because they were going to build it once and use it all. Stonehenge becomes that multiple purpose function in order to use it. What are the different, so it wasn't just a one time, we always talk about how cool it is to watch the solstice and watch the sun and the equinox, but all the different pieces create different shapes. Now, why were they made of granite? Same reason the pyramids were. They found the granite, and why they say, oh, it's from 100 miles away. Yeah, because that granite's full of quartz. And you want a humming, you want a frequency, you want a self-sustaining vibration of magnetic fields overlapping. Get a rock with a bunch of quartz in it. It'll do the job for you. Bang, 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 bang. It'll reflect it all, it'll split it all out, it'll split it out. And then you can match the different wavelengths, the different frequencies coming in and going out. And the outer ring was where people stood in the focus point. What energy they wanted to get from the circle. Why are we doing that? Why isn't that exactly using the tools that have been sitting in the earth all this time for us? The pyramids. The pyramids, especially when you're looking at the Giza pyramid with the pyramid, King's Chamber, that's what I'm trying to think of. The King's Chamber and the focus point. Inside the pyramid, if you think about it as entire mirrors, all that stuff would bounce out and feed the one location in the King's Chamber. Have you guys heard that there's a big belief that the arks would be put in the King's Chamber? The Ark of the Covenant, for example? Why? It is the focus. I want to take all those pieces and beam it into what is essentially a capacitor. A big charged object that stores energy until you pop it open. Yeah, why wouldn't I take the entire sun, all of the quartz, focus it into that spot. That's alchemy. That's the ability to stick that piece there, change it, ground, and sometimes even radiate magnetism outside of the shell of the pyramid. Plus, when you're looking at the design of the pyramid, why is it so active? Why is it so exact? Why? Circle. All I need is a circle. All I need to know is how big of a circle to draw, and I can draw 50 of those and make a triangle, right? We have the circle. We have the equilateral triangle with 2 circles that intersect. We have the pentagon with 2 circles that intersect. When you get into the seed of life, you get into the days of creation, the egg of life. They're also great names. Still created by 1 circle, drawn over and over and over with the appropriate location of the radius. How big of a circle? Draw 50 of them. And all I gotta do is with that 1 circle. You know exactly how big it's gonna be. Create it. So as we go through the actual representations, think about, let's say, the flower of life. The flower of life is all about 19 circles. Oh, it's all interconnected, yeah, but it's still 19 circles, and it's the interdependence of how these things work. Great, fine. Why do we find it in Egypt, Assyria, China, almost exactly the same shape? Well, universal truth includes flowing of energy. That's by default. Metatron's cube is my personal favorite because it's related to matter from energy. How do you form the chaos of energy into the law of matter in all of 7 shapes? How does it work? And if you've seen Metatron's cube, it has them all in there. All the shapes can be blocked out, but it's still a total of 13 circles defining all the differences. Why? Because then you have balance and harmony. Isn't that exactly manifestation? How are you changing it? What are you doing with it? Look at the Book of Enoch, look at the mystical texts. Now, one of the challenges then comes from creating a crystal grid. We talked a little bit about that. Look at all the shapes. Almost all of them look like the flower of life on the tray, on the actual, but it depends on where you're putting what. Are you creating a square of citrines? Are you creating a hexagon of amethyst? Are you creating a whole bunch of conduits of clear quartz crystals? And are you putting in the middle something that actually amplifies it all? Or are you putting in a tourmaline because it's supposed to be protected and you're sucking all the energy and creating a black hole? How we use, where we go, why the pieces work. Sodalite is the square, amethyst is a hexagon, we have the rutile quartz, we have the selenite. Remember, they're doing their jobs. All of how they are shaped. We want, and it's one of the things that we do at the store all the time, we want to turn this stuff practical so that it's not an unreachable gift. It's how do you think? Where does it work? How do you change how you're addressing it? And remember that there's an entire world around you that builds exactly what you need constructed. Or not. We want to be able to define the difference between when I need peace and alignment and when I need activation and ascension. Make sure we're using the tools that are sitting there for us. And remember that this design defines exactly how to set it up, not just in buildings, but in shapes, in our own home, in grids. And the laws of nature already show us exactly how to build it, because that's how they have come to analyze. I want to say thank you guys for coming. Think about all this, because it will change the behavior of what you choose and how you use your tools.
With my understanding that at Stonehenge, they also brought in blue stones, which I believe were demortarite, which is a form of quartz. Why would they have chosen the blue tint?
A lot of the quartz, in terms of how it spreads all the energies out, then include how they're going to add to their rituals. communicating, chanting, talking with everybody else. How are you going to speak truth? How are you downloading better information and being infused by the blue? You have that purpose of how are you going to add, think about the word, adding word and truth and communication to the vibration of the... Oh yeah, it was definitely almost a lens to be adding to what the things are now charged. And then here, think about it, I've got an entire set of stones. How do I change what they do for me? Here's a different focus, here's a different lens, here's a different piece. That thing is one of the greatest designs because they can put it anywhere and decide exactly how it works. Let me just shift it over here and I'm going to get amplification. Shift it over here, I'm going to get grounded. Shift it over here, it's going to absorb everything away. That's all because that's built that way in the shape. Thank you everyone for coming.
But guys, thank you so much. And that was absolutely lovely. I mean, we loved all of the
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited. On Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic medium.
Just come up and then just,
Sure. Well, I could be right here, actually. This is pretty good.
Okay.
I was gonna turn the lights off so people can see a little bit better, because it's, do you know how to adjust the lights?
Yes, I do.
They're back here on the wall here.
They're right back.
Oh, okay, because I
Oh, hello, people. Well, I'm chatting away with our guest coming, and we are live streaming, and I'm actually on, and I did not know it. How beautiful. My name is Sunny Chase, and we are at Soul Search, and it is Saturday, so we are enjoying this so much. Come on. Other people are coming in, so join us. We're in Scottsdale, beautiful Scottsdale, and we are going to be, our next speaker is standing right next to me, and you can see him in the live stream. So you know what? Without further ado, I'm just going to bring Peter Sterling in, and he can kind of do his own introduction and let you guys know what's going to be happening. So let's bring Peter on, shall we? Take it away.
Awesome. Well, hello, everybody. I'm glad to be here with you today. Welcome to everybody online. I'm going to be showing some slides, so I'm going to step to the side. But how many people in this room have had an angel encounter? I think you might have seen an angel or experienced something about an angel in your life. Raise your hand. A few of you. Yeah. How many are angel curious? There you go. All right. Right. So my story, oh, there we go. That's not, go ahead and adjust, you see. She'll get it just right. If we could get it down pretty low, theater style, could be good.
I got it.
Let's see if she does. I'm gonna bring that image to life. There we go. You can leave it down. We'll just do it in the dark.
Okay.
They'll just have to hear me. You'll just have to listen to me online. And then we'll let you get one more look at the end when we turn the lights back up. All right. Well, my angel experience started about 30 years ago, almost 35 years ago. And many of you have heard me playing my harp in the lobby today. I'm a well-known recording artist of harp music, angelic harp music, instrumental new age music. I've been producing music now for over 30 years. Now I have 17 albums. My most recent album came out last year about this time. It's called Heaven Sent, and it is currently in the running for the New Age Grammy this year. But my journey with the angels started in Sedona about 35 years ago, and this is where it happened here. This is in Boynton Canyon. How many people know Boynton Canyon in Sedona, right? So it's one of the major vortex areas. So when I came to Sedona all those years ago, I came to live as an artist. I really felt that art was my calling, and I came to the arts village of Sedona to really develop myself as a creative artist. That was the life I wanted to live, and I work with glass. I'm a stained glass artist. I'm going to show you some pictures of my glass work. But it was here where I came, and I was an avid outdoorsman, so I would just hike by myself into the canyons of Sedona, just feeling called to the mystical power spots of Sedona. Now I went there, in 1988, and so this was before the internet, and I was led there by a string of synchronistic events. But when I first came down Oak Creek Canyon in the spring, I was so struck by the beauty of the red rocks and the majesty of the red rocks, and seeing Oak Creek flowing by up by Slide Rock. And I pulled over for a second. I was overcome with emotion. And I heard this feeling of home. I heard in my mind, in my heart, home, home. I was like so struck by that, because I didn't know what to expect of Sedona when I got there, because this was before the internet. I had just heard rumors of this magical place in Arizona with these red rock formations and power spots. And then when I finally saw it for the first time myself, I was so struck by that. And I just felt the presence of home. So long story short, I ended up moving there shortly after that initial visit and came by myself. But I was drawn to the outback of the canyons, out in Boynton Canyon, Long Canyon, Secret Canyon, Fay Canyon, all the canyons out there, and climbing up high and exploring the ancient ruins. This is way up on High Ridge, back deep in Boynton Canyon. This was a place I went a lot by myself. And it was here I was guided to meditate and sit in silence, because here there's a supreme stillness, and you can just sit and everything is just so still and quiet and tranquil and silent, a profound silence. So I would go back here and immerse myself in the silence. I was guided to just listen into the silence. And by so doing, that's how I started to hear the angels' music for the first time. Just going deep in the silence, I started to have many mystical experiences. But I started to hear the subtle strains of some sort of music. And at first I thought maybe somebody was out there in the canyons with me playing some symphonic music on a portable stereo, and I was catching a hint of it floating in the wind from a distance. But no, I realized that's not what it was. I was hearing something of a divine origin. It was a very fine vibration. But the more that I tuned into it, the louder and more distinct it became, to where all of a sudden I was hearing the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. And it was the angelic choirs, the celestial music of the angels. And I started to hear it because, leading up to this experience, I had given all my possessions away. And I went on my vision quest, and I was guided to acquire a Volkswagen camper van so that I could have no ties and just be free to go by the impulse of spirit, by the guidance of spirit, to go to certain places. And by so doing, I would remember who I am and why I came here. So that's what I did. I let go of all my material possessions. At this time, I was living in my van. For 3 years, I ended up living in my car. But it allowed me to just unplug. And at those days, all I had was a 1-800 voicemail and a P.O. box. And this was before the internet and cell phones, so it was real easy to disconnect back then. But I feel lucky I had the chance to do that. But this is where I came. And this is one of the 4th major vortex points of Sedona. But it was here where I came, where I heard the music, and then I was guided by the inner voice to let the music take me on a journey. And I had heard many stories of the mystics and saints speaking of the inner light and the inner sound. There's many wisdom tradition and faith traditions from around the world that speak of the inner light and the inner sound. And all of a sudden, I was having my own experience with this, and it was profound. And I started to tune into this high frequency. My whole body began to quiver and shake. And tears spontaneously started coming from my eyes, because the sound I was hearing was so pure, so fine, so divine, that it just touched a place in my soul, the depths of my soul, that I had never felt before that moment. And it changed me. It changed me. But I was guided to let the music take you on a journey. So in my meditation, sitting back here, practicing yoga and just sitting, meditating, and just my whole chakras lit up. It's like a Kundalini experience. Primarily my third eye and my crown chakra. And I was able to go up the central pillar of light. And it was there that I merged with my I am presence, my 5th dimensional light body, my Christ self, my higher self, my I am that I am. Many names for it. This is where it happened for me. And so much began to happen from that. But the angels appeared to me, and I saw them just like this. They looked very much like that. The little cherubs. They looked like little. Let's see here. These little babies, but they're not. They're very old souls. They're very high order of angels, but they were playing harps just like that. That's what it looked like. Ultimately, what happened is they took me here to this place. I went on many journeys with them, but here was like the great central sun. This was a sphere of golden light that was radiating pure love. And I saw that the angels were surrounding it just like this. Now, this image was created by Gustave Doré in the 1920s. It was an ink block carving. And he illustrated the writings of Dante. who wrote about the higher worlds and the battle of heaven and earth and the angels and all of that, Archangel Michael. But I saw this, and this was just pulsating, pure love. And it changed me in an instant. I merged with this light, and that's been the source of my creative inspiration ever since. I saw many visions of the angels at this time. These are just amazing, from 1926, I believe, and carved by hand. Beautiful. You can see the celestial light streaming down from the higher planes, and you can see the angels are just in this state of rapture. They're just an ecstatic rapture of the light. You can see them all praising the source of the one, you see. I was told by the angels that this central sphere of light, this golden light, pulsating pure love, is God. This is the source of it all. This is the wellspring. This is the Godhead. We're the original source of light emanating in a higher celestial plane. Really amazing experience. It changed me once I saw this. And, you know, many people that have had near-death experiences, they speak, when you cross over to the other side, they speak of seeing a sphere of golden light pulsating pure love. And they realize the whole universe, the most powerful energy in the universe is love. And that was my experience. These are some images recently I wanted to share that I asked AI to create. My prompt was create an image of the heaven of the angels. And this is what it gave me. Pretty amazing, huh? This is very much how it was. When you see it, when you go up into these higher dimensions, it's very dimensional. It's like, it's different than here. But what happened was I made contact with an angel that they told me that my mission was to play the harp and channel the music of heaven for this time of the dawning of the golden age and the ascension. They told me that the harp carries that sacred vibration. There's a tone to the harp that is unlike any other instrument. There's a purity, there's a harmonic purity to the sound of a harp that no other instrument makes. That's why it has been held in the highest regard in every ancient culture, from Egypt, ancient Samaria, Greece, Israel, all through the ancient world. The harp was held in the highest regard and was used in the sacred ceremonies in Egypt, where I traveled. I played my harp in all the sacred sites of Egypt, remembering those lives. You see in the temple walls, there's carvings and paintings of harpists playing. And it stretches back so far, even to Atlantis, before the harp was played in the healing temples. There's something about the quality of the harp. I'll flip through a few pictures. This is me recently in Sedona, and I have a tour company there, and I take people out on sacred journeys to the sacred places, but I take a small harp with me and I hold it up to the wind, and the wind plays it, and the angels sing through the harp. It creates a completely celestial sound. It sounds like angelic choirs and sometimes great pipe organs, like playing in a great cathedral. It's an amazing sound, very high frequency. Here's some of my clients laying down, experiencing sound healing. You see, they just completely knock them out. They're traveling through the celestial realms with the sound. I play the wind harp on people's body and up the spine, and it just saturates the nervous system with ultra high frequency harmonics. And I tune the harp in the 432 pitch, which is the harmonic tuning of the universe. Even Nikola Tesla spoke about 432 hertz. I have my crystal bowl that's tuned, it's the F for the heart chakra, tuned to 432. So I do the wind harp and the crystal bowl together. It's the coolest sound, very healing. This is some of the places I go and call in the angels from my clients, and they have really amazing experiences. This picture is old, but I wanted to show you. I was playing for a group like this very much in a hotel room, and there was a big screen TV, and this was taken without a flash. But you can see the halo around my head, and that central pillar really captured that energy line. In yoga, they call that Sushumna. But here it goes all the way up into the higher chakras that are outside the body, right? So we have 7 basic chakras, the earth-based chakras in the body, but there's 5 other chakras as you go up the pillar of light into your higher dimensional body. Now this, I love to show this image. Just because sometimes when I tell these stories, people think I have a vivid imagination, and I do, because imagination is the key To gain access to the heavenly realms and the higher world and the mansion worlds, you have to open up your mind and your imagination. God gave us imagination so we could imagine and ponder and wonder of the great majesty of the universes and the kingdom of the universe and kingdom of heavens. We have an imagination. So this picture here I'd like to show because this was in Peru, and I was on a sacred journey in Peru some years ago, and we spent the night on Lake Titicaca on Amintani Island. And this was the morning we were getting ready to leave after spending one night. But my angels told me to play my harp. I traveled through Peru with this small harp with our group. And the angel said, play your harp for these sweet people here who are so sweet and humble and very poor, you know, and call some angels in for them. So that's what I did. I began to play, and my friend took this picture, and a moment later he took this one. And you can see how an ethereal being appeared in the room. This is an ethereal angelic being. You can see the orbs up there, and there's even a little orb sitting down on the bench next to me too. So I'd love to show this picture. Before that, you know, I've always had this creative thing, and I also do stained glass. So if you see my booth out in the lobby, you'll see my artwork. But it started, the genesis, as I speak about in my book, was when I was a small child in church at 6, and I was touched by the stained glass windows on a Sunday service in the Episcopal Church near Easter. And I had an experience with the stained glass windows where the light came through, and I was touched by that in a very deep way. I said to my mother at 6, when I grow up, I want to be a stained glass window maker. And then 10 years later in high school, I met my mentor, and I apprenticed for a year by a master Tiffany-style stained glass artist in California that taught me the craft. And so I've never done realistic images. I've always had geometrical patterns come through me. And these are just some of my glass mandalas. And so this was how my art started, through that vision in church with the angels, going through and being touched by the Holy Spirit, and then being given the vision to create mandala or rose window type of windows that we see in the great cathedrals of the world. And then I started inlaying crystals and gems into the template of my work, which is very unique. I've never seen anybody else do it. These are just a few of my pieces. But this is how it started for me, was learning about color and the harmonics of color and color therapy and glass, and the way that glass is so luminous and really captures the light. I love, they're like eye candy. If you were to come to my home, I have my stained glass windows hanging on chains in all the windows of my living room. And I have like a showroom in my house. But this is kind of how it started for me, was just working the geometries. If you were here for the previous lecture before me, he was talking about crystals and the sacred geometries. This is very important to learn the patterns and the geometries of light and how they manifest through the tradition of sacred geometry in many cultures of the world. A few more of my pieces of glass. There was a period of time where I didn't have a space to do glass, so spontaneously I started picking up these beach stones in the beach in Ventura, Malibu, and painting them by hand. And I realized that the angels are appearing in these, I call them dream stones, and you can see there's like little angels here, and even this, like the angel's body with the green wings, they all have their head together towards that central light. And it just started spontaneously happening. It was kind of like art therapy for me, because I just was obsessed with creating that central point with the radiating light, like I was taken up. Then what happened was, when I moved back to Sedona in 2012, after being away for about 7 years, I set up my stained glass studio again, and I started to create some new templates. This was the first one I made, and when it was done, I hung it in the living room window. We had a beautiful house in Uptown, as you can see, on a hilltop overlooking the view. But the sun began to come through it. After hanging for a couple of weeks, the sun got low, and this has these beautiful crystals in it, and this light began to come through here like that. You can see it through these quartz pyramids that I have in the window. And just a blaze of firelight started to come through, and it projected on the wall here in this sacred space, because when we moved into the house, it had this built-in custom bookshelf, and I had a 4-foot gold-plated pyramid, and I was guided by my angels to construct this altar space, like a vortex in the house, which I did, hanging some crystals in here, some selenite, and some crystals down here, and I just created this empty space, you know. I didn't know what it was for, and then 2 weeks later, this happened, and from the stained glass window that I made through the crystals, this rainbow angel appeared on the wall, this really high frequency ultraviolet angel, and then it moved through the room over the coming days with a different angle of the sun. And my son was also, you know, really enchanted by this experience of light coming into our home. It was just this beautiful rainbow angel. Then here it was maybe a week later when the sun had shifted, and then it went up on the wall and it began to fan out into this beautiful angelic wings of light in the house. And, you know, right above my sword, I got in Glastonbury the Excalibur sword of the Holy Grail, and my unicorn there, and then the angel appeared over it. Everything for me is a mystical experience. You know, my house, I have crystals and altars everywhere, and I'm just working with these mystical cosmic energies and inviting them to come into my life to inspire me and to motivate me to bring the light to earth, right? So this began to happen. And then it moved down on the wall here, and just a wash of this beautiful color. And I was like receiving communication from my angels that there was something they were bringing through, right? Because when I went back to Sedona this time in the year 2012, right before the end of the Mayan calendar, I knew I was being called back for the 5th time to live there, that something big was going to come. Because every time I called back to Sedona, I received major downloads. So this was in 2012. I made the first window in my art studio there, and this started to happen, and the angels started to show me pictures, like there was something that I was going to create from this, and they were trying to show me something, they were communicating, and so I thought, wow, what if I could put some crystals through this ultraviolet color that's coming through, the crystals from the stained glass, like maybe in Atlantis, you know, before the fall, they encoded into sacred crystals, sacred knowledge and information, and holograms and crystals. So I thought maybe this light could be able to be used to see something in crystals. So I started to reflect. Everything is a reflection, you know, the way our mind works, and looking to see if I could see something with the light coming through these crystals. I started to see these images on the wall. I was thinking, oh, wow, this is kind of looking like maybe some sort of a being, you know, like maybe, it started to remind me of maybe something Sumerian, you know, like maybe the Anunnaki or something from an ancient, something was being revealed to me. So I was being led by my angels to follow. That's the thing, when you work with the angels, if you invite them into your life, they're going to guide you to discover something about yourself, about your soul. That's very significant. Now, not everybody takes this journey. It's an intense journey, but it's magical. But you have to open yourself up to these beings of light that are here to develop that heart connection, that telepathic connection, so they can guide you. This one I love it, with the light coming through the tip, and I started to see this angel here. You see, like he's flying. You see his hands are out and the wings are coming back, like Mercury, the messenger, started to come through. Like he appeared to me, and then I was being shown. He brought a message to me. I kept looking through the different types of crystals, and then I had these optical quartz crystals that I looked through. I took a picture with my camera, looking through optical quartz into crystal balls. Like, you know, in the Bible it talks about the Uman and the Thurman, which were, you know, these crystals on the breastplate. That very significant stories. But I was looking, I was searching and following the guidance. This was very interesting to me, right? And then what happened was, see, the angels were showing me that I was going to receive art. There was something, I was going to be making some sort of art, they were showing me. And they were showing me like canvases, something big, because I was only doing glass. It was like, this is something you could kind of reproduce, and it would be a different medium to work in. So I started to experiment, like catching the reflection through one of my stained glass onto paper. And I thought, oh, this is pretty interesting. You know, like looking at this, I was kind of following that. And I'll just flip through a few of these. And then I started putting some cut gemstones. I had jewels in front of the camera and capturing some images. This was like through a beautiful cut and faceted citrine stone. And I thought this was very interesting. And I actually printed some of these out and mounted them and did a crystal treatment on them. They look really cool. And I sold a few of those. But here you can see, then ultimately what happened was I discovered a way to photograph my stained glass mandalas with a special kaleidoscopic effect, which started to create these images. And I was like, okay, now I'm getting somewhere. I thought this was pretty cool. Like this was that window that shot the firelight out of it, and then it's creating these images. And you can see like there's these little crystal divas up here. This is the clear quartz. And there's like a little kachina of the Hopi. Some sort of David crystal mineral being was appearing. You can see the head and the arms and the body here. I thought that was really interesting, you know. And then like an angel started to, different forms began to come through. And I'll flip through a few of these. And then I discovered a way to spin those with another program, and then got more elaborate, more complex. And now I was really on to something. So this is some of the first series of what I call Crystal Alchemy Portals of Light. And this is like a master circuit here. I love this one. I have a big one in my home of this one. And you can see here, this is like, represents the master circuit to me. And you can see like here in the base, you can see there's two beings here. They're like sitting and meditating and coming out the top of their head. They expand into their light body. You can see here their third eyes are open, and then spiraling out of their crown chakras, DNA, like spiral DNA coming in, that connects them to that great source of light at the center, like that I saw on my journeys with the angels, right? So here's just a few more of them that came through. These, I produced many of these in large format, and in the technique I have with the crystals and the resin. But I just wanted to share. This was fascinating to start because I began to see down in this section, if you look here in the blue, I started to perceive that the little cherub angels were flying all down here. The little chubby naked ones, if you look, you can see them. And here I think I have some close-ups of them. But they're down in this section. I have different colors. I'm just going to flip through a few more of these here. Let's see here. Yeah, so the reason I'm showing this is because of my experience. Some of these beings started to show up here, like here you can see here. I started to see these beings here, like it's like some sort of a being here with flames, you know, coming out. And then I started to see like Tibetan style motifs, kind of like this guy, a flaming deity like that. And it's fascinating. So, because I had done the Kala Chakra initiation with the Dalai Lama into this mandala. So I have this history with the Tibetan Buddhism, and in their art they have like beings like this, and they started to appear in the art. And ascended masters started to appear in the art as well, different ascended masters. Sorry, let me just flip through some of these. Sorry. These are the cherubs, kind of getting a close-up of them. This one was fascinating here. This one came right before Easter, and I call this the Star of Sacred Union, and you can see down here there were like these two beings here, and they're in all these sections. You can see them. Like, this is a man I saw. Now this is the man and this is the woman. They're holding out their hands, and in their hands is a white dove, and I was told this represents like Jesus and Mary. Just flip through some of these here. So this is in my home, my art with the music. Here. I even make tables with the art there. Let's see. Just creating the crystal grids. If you were here for the previous lecture, he was talking about how to do grid work with crystals. It's very much guided intuitively to lay the crystals on and pour the resin over, and it creates a really beautiful energy emanates from these. This is in my gardens in my home. I have, beautiful gardens just to invite the spirit into the gardens. Let's see what else I got. There's that master circuit piece. More of these here. Just fun playing with the angels for inspiration and creativity. It can really help, because we all have angels with us. We all have at least one guardian angel. And they're here from the time of birth to help to guide us, to lead us towards our highest destiny in the light. And they can come into this realm, they can protect you, they can save you at times of crisis and trauma and trouble, and also help to lead you through their gentle nudges and their little synchronicities. When you start to connect with the angels, then it's a frequency, right? And so you can call them into your life, and you can ask them to come and help to guide you, and you can work with their energies. And the way they communicate, one of the things is they hope to create synchronicity. So if you're familiar with that term, that's like magical connections, magical things, subtle impressions. You start to see correlations with certain things. It's like when you start to move to that higher level of awareness, then you start to see the interconnectedness of all things, and that comes into play in your life, where synchronicities and miracles start to happen at a higher rate and frequency in your life. I call that living in miracle mindedness. Like, I expect every day when I get up that magical things are going to happen. That's just the realm that I live in, and that's what I share with people. But I wanted to share this. This is a very important chart, because how many people know what this is? Raise your hand if you do. Okay, just 2 people. So this is important. This is the chart of the higher self that has come down through the teachings of the Ascended Masters. Okay? So the Ascended Master teachings came to America in the 1940s. Godfrey Ray King published the books starting in the 1940s or 50s. And he was an ex-vet. He was in the Marines. And he was in Mount Shasta. He was up on Mount Shasta, and he was sitting in the meadow up on the mountain. And that's when Saint Germain appeared to him and telepathically communicated and took him inside the mountain in Mount Shasta. And that's where the Ascended Masters have one of their lodges or meeting places in the mountain. They have 2 here in America, by the way. So they have one in Mount Shasta, and they have the other place is in the Grand Tetons of Wyoming. So this chart comes from the I Am America Foundation that publishes the teachings and the books of Godfrey Ray King. And the original teachings of Ascended Masters came through them. But this is the chart of the higher self. So this is what I was guided to use. This is very powerful imagery. So this represents here, this is you here at the base. You are the student. You are the what they call the Shela, which is C-H-E-L-A, Shela. It's a Sanskrit word, means student. So we are the aspirant. We are aspiring on the spiritual path. They call it the aspirant as well. So this is us on our spiritual path. And it shows us here, our heart is illuminated, and we're in a tube of violet color, the violet ray of Saint Germain, which is the violet transmuting flame. So I would do this meditation a lot and still do. And I have a large kind of transparency in my home, in my art studio of this. But this represents us. This shows that central channel going up the ground chakra. First, we illuminate our heart with God's love, right? With the Holy Spirit of God's love, the Christ consciousness. Illuminate the heart, that illuminates our field, and then we can open up the top of our head and open up that circuit up to our I am presence, right? Our I am that I am. This is also known as the magic presence. And this is the higher self. So this is what we're wanting to make that connection on our spiritual path, to get that circuit clear so that you can connect with your higher self, your divine self, your Christ self, or your I am presence, or your Atman, many different names for it, so that you can receive divine guidance. And then the quest is to unify yourself with your higher self, with your I am present, and to bring that down here and embody that here on earth at this time. That's what many of us light workers are doing. We're wanting to embody our divine self, our Christ self, into our physical body in this lifetime now. If enough of us do that, what we've been told is that can raise the frequency of the whole planet and spread that light through the collective consciousness of mankind and have a planetary shift in consciousness, and it can happen very quick. So I wanted to share that. I think that could be the last picture. Here's my current album, Heaven Sent, which is really a blessing, which is in the New Age Grammy, and it really has the divine mother energy and the angels that came through this one. Let's see what else I have. And just another picture of the heaven of angels here. That's the last picture I have on that. And I have a little guided meditation. Are there any questions about anything so far as we're going to be coming down to towards the end here? How many people are artists who do creative, who create? Nice. You know, my experience of living as an artist, and you know, it says in the Lord's Prayer, "Our Father who art in heaven." Right? Art in heaven. What does art mean? It's like in the Lord's Prayer, God arts in heaven means He is there. He is in that space of, in the eternal now of the heavenly energy. He arts in heaven. He exists. He dwells in that heavenly energy. And so I believe that if you create art, for those of us who are artists, for myself, when I start creating in my workshop, in my studio, I get into the zone where time disappears, right? The news and social media disappear, and you just are so centered deep in your soul and bringing forth some sort of inspiring creation from the depths of your heart and soul. And you get into that flow state where it just starts to happen magically. How many people have felt this? Raise your hands. A few of you have. So I believe like that is that powerful energy to tap into when you start channeling that inspiration through you. And that's how I've been creating all of my work now, the majority of my life, but especially the last 30 years. And it's really paid off, you know, by creating from that place. My work has touched, you know, now millions of people around the world, especially, you know, through my music, because my music now for 30 years has been streaming all over the world and played on the radio all over the world. And, you know, I've received hundreds of letters from people from around the world that speak to their experience by listening to my music and how it's affected them, how it's connected them to the heavenly angels, and it's transmuted their pain, or it's brought healing into their body, or it's ended their depression and anxiety, or even gotten couples pregnant when they couldn't before, but listening to my music, they were blessed with a child. I even have one testimonial, a woman's told that my music healed her cancer. So it's just amazing when you get the vibration right. My music carries the vibration of the angels. So I invite you all to come and have a listen at my booth, or check out my website at harpmagic.com. And you can go there and just have a sample and listen, or come to my booth and put on the headphones, or come and hear me play. Better yet, I got my harp out there. Get a sense for it. It's a vibration. You know, you really receive the vibration of the angels, and it can change your life. So I have a few minutes here while the lights are low, and I thought I would just lead a little guided visualization while we're here together. You want to do that for a few minutes? And we'll call in the angels together. How about that? And I've got some of my music here, and I think I can play it for us as we do this. Let me try this. This is a song from my Center of the Circle CD. It's called Hana Kalani. It's a Hawaiian word. It means where heaven touches earth. And I recorded the nature sounds in Kauai up by the Hindu temple. Magical place is in this sound right now. So I want to invite you all to just take a moment. Just gently close your eyes. And let your shoulders drop. relax. Feel any tension leaving your body with each breath out. Imagine yourself in a peaceful place, a beautiful garden, a serene beach, or a cozy room filled with soft light and loving people like we are right now. Visualize the soft, warm light surrounding you. This light is filled with love and tranquility, creating a safe space for you to open to see. Picture this light enveloping you, shielding you from negativity, giving you a sense of inner peace. Just feel the peace in the depths of your heart and soul for this moment. Now invite your angels to join you. You can say silently or aloud, "Dear angel, I invite you into my space. Help me connect with your loving energy for healing, inspiration, and creativity. Feel a gentle presence around you now. Trust that your angels are here and they're ready to assist you. Have faith and trust. And as you breathe, blend your energy with that of your angels. Visualize their light entering your body, coming down to the top of your head and entering your body and filling your heart with a golden light, filling you with warmth and comfort. Feel their love wrapping around you like a soft embrace. This connection strengthens with each breath you take, calling it forth now from the center of your heart and soul. Focus on any areas in your life where you seek healing, whether it be physical, emotional, or spiritual. Picture the healing light from your angels flowing into these areas of your life, and soothing and calming them. Imagine this healing light washing away worries, fears, or any blocks from preventing you from fully expressing yourself in the most empowered way in your life right now. Next, envision this light transforming into vibrant colors specific to your desires. Opening up your imagination to see it in your mind's eye. Each color represents a different aspect of inspiration and creativity. Imagine these colors swirling around you, bursting forth with new ideas, passion, motivation, and inspiration. Allow yourself to absorb this energy, feeling inspired and ready to create. As you open your heart, visualize your angels showering you with blessings. Imagine golden sparkles of light or soft petals falling slowly around you, coming from heaven and shimmering around you. Each one representing a gift or a blessing from your angels. Receive and embrace these gifts, and know that you are deserving of love and joy and abundance. This is your time right now. Take a moment to express your gratitude to your angels for guidance and support and blessing. You can say, thank you, dear angels, for your love and wisdom, and open to receiving your gift. When you're ready to return to the present, take a deep breath in. When you're excited, gently wiggle your fingers and toes, and slowly open your eyes, bringing your awareness back to the room. Take a moment to reflect on your experience. Perhaps you want to write down your insights and feelings that you experienced during this healing meditation. Finally, bring this connection with your angels into your daily life. Whenever you feel the need for guidance or inspiration, remember that they are always with you, ready to support and bless your spiritual journey to lead you home. Thank you so much for this time with you. As you go forward, start to pay attention. Your angels can start to create little magical synchronicities. You may even start to see a little sparkles of light in your peripheral vision. And even tonight, when you lay your head down to sleep, call out to your angels, ask them to come to you, and to reveal themselves to you. And look out into the darkening room with a soft eyes. Just look out into the dark space in your room above your bed. As you call to them with your just open yourself to receive. And you may see lights. You may see lights moving through the air. Very subtle. And the more you learn how to see it, you can start to see trailers and little sparkles of light and angels. And the more you get comfortable, the more they don't want to scare you. Because as soon as you see angels like this, it changes your life and your understanding of the true nature of reality. They're here with you now. Thank you again. I'll be out of time. Breathe with the life and give a heart to check out enjoying life in peace. She'll turn on the lights here for us. Can you do the lights? Thank you. Okay. Awesome. Ooh.
There, yeah, it's all up or all down.
Did you want to say something?
Yes.
Yes. Anybody else? Did you see the? How about you? Have you seen your name? Yeah. You have. Yeah? When you were going through a lot of things? Yeah.
be a full short message.
What did it look like?
It's kind of hard to remember. I can only just visualize it.
Yeah.
It's just a beam of gold in the body. And then you said something, everything will be okay.
Everything will be okay. We get that message a lot, don't we? Thank you for coming.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited. On Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been.